buying the company's British operations. The Chancellor, Jeremy Hunt, says the government is working at pace on a plan to prevent affected businesses from going bust. The Health Secretary has criticised junior doctors for failing to call off this week's strike action. Writing in The Telegraph, Steve Barclay described the 72-hour walkout as incredibly disappointing. Members of the British Medical Association in England will launch a 3-day strike on Monday. The union says junior doctors have suffered a 26% real terms cut to their pay since 2009. And Hollywood stars have begun arriving ahead of the Oscars, which gets underway shortly in California. It will face stiff competition that is The Favourite, which is Everything, Everywhere, All at Once. Stiff competition from The Banshees of Inisherin, which has a record 9 nominations for an Irish film, and also All Quiet on the Western Front. Bill Nighy is up for Best Actor. Andrea Riseborough is up for Best Actress in her role in the movie To Leslie. And it all gets underway at about midnight. This is GB News. Now it's time for headliners.
Hello, I'm Leo Kearse and welcome to Headliners, your first look at Monday's top news stories. Joining me tonight are two of the best comedians from either side of the Atlantic. We've got London's Josh Howie and Lewis Schaefer, all the way from New York. Before we get stuck into the rest of the stories, what have you two seen in the papers that has made you laugh? Josh, you go first.
I saw a man, this is in the Daily Star, basically go and kick over a little girl's snowman.
Why? Why did he do that? Did he have a reason? Was it just for fun?
I think it was really rubbish.
It was just a bad snowman?
I don't know if we have a photo, if we could see it, but it was not a good look. But what was funny was it was caught on, you know, like one of those cameras.
Right.
Which have, you know, the front doorbell.
Oh, the ring.
They saw some guy, like, yeah, here we go.
There it is.
He literally drove up, stopped the car, and then got out to kick over the snowman. Now, I don't know if there's any proof that he knew it was made by a little girl.
Yeah.
But
well, they're generally not made by adults. Maybe he just wants to
speak for yourself.
Maybe he just wants a job with one of our woke institutions that pulls down statues, and he's showing
this was his little audition for that.
Yeah, he's going to send that video in.
Well, to be fair, the snowman was white.
The truth is, it didn't look like much of a snowman. It's like a blob of snow.
All right, well,
so did it have any eyes? Did it have any indication?
Everybody's a critic tonight. Lewis, what have you seen that's funny?
Well, I wouldn't say it's just one of those things that's just so ridiculous. It's in the Telegraph. It was an article about how Britain is the fast food capital of Europe, which we know that, right? And it's driving mental health crisis. And some woman who's a clinical psychologist, some woman, because she's an idiot. She's basically saying if you want to have increased brain health, eat sugars. Eat raisins, cranberries, chopped apples, oats, and she goes on and on about all the stuff that Lewis Schaefer knows is wrong.
So junk food is making people unhappy? Is that what the article's saying? And she's saying eat healthy food, but you're saying it's not healthy. No,
I'm saying she's saying junk food is bad, but she's also saying food that we consider to be healthy food is good. Oats is not good. Cranberries.
But you follow this strange diet where you only eat meat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't say that. Did I say that? You don't have to eat these things. Okay. Just don't eat plants.
You know, I feel like I'm in the beginning of a rom-com. And it's like You've Got Mail. Right. And we've got Lewis here with his meat, and then he's going to hook up. He's going to meet this woman, this daft woman, who with her vegetables and things like that, and it's going to be Kismet.
It's Kismet.
You're going to Kismet on the lips. Anyway, let's have a look at Monday's front pages. The Daily Mail have, will BBC do a deal today to end the TV standoff? Talking about the furore over Gary Lineker there. The Telegraph has the same story. Lineker set to return as BBC bosses back down. The Guardian has BBC bosses in race to end Lineker standoff and avoid staff rebellion. The Sun has the same story with slightly different words. Lineker back in the box. The Times has, are you getting bored of this yet? BBC bosses seek truce to get Lineker. And finally, the Daily Star saves us with something different. School halls hit White Easter. And those are your front pages. Let's have a closer look at those front pages. We begin with the Telegraph, Josh.
So, yeah, Lineker set to return as BBC bosses back down. I don't know if I'm allowed to reveal this yet, but I don't know if this story is true, because I've heard that Lineker's coming to GBNews. Where he can tweet whatever he wants.
Yeah.
Except for Dr. Matthew Sweet getting angry with him.
Is he taking a pay cut?
No, he's going to get more. He's got yours, he's got all of our... But it's worth it, because he's a wonderful broadcaster. So here he is. This is a picture of him. I like how all the newspapers have gone with different expressions. They've got the same, him coming out of his house, but they've all gone... So the Telegraph have gone with a very sort of determined, I'm going to bring down the Tory government look. Yeah. He's got his dog with him. I believe the dog is not a British dog. I believe it's a immigrant dog. A legal immigrant, though, I believe. I don't know if you got that. That was a joke.
Right.
Okay. You look really serious.
Can we discuss the actual story instead?
Oh God, he's going to go
talking about like
whatever.
It's supposed to be a news show as well. It's like, oh, he's got dogs.
Is it supposed to be a news story? Is it really a news story?
No, what
he said this week.
Of course, it's a news story. This relates to one of our most powerful and longest-standing institutions, the BBC.
Match of the day.
Which, when we talk about him possibly bringing down the company, could possibly bring down not the
BBC.
I'll tell you who it's bringing down.
BBC.
It's bringing me down.
Yeah.
Is it? Well, I'm quite cheered up. I'm cheered up by the fact that BBC could be coming down. I mean, Lewis, don't you want to see an end to the BBC? No more licence fee getting debited from your bank.
I'm a visitor to this country, and if you guys want to have an institution like the BBC, if you want to pay for censorship, if you want to pay for state-owned media, that's a British person's. I don't think it's a good idea because I'm an American, and we hopefully don't have.
You've got choice. You've got a free market. And we actually have a free market here. We've got so many services that you can choose. You can choose to watch GBNews.
Yeah.
If you want, you can choose to watch Sky or something.
But the difference is between here and America. In America, the government has to pay private business to lie to the people, whereas here,
I think we do enough of that here as well.
Yeah,
but
you do, but you don't have to. You have it. You do it.
But
yourself.
it seems anachronistic and antediluvian to force people to pay for something that they could go all year without even watching. I mean, do you think this could bring down the BBC, Joe?
No, I don't think it's going to bring down the BBC at all. I think the story has gone on and on. Just the personal thing for me is Jews again being caught in the middle, used as a ball by both sides here. You've got the leftists going crazy. It's been really interesting to see the Corbynites, who have hated Lineker in the past for basically dissing Corbyn, but they hate Jews more. So now they're all Team Lineker
because he's referenced
and then you got
minimised the impact of Nazi Germany.
Yeah, and then you got the right who are just like, bring down the BBC. I don't know if you know any of those people. So
I think most Nazis are offended by him as well.
Yes,
comparing them to the Tory party, which are a pretty left-wing party, considering everybody seems to think they're far right.
I mean, look, I would just like him to read a history book.
Yeah.
And then go back to talking about football. He
just said, didn't he? He didn't say it's the equivalent of killing people. He just said the attitude of the British government.
Language.
It's the language.
It's the language, but it's not the no, but it wasn't the language of it, because Germans, Nazi Germany, Hitler coming into power in 1933, early 30s, wasn't about keeping people out. Keeping out the Jews coming in.
Yeah, we know that. We know that, Josh. And from one Jew
we
to
might
another,
know it, but he doesn't. He doesn't know it.
Everybody knows that this thing is not like the Nazis. The point is, everybody should be allowed to make comparisons, no matter how ridiculous those comparisons are.
Well, it was a ridiculous comparison.
Yeah, it was a ridiculous comparison.
I don't want him to lose his job.
Yes, but that's something else. But he came off ridiculous, number one.
Well, he's not going to lose his job anyway.
And number two, Number two, the fact is there are 1 billion BBC employees, and 1 billion of them are told they're not allowed to express.
I don't think there are 1 billion. I don't want off completely.
Roughly.
But here is a very interesting point. I hope.
Better be.
Is that the BBC, left or right, whatever their belief system is,
left.
They don't want people out there. They don't want. They don't want the employees to tweet so that they can go on record as being either left or right, because it might embarrass the BBC when it comes out. And that's what this is all about. They're basically saying to Gary Lineker, would you keep it down?
And they're saying apparently Gary Lineker is going to have to keep it down on social media. He's going to have to watch what he tweets.
Anyway, Am I right about that?
What is I think you are right about that. What has The Guardian got on the front, Lewis?
The Guardian has more of him with his. It's actually quite an expensive dog, I think. I don't know much about dogs, and he lives out in the countryside.
You probably would eat it
with trees, and it's The Guardian's, but it's about the Prime Minister upgrades power grid to heat his private pool. He's got a country house up in the north of England where there are some very rich people, which is always a surprise to me because it looks quite dumpy to me whenever I go there. But it's a really...
I'm sure his house is pretty nice.
It's his constituency. That's why he lives there.
It's his constituency,
not
yeah.
choosing to
but he didn't have to buy a huge house that needed electricity put in, and he's got a swimming pool and a tennis court. He's got everything that's using massive amounts of electricity, which is not... And listen, I don't believe in climate change, but this is not the right time to be using electricity for other reasons, which are, so it's so expensive.
I think there's a lot of positives to this story. The first of all, I'm really happy to find out that North Yorkshire has an electricity grid. So that was educational. But there are some elements to it that are a little bit down, in that the local swimming pool's actually being cut because it's so expensive at the moment.
Right.
So they're having to close their hours to heat their pool. Well, see, he's going. So I'm just thinking maybe Rishi Sunak might want to open his 40-foot pool because that's what Gary Lineker would do.
I'm pretty sure Gary Lineker would not do that.
Of course he would.
No, I mean, in fact, his tweeting, Gary Lineker's tweeting was part of it is to prove that he's a freelancer and he doesn't abide by BBC rules, so then he doesn't have to pay as much tax. That was argued by his lawyer in court. But anyway, we're getting away from the point. But I think this is an incredible move by the Prime Minister. I mean, if there's one guy who's not going to worry about his electricity bill coming through the door, it's somebody who's worth £500 million, like him and his family are. But I mean, to rebuild the national grid just to heat your own private swimming pool. I mean, that in a cost of living crisis, that's a pretty bold move.
He works hard. He wants a warm swim. He doesn't want a cold swim. But also, then there is actually something that could finally kick this whole Gary Lineker thing off the front pages, because when he got planning permission last year, or 2021, councillors were told that the building was designed to be like it would look like a converted agricultural building, right? Local stone and whatnot. Anyway, one councillor has said, this is John Noon, it doesn't look like an agricultural building to me. It looks like a rather large bungalow. So let's get on that story, everybody.
Another scandal. Anyway, what's in the front of the Times, Josh?
Gary Lineker. Hello again.
What else have they got? Have they got something there about MI5?
Oh, yeah. Wow, I'm so transfixed by him. So MI5 will help firms fend off Chinese and Russian spies. So this is on the flight over to America, Rishi Sunak, because they've got really warm swimming pools over there. He wants to go and check them out. And on the plane, it seems like everyone was really hassling him, all the journalists, like, come on, what do you really think of China? And he was trying to be like, no, I don't want to say, And then he basically essentially said, look, China's like one of the biggest, most important economies in the world. It would be pretty stupid of me to say that they are a threat. So he doesn't call them a threat. He says the challenge that they pose. He wouldn't repeat threat. That's how he got away with it. I mean, Gary Lineker would have said China's a threat.
Yeah. Well, he said
straight away, wouldn't he?
If he was blocking immigrants into this country.
Huh?
Lineker would have said it was a threat if China were blocking immigrants into the country.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, but it's true. China is a threat to the sort of established world order, and they've been sort of toying with the West. They've been doing military incursions into Taiwan, which is where we get a lot of our microchips. They've been sending balloons over America.
Yeah,
big balloons.
Thank you, Leo, for explaining how dangerous.
Is Rishi going to get a big stick with a pin on it? Do you think, Lewis?
He might get a big stick to remind the Americans that Britain is around and needs help. I mean, what can Britain do?
A walking stick.
Yeah, man.
Please help our economy.
Please
give us a trade deal.
What can Britain do, really? It's a small island off the coast of America.
Well, I think we're still the 7th largest economy in the world.
And going down.
But in all seriousness, the story is that MI5 has now got a special department to help actual businesses essentially stop being hacked by Chinese companies that would steal their intellectual property.
Right,
that's
great.
the story.
Which
well
is a
done.
big story. Thank you for finally getting to the point
with
that one. And finally, we've got what's on the front of the Daily Star, Lewis.
Well, I always get the Daily Star. I don't read this thing, but it says it's going to be cold and there's going to be some snow somewhere in the island. People always forget that Britain is a rather large island. It's the 16th largest island. I just made that up. But it is a very large island. And there's and Britain is Great Britain, and then there's Little Britain, which is
TV show.
Ireland. basically. I think they used to be called that anyway. So it's going to snow.
I've got no idea what this story is. I'm guessing
all about
it's going to be
islands.
cold.
Yes.
It's going to be cold.
It's going to be cold.
During the school holidays.
So
during
basically,
school
if you were
holidays.
I just put all my winter stuff away.
Right.
And back in the loft, and now it's all going to have to come out.
We
again.
don't know
The
how-
good news is,
Yeah.
for thugs driving around looking for very bad snowmen,
Yeah.
your time's coming again.
Anyway, that's it for part one. Coming up, we've got Elon Musk on Silicon Valley Bank, a skinny jab to tackle obesity, and a prison where the female guards sleep with inmates. See you in a couple of minutes.
We are GB News, the People's Channel.
And right across the United Kingdom.
You can find us on Sky Channel 512.
Virgin Media Channel 604.
Freesat Channel 216.
Freeview Channel 236.
And YouView Channel 236.
You can also take us with you on DAB Plus Radio.
With the GB News app and at the website gbnews.uk.
We're absolutely everywhere.
Come join us on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Monday to Thursday, 9 p.m. till 11 p.m. Join me, Dan Wootton. I'll bring you the sharpest takes and hottest debates.
Do you not
believe in prison?
I don't believe in prisons.
I'm completely stunned. I guarantee you there'll be no spin, no bias, no censorship.
I actually was personally quite offended by it.
And no reason to go to bed.
So I guess they've always been quite woke.
That's Dan Wootton tonight on TV, radio and online. Monday to Thursday from 9 p.m. till 11 p.m. on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Hello, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and you can join me every weekday 6 till 7 on Jubes and Kerr.
You're an inspiration to us all.
Clip that bit up.
Well, you are.
That's my ringtone. My political ambitions are, those days are gone, I can tell you. She's only teasing. Go on. He's probably going to want to lay down now. I'll give him 2 minutes to have one. Let's respectfully disagree. That's what we like on Jubes and Kerr. Come and join us. GB News, the People's Channel.
Michelle Dewberry, weekday evenings at 6 o'clock.
I'm Simon Evans. Join me on GB News for Headliners at 11 p.m.
What's the scoop?
I'll be joined by two of the country's top comedians.
That's right.
As we take a look at tomorrow's newspapers tonight.
We're going to get into trouble.
If it's a big story, we'll be covering it.
Spill some tea on him.
There we go.
But we'll also have some fun.
I wouldn't stick up a bank.
My father didn't love me. So anyway.
Headliners every night from 11 on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
It's all about family, being in people's living rooms, all the interaction and getting to know who our viewers and listeners are.
When I was young, my dad used to say, no, stop arguing. I wanted an outlet that would enable me to give my opinion.
People are going through a really hard time right now, and I know that you don't feel like you're being listened to by the establishment. I came to GB News because it's the People's Channel, and I want the audience to have their say on the events of the day.
We're dynamic. We do something different.
Democracy shows that the wisdom of the nation is in its people.
I get to travel to find out what the story is from a personal perspective.
The British people aren't fools. We know when we're not being told the full story.
We've got to work out how Britain moves forward from this.
It's the best country in the world.
The establishment had their chance. Now we're here to represent your views.
Britain's watching.
Britain's watching.
Britain's watching.
We're proud to be GB News,
The People's Channel,
Britain's news channel.
Maybe she has.
Welcome back to Headliners with me, Leo Kearse. I'm joined by Josh Howie and Lewis Schaefer.
Yeah.
Anyway, let's continue with the stories. We've got the Mail, and Silicon Valley Bank was the 16th biggest lender in America until it went bust. Now Musk wants to buy it and turn Twitter into a bank. But I don't like the thought of getting turned down for a loan in a snarky tweet, Lewis.
Yeah. He doesn't want to buy it. He says, I'm open to the idea. What happened is, in America, banks go bust because banks are businesses, and some businesses go bust, and there's like an unbelievable faith in banks.
And they have financial controls. They have to, keep a certain amount of assets and liquidity to cover themselves. So, I mean, a run on the bank doesn't usually it doesn't happen often. And since the financial crash of 2008, it hasn't really happened much. But the specific problem with Silicon Valley Bank is that it was almost too successful. There's so many deposits, and banks don't make money from deposits. They make money from lending.
Are you going to tell the story?
No, go on. Well, are you going to tell the story?
No, I'm not going to. You're going to tell the story.
No, tell the story.
You're going to tell the story.
Just fill in a little gap.
You weren't
a little
filling
bit
it
of colourful
again.
history.
Yeah, what's going to give the colourful history? This is a very unique situation, or it's a different situation, which is these banks that are failing have too much money because there's too much money being pumped into the system by these startups, and startups need money to survive, so they dump it in the bank, just holding on to it. And because of 2008, interest rates have been so low that the banks can't loan the money and make any money. So they've been buying bonds.
Yeah.
And because they're buying bonds at 1% interest, when things have gone up to 4% interest, these bonds, their assets are going way down.
Yeah.
And then cryptocurrency happened, and everybody's going into the bank. They just want to take out money out of the bank, but the bank doesn't have that much money because it's all invested in bonds.
Now, Lewis, I was going to ask if there's any risk of you having any money
in a bank.
I thought, no, that's what your cash in hand, right?
No,
that's how we pay you.
I'm one of the people that the bank sees as a problem.
Oh, really? You're why they're going under?
Yeah, in a small way, yes. I've been visited by my bank.
But yeah, I don't think Elon Musk is really. I mean, he probably would like to get a deal after overpaying, arguably, for Twitter.
Yeah.
But yeah, putting these two things together, it's like just because they involve the internet somehow.
Well, he made his initial fortune with, I believe it was PayPal. So he's not.
not adverse to that. But the idea to make Twitter into about is like, oh, this is on the internet. And this has sort of got the internet-y thing. Put them together.
I don't think
maybe
that's
he just sees a chance to buy an asset at a fire sale price. So that's what it could be.
No,
anyway,
I think it's because he has money. That's why they're suggesting
he does have money. Anyway, moving on to the Telegraph now, and the Royal Opera House have got more diversity than a British ad break, but they're still being accused of being too white. Is anything going to make these moaning diversity ideologues happy, Josh?
No. The Royal Opera House accused of whitewashing despite diverse cast. Now, I think it's 9 lead characters are from 6 different countries, including singers from South Korea, South Africa and Congo. But the British East and Southeast Asians in theatre and on screen, and their acronym is BEATS.
Yeah.
They well done, Beats. You really.
Beats.
That's what they said.
BC.
No, No, that's the other one.
Oh, that's the other one.
That's the British East and Southeast Asian singers.
Oh, BC, like before time.
But Beats is the British East. Oh my God, good old Beats. Anyway, so they have complained because only 2 of these 9 lead roles were British East and Southeast Asians in theatre, and boo-hoo.
So they've got an incredibly diverse cast, but only 2 of them were
only
from the
2 of the 9.
The specific part of, diversity.
Yeah,
so,
exactly, for their part. So you're never going to please everybody.
Well, imagine how white people feel. I mean...
we don't have feelings.
And we're not allowed to. Our feelings aren't taken into consideration.
Yeah, it's...
I don't consider myself white.
It is ridiculous to sort of complain about this stuff. I don't know if you saw... There's a brilliant clip online of a Japanese version of Fiddler on the Roof.
Right.
Now, I'm not offended that all the cast were Japanese.
Starring Jeffrey Epstein.
Yeah. No, it was all there... they were all Japanese, and they translated everything, and they're all sort of playing but they're all Japanese. It's very funny. It's really interesting to watch. But you don't watch it and go, oh my God, how dare they, cultural appropriation or any of that stuff. You're going, that's them doing a play, and I'm sort of happy that they did a Jewish play.
Can I say something, Josh?
Yeah, go.
I don't believe you. Well, of course you're offended. It involves Jews that you're not involved in. They didn't ask you.
No, it's great. It's respected.
Yeah, keep on telling everybody that. Everybody knows what a bitter, angry Jew you are.
I am a bitter, angry Jew. And I just say that Topol, by the way, died this week. We haven't covered that on the show. The Fiddler on the Roof.
Very bad movie. I didn't like the movie.
What?
Did not
you like the Japanese version?
No, I like the...
Sing it.
I thought Zero Mostel...
Sing it in Japanese.
Zero Mostel's fantastic.
Yeah.
Zero Mostel...
No, he's not in it, though.
I know.
Topol's in it.
When it came out, remember, I was there when it came out. I didn't really like it. Maybe it's a good movie.
Anyway, I don't know how we ended up talking about that, but moving on, we've got The Guardian again, and it seems that some medical experts are getting fat from a skinny jab, Lewis.
Well, this is big news in America, and it's going to be big news here because it's going to bankrupt the entire country. Basically, the company that invented this jab, which turns off kind of a hunger response, deactivates insulin. I don't know, I understand the science, but it basically helps people lose weight. And so everybody in New York City, according to my friends, are taking it. Everybody. And it probably will have some really nasty side effects. And they've just found out in The Guardian, which I have to believe is one of the worst newspapers. I'm sorry, I shouldn't say that. But
I agree with you there.
Okay, is that they've done research, investigative research that was just printed that says that everybody who spoke out in favor of these jabs were all under the payroll.
Not everybody, but a
pretty
lot.
much
There's 7. Is it 7 cases that are being investigated that breached the pharmaceutical rules around advertising? Because they paid these medical experts to push the jab, promote the jab, say, "Oh, this jab's amazing," without telling people, "Oh, by the way, I'm getting all this money. I'm getting all this money from the company."
Yeah, but they're saying that it's all legal and above board, whatever. But they have paid $21 million. Now that sounds like a lot of money, but what they're saying is that actually there's $54 billion that are going to be made because of obesity drugs in the next decade.
£1,400.
Yes, for $1 for one month.
For one month,
Yeah.
$1,400.
That's a lot of cheeseburgers.
Well, surely it's cheaper to just be fat. Just be fat.
Yeah. Give them surgery or whatever.
Yeah, 14 grand a month.
Do a hair transplant.
This is only going to be applicable to, who are the fat, famous people that can afford this? Like Lizzo?
No, in
perhaps?
America. No, it'll be put on the NHS. The NHS will be forced to pay for it, so it isn't. It's going to be paid. And it's going to be paid by insurance money in America. And let me say this. There's a guy named Ken Berry, Dr. Ken Berry, who's been on this network, on this channel, and he did a YouTube video a year ago saying that everybody or a lot of people who supported this were under the payroll of who did the research.
So you're saying Big Pharma are bad?
Surprise.
Oh my gosh, someone tell Dr. Matthew Sweet. But also they've been giving money to the World Obesity Federation, otherwise known as WOOF.
Yeah.
I take it their conference isn't held somewhere where you have to go up any stairs.
Who does the world? Who's that's controlled by the World Obesity Federation? It's controlled by
who?
The World Health Organization.
Oh, really? Well,
yeah. So it's part of, or they've given money to it. It's all the same.
A little bit of unnecessary fact there. Anyway, the Sun now, and male prisoners have been identifying as women to get into women's prisons and have access to women. It turns out they could have just gone to this male prison because the female guards have been having sex with the prisoners. Sounds more like the Playboy Mansion than a punishment, Josh.
Crisis at UK's biggest jail as 18 female guards are fired for affairs with inmates. Now, they're saying this is in a single jail, and I think that's part of the problem, because if they'd been serving in a couple's jail, then they wouldn't have had this issue.
For like Starsky and Hutch, not Bonnie and Clyde.
Yeah, exactly. So it's obviously these women, there's explicit photographs they found, having sex in cells. Is that having sex? No, I'm not in cells. Having in box cell. Anyway, exchanging intimate phone calls. And it's pretty amazing, isn't it? And why? I wonder why. If there's a power thing, maybe they're in control.
I think women like a bad boy. And
well, that's
if
what
you're
it
in a
is.
prison, if you're a prison guard in a prison, it's pretty, guaranteed that all the men in there are bad boys.
Not all of it's that bad. The same year there was a prison officer. She was the woman was jailed. She was found performing a sex act on an inmate in his cell and that sounds bad. And then it goes on Christmas Day.
Oh, really?
And then I was like, that's kind of fair enough.
Oh, you think there's certain days?
Well, I just said celebrating Jesus' birth. That's what he would have wanted.
That's not how we did it in the Nativities play at my school.
But you say it's about bad boy, and there's a big debate among the red pill community whether women like bad boys or the debate with the black pill people, which is, do women just like really good-looking guys? And there's something about guys who are in jail who are just really good-looking, and also the women know where the men are. And they can't.
They know they can't. They're not going to be coming home late from the pub.
You're not going to cheat on me.
Yeah, the woman's got the keys.
Yeah.
It's the perfect relationship. Anyway, that's part 2 in the bag. But coming up, we've got schools using drag queens to teach 11-year-olds about kinky sex, and 7-year-olds being told that they could be gender fluid. Homeschool your kids, folks. I'll see you in a couple of minutes.
I
I joined GB News because I was sick and tired of not hearing my views being represented, not just mine, but so many people that I knew and spoke to.
I just couldn't get my voice out there. I couldn't say anything. I couldn't do anything. Whatever the narrative was, I kind of had to follow it.
GB News is there to provide a voice for those who have been ignored by the establishment media. We think different things, we've got a different style.
GB News is here to be optimistic and positive about the future.
It's real kind of dynamic and flowing, with the audience very much at the heart of it, like a big family.
Here at GB News, we talk about the things that matter to you.
Hearing the voices from right across our towns and cities, especially our towns.
All sides of the argument represented with a heavy dose of opinion.
We're on a mission here to make a difference.
And the GB News family really is here for you, and whatever time of day you can watch or listen.
Britain's watching.
Britain's watching.
We're proud to be GB News.
The People's Channel.
Britain's news channel.
Westminster is going around in ever-decreasing circles, followed by the media. Britain is broken. How on earth did we get into this mess? But more importantly, how do we get out of it? Join me at 7 p.m, Mondays to Thursdays on Farage, here on GB News. We will have open, rational debate. We've got to work out how Britain moves forward from this. Join us here on GB News, the People's Channel. Britain is watching.
You've probably seen politicians interviewed 1,000 times, but we do it differently. We find out who they really are, we don't shout, we chat, and hopefully we bring a bit of light, not just heat. Did you know Kate Moss?
Apparently.
Do you have a pair of jeans or a pair of jeans?
No, of course I don't. What would I do with them?
My friends are like, oh my God, what's she doing now?
Join me every Sunday at 6 for Gloria Meets, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I'm Jacob Rees-Mogg, the Member of Parliament for North East Somerset and a former government minister. For years, I've walked the corridors of power in both Westminster and the City of London. I campaigned in the largest democratic vote in our island story. I know this country has so much to be proud of. We need to have the arguments, the discussions on how we make it better. The wisdom of the nation is in its people. Vox Populi, Vox Dei. That's why I'm joining the People's Channel. Join me Monday to Thursday at 8 p.m. on GB News, Britain's news channel.
I'm Mark White. As GB News Home and Security Editor, I cover those key issues that are so important to you. Our authorities, our communities doing all they can to combat violent crime. With the public services under unbearable strain, why are we still failing to control our borders? Defence, the first priority of any government, has been continually hollowed out. Can we trust our politicians to protect the armed forces? Join me, Mark White, on GB News.
Welcome back to Headliners. We've got The Guardian now, and we're used to stories about profligacy and waste in the public sector, with taxpayers' money being thrown around like it's confetti. But it turns out they've been getting good value from money from artists, Lewis.
Well, this is one of those Guardian stories that are like, I don't know what to call it. It's a lie. It says artists in the UK public sector making far below minimum wage survey finds. Okay, the report describes how culture of low fees and exploitation in this research finds median hourly rate at £2.60 an hour. And how they came up with that total is they basically asked people how long it took to do a job, how much were you paid, divide it by that. But it wasn't like they were paid £2.60 an hour. They put the time that they wanted to put into making.
Right, so they're commissioned to create a sculpture or something like that, and then they decided, you know, instead of knocking it up in an afternoon, they decided to spend, because it's art. I guess it's enjoyable. They're doing it because they enjoy it.
Yeah, and because they can't do anything. Sorry, because they can't do anything else. And it's like me. I don't make enough money per hour. The amount of time I got to come in here to read these fakakta stories.
No, but like when you're a comic and you're driving for 4 hours there to the gig, 4 hours back, and all the other stuff, you're like, when you divide like that, it's less than minimum wage.
But you
don't say that, Josh. They don't need to know the figures.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, well, it's like somebody told you if you drove to Salisbury or something, and you know you could
for 100 quid or 150 quid or whatever,
200 quid in cash on the bar and drive back. You wouldn't do it.
They gave you 200 quid.
But if you if you get to shout some terrible jokes at people's faces, it suddenly makes it a much more enthralling prospect.
Yeah.
But I mean, there is, apart from the issue that artists could just get another job, and other jobs tend to get paid more because people aren't doing them out of love, they're doing them for money. Yeah. Artists are also, the leach of the public sector into the world of art, I think is dangerous because the Arts Council is now becoming a sort of the main beneficiary, the main financial conduit for a lot of artists.
There is something that is true, I believe, in this article where it talks about, it appears with the cost-cutting and whatever, the heaviest burden of these cuts are going to the artists and as their lowest paid workers, and not to the institutions. And so this is what we see across all art forms, where those institutions will protect themselves, all those people who are running and working in the middle of the day, and the accountants that work for them, and we're talking about like the Pleasance and all the Edinburgh festivals and all those people, they're not taking pay cuts. Yeah. It's all the comics whose costs are going up, all the people who run all the comedy clubs. And by the way, a lot of comedy clubs got these sort of funds during lockdown. Yeah. Did any of them go, you know what, I'm gonna chuck you $1,000 because you're to my favourite acts or the acts who regularly play? No, they all pocketed all that money. I know one promoter who doesn't even have a venue, just like basically is in a bunch of different pubs across the Midlands and got like hundreds of thousands of pounds. Yeah. He's not keeping people going. It's just him with the microphone.
Josh, stop the bitterness. There's no
he doesn't book me.
And also we're seeing with, now the Arts Council recognises comedy as an art form. It's not an art form, it's fun. But now that they recognise it as an art form,
there's no laughter.
Now you can fill in forms and get Arts Council money. And the people who are good at filling in forms aren't the artists. Charles Bukowski could never fill in a form for funding. The people who are genuinely talented and are creating pure genius.
And that's the essence of it is those people who can fill out the forms.
I'm a genius.
They're all middle-class people, and the amount of people who are like working-class people who are creative is dropping. It's now only 8%. So, at the end of the day...
Although a lot of middle-class people are becoming working class through going into the arts.
You know what? Don't be an artist. That's basically what this article is saying.
Don't be an artist for money. Be an artist because you love it, I guess, is the message there. Anyway, the Daily Mail now, and Britain slips further down the slope to Weimar-esque degeneracy as it's revealed that a drag queen has been teaching 11-year-olds about anal sex. I hate to sound like a far-right extremist, but surely this is a bit dodgy, Josh.
Just a little bit. My daughter was taught about oral anal sex in class. She is 11 years old. Mother speaks out after school, embroiled in drag queen row, gave graphic sex education lessons. So this is a story that actually has been going on a couple of weeks now. There are a few more... This happened in the Isle of Man, Queen Elizabeth II School, because that's, I'm sure, how she'd like to be remembered. The new parts are some of the graphic details that were, like we said, some of this. And by the way, it's glad that she was being taught it. Like, I mean, better than the other way around. Like, it was. So, I mean, if they said, "Oh, your daughter was teaching everybody about those things," I would be like, wait a minute.
But she's so advanced.
But what I hadn't heard before, there was a boy. Supposedly, this drag queen drag artist went in and said there were 73 genders, and one of the boys there, I think 11 years old, so they said, no, they're not, and then got sent out of the class for hurting this person's feelings. But it turns out, and now I don't know if it's the same person, it's not 100% clear on this, but a child did go to detention for not agreeing that there were more than two sexes, essentially like that.
And that child was sent to detention. A child was sent to detention for hurting an adult's feelings.
Well, it doesn't say it's about hurting the feelings, but it's saying for disagreeing with the fact that there were... So that is...
It's not as if the scientists have now enshrined it in stone that, yes, there are 73 genders. I mean, personally, I think there's two and a bunch of people who want some attention.
I would like a drag performer to come to my home and to teach my wife...
Let's finish the story there.
to teach my wife about the two things that...
Those two things? Oh, really? So are you going to open a school? Oh, let me just open a school. That's really good. I'm going to make my home into a library.
Just that read to my wife. One woman. And can I just say something to you,
Are you going to start turning up to parent-teachers evening?
I'm not teaching him. I want this guy to teach my...
Do you have a child at the school? No, I just want to learn about this stuff.
I just want some of the materials to take home with me.
And you mentioned something, Leo, and I want you to apologise before we get criticized, comparing this with the Weimar republic,
Yeah.
Weimar-esque,
Yeah.
and I think I'd take offense at that.
Very new.
I'm just trying to channel Gary Lineker.
There is a suggestion, though, at the end of the story where the local drag acts are saying that it actually doesn't sound true because there's 6 drag acts on the island, and they're saying it wasn't one of us, so they're going, well, we would have told each other. So, and I think that's amazing that the Isle of Man, like 50% of the population are drag acts.
I mean, they could have come in on a ferry. Anyway, we've got the Telegraph now with more madness in our education sector. Children as young as 7 are being taught that they might be gender fluid.
Yeah.
Why do I get the feeling that the people behind this stuff want to get their own gender fluid on kids, Lewis?
This is the Telegraph, and children as young as 7 might be, quote, mixed berry gender fluid muffins, Welsh teachers are told.
Do it in a Welsh accent. Mixed berry gender fluid muffins.
Yeah, so there's some kind of pamphlet that was printed by this group called Agenda, which is authorized by the Welsh government, which is Labour. They have.
But it's interesting that they call themselves Agenda. I mean, they might have an agenda.
There might be a pun as well. Agenda. No, mate, 73 genders.
And it's telling. It's basically, and this is what you said. It is the agenda. It is getting people used to the idea of having sex change operations, of not being the same sex. Because it said teachers were urged to make a game of making blueberry muffins to represent masculinity, raspberry muffins to represent stereotypes of femininity,
I see that,
and mixed muffins to represent gender fluidity. And the staff are told to break the muffins open alongside a corresponding. I didn't really understand.
You know what? It's my daughter's birthday next week. I'm going to do this at her party. We're going to do the muffin thing. You get some balloons as well, and they were meant to be a blue and a pink balloon, and then you're meant to go and stand by balloons. There are no mixed balloons.
Why are they trying to, tell kids they could be gender fluid? I mean, kids don't really need to be worrying about it. If you're 7 years old, you don't need to worry about being gender fluid.
Can I answer that question?
Yes.
Because I saw it discussed on another program.
Please don't do that kind of salute while we're discussing this. You'll be accused of far right.
It said basically that these drag acts, a guy said this, are the Marines, the shock troops of converting people to all of this, getting people prepared to be trans, to join the ranks of the LGBTQ.
So these are gender ideologues going in. They've somehow managed to work their way into all our institutions that are going into schools. And
in Wales, and you think Wales, after seeing what's happened in Scotland, would be like, wait a minute, maybe we should look at our self-ID things that we're proposing, which they're still going ahead with. But some of the things they wanted to look at species that challenge traditional gender roles, like seahorses, anglerfish, and whatever, slippers. We're mammals. We're human beings. Like, trying to apply that to us is absolutely ridiculous. But this is the thing that upsets me at the end. Stonewall, the LGBTQ plus charity, said, it's important these claims are not allowed to whip up a moral panic with the goal of banning age-appropriate, inclusive RSHE altogether. That's what they've done. You are the people who've been pushing this ideology for the last 5 years, and there is going to be a backlash now. People are going, oh, we're just going to ditch it all. You're seeing it in America, you're seeing it everywhere. They push too far. Of course, teach kids that there are different types of, there are gay people and bisexual people. That's all fine. But by pushing it too far, and then don't stand by going, oh, well, we don't want there to be a moral panic. You're the ones who did it. You did it.
Well, because that's why they say it. But now you.
Anyway, we got to move on because
I want to explain about Wales.
Anyway, I'm surprised they went for seahorses when I'd have thought in Wales they'd have gone for sheep. The Metro now, and sexists, you're not even Welsh.
No.
Sexists say that women are more mentally fragile. Also, Lewis Schaefer might be more mentally fragile. But this report seems to confirm that sexist bigotry, Josh.
Indeed. Pandemic mental health toll was small, study says, unless you were a woman or LGBTQ+. This is a study doing a conglomeration of 137 mental health studies across high-income countries in Europe and Asia. And they're basically saying there wasn't really that much of a bump of mental health issues. But then when people look at the data in the UK, that doesn't make any sense at all, because in the UK, depression levels increased massively from 2019 to 21. And so the idea, and then mental health services have delivered additional 1.6 million sessions during the first year of the pandemic. So the idea that it doesn't correlate with the facts that we've actually seen on the ground here, and also just personally, I went mental.
Yeah.
Homeschooling and whatnot. It doesn't explain, though, why people like women, well, maybe it sort of alludes to the fact that women sort of had to do some housework. Probably women had to do some housework.
Normally it's Lewis we look for the casual misogyny.
Well, that's what they're saying. It's not me saying that. That's what they're saying. They're saying women had to do housework.
Also, I think with lockdown, you know, people had time to sit around and think and obsess about themselves. And we saw so many comedians. They're like, "Oh, I've discovered I've got ADHD." It's like, no, you've discovered that you've got time to sit around thinking you've got ADHD, and also you get free ADHD medication on the NHS, which is basically speed.
But also, it was like a pandemic. It was a panic, and people were told they were going to die. So of course they're going to be mental over this.
Yeah, it's going to affect your mental health.
Why do you think LGBTQ plus people were more affected?
I don't know. Maybe they're used to getting out more. Anyway, that's it for this section. But coming up in the final part, we've got really bad women and a dead shit zoo. Catch you in a minute.
We are GB News, the People's Channel.
And right across the United Kingdom.
You can find us on Sky Channel 512,
Virgin Media Channel 604,
Freesat Channel 216,
Freeview Channel 236,
and YouView Channel 236.
You can also take us with you on DAB Plus Radio.
With the GB News app and at the website gbnews.uk.
We're absolutely everywhere.
Come join us on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Monday to Thursday, 9 p.m. till 11 p.m. Join me, Dan Wootton. I'll bring you the sharpest takes and hottest debates.
Do you not believe in prison?
I don't believe in prisons.
I'm completely stunned.
I guarantee you there'll be no spin, no bias, no censorship.
I actually was personally quite offended by it.
And no reason to go to bed.
So I guess they've always been quite woke.
That's Dan Wootton tonight on TV, radio and online. Monday to Thursday from 9 p.m. till 11 p.m. on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Hello, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and you can join me every weekday 6 till 7 on Jubes and Kerr.
You're an inspiration to us all.
Clip that bit up.
Well, you are.
That's my ringtone. My political ambitions those days are gone, I can tell you.
She's only teasing. Go on.
He's probably going to want to lay down now. I'll give him 2 minutes to have one. Let's respectfully disagree. That's what we like on Jubes and Kerr. Come and join us. GB News, the People's Channel.
Michelle Dewberry, weekday evenings at 6 o'clock.
I'm Simon Evans. Join me on GB News for Headliners at 11 p.m.
What's the scoop?
I'll be joined by 2 of the country's top comedians.
That's right.
As we take a look at tomorrow's newspapers tonight.
We're going to get into trouble.
If it's a big story, we'll be covering it.
Spill some tea on him.
There we go.
But we'll also have some fun.
I wouldn't stick up a bank.
My father didn't love me. So anyway.
Headliners every night from 11 on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
It's all about family, being in people's living rooms, all the interaction and getting to know who our viewers and listeners are.
When I was young, my dad used to say, no, stop arguing. I wanted an outlet that would enable me to give my opinion.
People are going through a really hard time right now, and I know that you don't feel like you're being listened to by the establishment. I came to GB News because it's the People's Channel, and I want the audience to have their say on the events of the day.
We're dynamic. We do something different. Democracy shows that the wisdom of the nation is in its people.
I get to travel to find out what the story is from a personal perspective.
The British people aren't fools. We know when we're not being told the full story.
We've got to work out how Britain moves forward from this.
It's the best country in the world.
The establishment had their chance. Now we're here to represent your views.
Britain's watching.
Britain's watching.
Britain's watching.
We're proud to be GB News,
The People's Channel,
Britain's news channel.
Welcome back to Headliners. We've got the Daily Mail now, and the leftists who control our institutions are pulling down statues because they could be offensive to diverse people. Lewis, tell me I'm hallucinating.
And this is also in Wales. And I'll tell you something about Wales. No, I love Wales. I love Wales. But the truth is, at the end of the day, they're obsessed with Scotland. That's the thing about Wales.
They want to make all the mistakes that Scotland's made.
Not all the mistakes. They actually... Scotland is the big brother, and I love Scotland. I love Wales, and I love Scotland too. My kids are Scottish. But they're obsessed with Scotland because they hate the English so much, and they look to Scotland.
Tell us what the story is.
The story is statues of old white men like the Duke of Wellington, Admiral Lord Nelson, could be destroyed because they're offensive to the diverse modern public, Welsh government advises. But then later on, it says that the Deputy Minister for Arts, Dawn Bowden, who was under consultation, they made a list of 206 statues, which they think are unfit to be around, that she doesn't wish to censor British history, though through any removal of statues, but to ensure they are appropriately placed and given the context to enable people to learn about past figures while acknowledging their part in the horrific transatlantic slave trade and atrocities.
But the way they phrased this, I mean, Josh, they're saying these statues could be offensive to the diverse modern public. And that seems to be, making some assumptions, some projection onto people who may not feel like that. They may feel, walking around Britain, walking around Wales, they see these statues, they're fine with it, it's historical monuments. We understand that people in, 400 years ago might not have modern progressive views on feminism or whatever it is.
Who is walking around looking at statues? Who actually looks at the statues? You just walk past, everyone's just going about their day. No one's going like, oh, who's this then, or whatever. It's ridiculous.
Well, you've got to climb up, put a traffic cone on sometimes.
Oh, well, yeah, exactly. Well, look, can I just say, if they do it, may I suggest that Wales, that they replace one of these statues with a giant sort of mixed gender muffin.
They probably will. Anyway, The Independent now, we hear a lot about toxic masculinity. Apparently masculine traits like being aggressive and being good at fighting are seen as bad now. Well, yeah, wait until the collapse of society in a couple of years. Then you'll be glad we can fight bears and Vikings. But now people are talking about toxic femininity as well, Josh.
Is there really such a thing as toxic femininity? Of course there is. And this article in The Independent is so hilarious because it's sort of going, is there such a thing as toxic femininity? And then when you get to the crux of it, this is what it says. Women are just as capable of promoting toxic masculine standards as men. And ultimately it's a force as well. So they bring it back around. They're like, yeah, women could be really dreadful human beings and bully and all the other things. But really, it's there because they're emasculating toxic masculinity and it's the patriarchy and whatever. Whereas the fact is that women could be just as bad as men. Of course, men, because of our size and whatnot, there's also the physical danger there in terms of evilness. But women can be just as evil as men, and that's just the reality of it.
But Lewis, we've seen, I mean, Love Island has brought it to the fore, but women can be mean and nasty and undermining in very specific ways that men don't.
Say hi to your girlfriend.
I don't feel comfortable talking about this.
All right, well, let's move on to the final story then. We've got The Sun now, and I went to a zoo that only had one dog. It was frankly a terrible zoo, and I demanded a refund. I tried to make that joke Ofcom compliant, Lewis.
Well, it's a type of dog, which is, I guess it's a Japanese or Chinese dog. Is this woman, she's 38 years old, she brought her dog, who was called Louise Ho. I guess that's what I can't even pronounce. I think that's not. No, it's probably.
She's Brazil. I think it's in Brazil. This is.
It's Brazilian to be groomed, and then the people at the place killed the dog by accident.
That might not be what happened. Well, with a lawsuit from an angry
The
groomers.
dog.
I mean, it's not the first groomers that have been upset with GB News.
Yeah, but how did the dog die? Did it say?
It does say yes. He was being dried after they'd washed him. Well, it doesn't say they washed him in a washing machine.
And the dog had a seizure. What does that mean? Being dried? They don't know.
I reckon that she rocks up and all they had was some ashes. I think they sold the dog on and they just put some ashes and said, "Oh, sorry, your dog died. Here's some ashes." And they've actually sold the dog to someone else.
I think they ate the dog and they just filled a jam jar with dandruff.
Okay, that's your particular thing. Well,
that's my conspiracy theory that I'm going with today.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to Matthew Sweet's thread about it.
Okay, well, that's the show nearly over. So let's take another quick look at Monday's front pages. We've got the Daily Mail. Will the BBC do a deal today to end TV standoff? Well, we've already found out they have, apparently. Telegraph has Lineker set to return as BBC bosses back down. The Guardian has the same story with slightly different words. BBC bosses in race to end Lineker standoff and avoid staff rebellion. Wouldn't it be great if the BBC all went on strike? And don't forget to to voice your concern. Anyway, The Sun has Lineker back on the box. The Times has BBC bosses seek truce to get Lineker back. And finally, the Daily Star has school holidays hit White Easter. So that's some bad weather that's going to come for the school holidays. And those were your front pages. And that's all we have time for tonight. Thank you to my guests, Josh Howie and Lewis Schaefer. Be sure to see them live sometime across London or across the UK. And tune in tomorrow when Andrew Doyle will be joined by Bruce Devlin and Nick Dixon. And remember that if you're watching the 5 a.m. repeat, stay tuned for The Breakfast Show just after the break. Good night.
Monday to Thursday nights on GB News. At 6, it's Dubes & Co. 7 o'clock, Farage. At 8, join Jacob Rees-Mogg. And at 9, Dan Wootton Tonight, followed by Headliners. On TV, radio and online. This is GB News.
It's all about family, being in people's living rooms, all the interaction and getting to know who our viewers and listeners are.
When I was young, my dad used to say, no, stop arguing. I wanted an outlet that would enable me to give my opinion.
People are going through a really hard time right now, and I know that you don't feel like you're being listened to by the establishment. I came to GB News because it's the People's Channel, and I want the audience to have their say on the events of the day.
We're dynamic. We do something different.
Democracy shows that the wisdom of the nation is in its people.
I get to travel to find out what the story is from a personal perspective.
The British people aren't fools. We know when we're not being told the full story.
We've got to work out how Britain moves forward from this.
It's the best country in the world.
The establishment had their chance. Now we're here to represent your views.
Britain's watching.
Britain's watching.
Britain's watching.
We're proud to be GB News.
The People's Channel.
Britain's news channel.
We are GB News, the People's Channel.
And right across the United Kingdom.
You can find us on Sky Channel 512.
Virgin Media Channel 604.
Freesat Channel 216.
Freeview Channel 236.
And YouView, Channel 236.
You can also take us with you on DAB Plus Radio.
With the GB News app and at the website gbnews.uk.
We're absolutely everywhere.
Come join us on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
GB News has its own late-night paper preview show, Headliners, where comedians take you through the next day's top news stories. You don't have to bother reading the newspaper, we've got it covered for you. Headliners, every night at 11 p.m. and repeated every morning at 5 a.m. We won't send you to sleep like some of the other paper review shows out there. GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Nana Akue, Saturday and Sunday afternoons on GB News. Expect fiery debate and passionate discussion as me and my panel tackle some of the biggest topics hitting the headlines. It's a place for everyone's opinion. No one gets cancelled, but no one gets an easy ride.
Oh, she's on it today.
Be ready for conversations that are fierce, frank, and of course, fun. Every Saturday and Sunday afternoon from 4 p.m. on GB News, the People's Channel.
Join me, Camilla Tominey, on Sunday mornings from 9:30, taking the politicians to task and breaking out of SW1 to see how their decisions are affecting you across the UK. Bursting the Westminster bubble every Sunday morning, only on GB News, the People's Channel. Britain's watching.
And welcome back. I'm Aaron Armstrong in the GB newsroom. BBC Sport coverage has been disrupted for a second day in a row as presenters boycott the broadcaster in solidarity with Gary Lineker. The Match of the Day host dodged questions earlier, telling reporters, "I can't say anything regarding his future." However, his eldest son says he thinks the presenter will return but won't ever back down. Now, Six Nations coverage today did go ahead as scheduled, but 5 Live Radio Sport has been radically altered on both days of the weekend, and its understood Match of the Day 2 will be reduced to just 14 minutes tonight, with no presenter, pundits or commentary. Former BBC executive Roger Bolton says the controversy is diverting attention from the real issue.
It's this argument about what is impartiality and who must be impartial that is a wider question. Of course, the other thing that's happening here is the political parties particularly the governing parties, see this as a wonderful opportunity in the culture wars to create trouble and divert attention from the fundamental issue here, which is illegal immigration, which is extraordinarily difficult to deal with.
The Prime Minister is flying to California to discuss the AUKUS defence deal between the UK, US and Australia. Rishi Sunak will meet his American and Australian counterparts, Joe Biden and Anthony Albanese, during which a deal to supply British nuclear-powered submarines to Australia will be confirmed. The aim of the AUKUS Pact, which was signed 2 years ago, is to boost the country's defences and counter China's threat in the Indo-Pacific region. The government says it will do everything it can to protect UK tech companies caught up in the collapse of Silicon Valley Bank. The companies could start to experience difficulties on Monday morning, but the Chancellor, Jeremy Hunt, says the Treasury is working to minimise damage to what he's described as some of our most promising companies in the UK. Last Friday, SVB's American parent company became the biggest failure of a US bank since the financial crash in 2008. It is now under US government control. The Health Secretary's criticised junior doctors for not calling off their strike on Monday. Writing in The Telegraph, Steve Barclay has described the 72-hour walkout as incredibly disappointing. The British Medical Association has described Mr Barclay's recent offer to negotiate as, in their words, a feeble attempt to stall us. It's expected to affect many services, including A&E and cancer and maternity care as well. And Everything Everywhere All at Once is the favourite to win Best Picture at the Oscars, which gets underway later in Hollywood. Although it will face stiff competition from The Banshees of Inisherin, which has an Irish record 9 nominations, and All Quiet on the Western Front. Bill Nye's up for Best Actor for his role in the film Living, and Andrea Riseborough received a Best Actress nomination for her role in To Leslie. All gets underway around midnight. We'll keep an eye on that for you. TV, online and DAB+ radio. This is GB News, and it's time now for Free Speech Nation.
The Gary Lineker furore rumbles on, the SNP is poised to select a new leader, and time's up for statues of old white men in Wales. This is Free Speech Nation. Welcome to Free Speech Nation with me, Andrew Doyle. So, on tonight's show, I'm going to be speaking to Julie Bindel from the Lesbian Project, a group created to champion UK women who are same-sex attracted. And we'll be getting into a story that, of course, has dominated the headlines this week. That's the BBC's decision to ask Gary Lineker to step back from Match of the Day. And I'm going to be discussing with Elnaz Sabah-Bocek the suspected poisonings of Iranian schoolgirls across the country. Very disturbing story. But on a lighter note, my lovely studio guests tonight are comedians Leo Kearse and Bruce Devlin. Welcome both. Leo, have you had a good week?
Yeah, it was nice.
Yeah?
Thanks.
Is that all you've got to say?
Yeah, pretty much.
Well, you should have had a prepared anecdote.
Well, I bought some brie, and I bought loads because it was on yellow sticker offer, and I waited a month because it took a month to eat it all.
That's the best you've got. You bought a lot of brie.
Now I feel a bit ill.
Yeah, great. I'm sure you can top that, Bruce.
Yeah, where did you buy the brie?
I got it at Marks and Spencer's right across the road.
Oh.
It was like a quarter of the price.
I'm not going to let this show become about brie.
Right.
I'm sorry, I'm not going to have that. We've got more important things to get on. Bruce, this is your first time on the show.
It is. Yeah. Thank you for having me.
No, I'm quite delighted because we're going to be talking about Scotland in a bit. We have 2 Scottish panellists. I hope you'll be locking horns, as is your wont. Anyway, we're going to start with some questions from the audience. Our first question is from Julie. Where is Julie? Hi, Julie. Hiya. What's your question?
Should free speech absolutists be defending Gary Lineker?
Oh, yeah, and it's been raging on Twitter, for those stupid enough who are on Twitter. I try to stay off it at the moment. But yeah, as we know, this week the BBC asked Gary Lineker, Match of the Day presenter, to step back because he wrote a tweet which was intended to criticise the government's new small boats bill. But what he did was he likened the language used in the asylum policy to that used in 1930s Germany. And apparently this is what they call a technical breach of impartiality rules. And I've seen lots of people sort of saying, well, where are the free speech absolutists? Why aren't you saying that Gary Lineker needs to be defended? Is that a reasonable point, Leo?
Yeah, well, I've seen some free speech absolutists defend him. I defended him myself. I prefer it when people are free to express their opinions so I can see how ridiculous and stupid their opinions are.
Yes.
I mean, Gary Lineker comparing the Tories to 1930s Germany, that's ridiculous. And it's hugely offensive to Nazis who put a lot of effort into being evil and probably wouldn't like being compared to a multiracial government that's really quite sort of centrist and left-leaning.
It's very strange seeing Suella Braverman, who obviously is the daughter of immigrants, and she wrote this statement saying that she wanted to tackle the problem of illegal immigration and yet retain the capacity to take in people who are fleeing from war and that kind of thing. This doesn't sound very Third Reich to me, if I'm honest.
Was she the woman that got sacked and then reinstated?
That is correct,
yes, for a security breach.
That's correct.
I'll leave
See,
that
Bruce
there.
is here to bring up the old dirt.
Well, no, but I think it's all relevant, though. I mean, does she know what her job is this week? I mean,
I think she's pretty
Has she
secure.
bought brie? We don't know.
We don't know whether she's bought brie.
We don't know if she's lactose intolerant.
The thing is about this, though, should Gary Lineker be able to say it? I mean, here's my issue on this. When you sign a contract with the BBC, you do have to sign a thing saying, I am not going to make any political statements about the government. And that's part of the contract. And he's getting, what, over £1 million salary?
Yeah, 1.3 million, I think.
Is it a free speech issue?
That's almost as much as he got from Qatar. For presenting Al Jazeera. So he's happy to take money from nefarious regimes when it suits him. And also, he was being chased by HMRC for nearly £5 million of unpaid tax. And his political tweeting was used as an excuse by his lawyer to say, look, he's freelance because he's breaching the BBC's terms.
Yes, but he has been wrapped on the knuckles about this before. So it has clarified that he is not meant to do that, according to the contract, the impartiality contract.
And did he pay the tax?
Well, I wouldn't know. You'd have to ask him, wouldn't you? But, I mean, I think there is something very interesting about this because a lot of people have said to me, why aren't you defending Gary Lineker? Because I consider myself a free speech absolutist. Okay. But I think there is a big difference between someone being sacked for a tweet, which I think shouldn't happen, and someone signing a contract and agreeing not to tweet about certain things, doing so anyway, and then being sacked for breach of contract. I don't think that's a free speech issue. Well, I think it's very, very different.
Has he been sacked?
Well, he was asked to... he wasn't on the last match of the day. And he'll be back next week,
He was just asked to stand down from one episode, as far as I understand it. But, I mean, the BBC shouldn't exist. It's a state broadcaster.
Wow.
It's, well, I mean, why do we need...
people that like EastEnders?
Why do we... They can pay for it. We can move the BBC to a subscription service instead of having this enforced flat tax, which is incredibly regressive. So you've got, like, old ladies on pensions who have to pay the same amount as a millionaire.
Oh, I hear you, sister. My mother is an advocate of that. She's in a foul mood and she will not pay it in a one lump sum. She wants to make them wait, so does it in instalments.
Well, fair enough. I mean, I think the subscription service is quite a good idea. If the BBC is as good as it claims,
it'll have no problem.
It shouldn't have a problem, would it? Anyway,
it'll make more money.
We're going to move on now to the next question. This one's from John. Where is John? Hi, John. How are you?
Good evening. Good evening. My question is about the BBC. Do you approve of the BBC's self-censoring?
Yeah, so this was an interesting story this week. There was this big story saying that the BBC weren't going to broadcast the final episode of the new David Attenborough series. Now, the article, I read this article and it said explicitly there were fears of a right-wing backlash from the press and Tory politicians because of this particular episode's focus on the destruction of nature and rewilding projects, which is where you chuck a few buffalo into, like, Milton Keynes or something, isn't it? Yeah. So I think this is a bit of a nonsense, don't you? I mean, this is... is there any... they're still playing the episode on the iPlayer.
Yeah.
It's just one of those things where they're holding one back so you get a bit of a bonus, right?
And it sort of feels like the Gary Lineker thing. It sort of feels like they've concocted this. Like, nobody was really... They could have let Gary Lineker host Match of the Day. They could have let this episode of the David Attenborough show, whatever it's called, go out. I don't think it is actually called the David Attenborough show.
Quite unimaginative if it was.
But they could have done it. But instead they're saying, oh, no, we can't do it because right-wing people are stopping us. So they're really trying to foment
Which right-wing people are upset about David Attenborough? None of my right-wing friends have said that to me.
I'm a huge fan of Dickie. I think fabulous. And
good for him.
Yeah, absolutely. But did they not keep an episode back of Line of Duty?
They do this. You see, this is what I mean.
It's breadcrumbing, isn't it?
It is bread... That's the phrase.
That
it's
is the word.
breadcrumbing.
Just going back to... Did you see bison or buffalo in Milton Keynes?
Oh, is there a difference?
Well, I think there are concrete cows.
There are concrete cows, you're absolutely right.
There are concrete cows, yes.
Yes, but I don't think that classifies as rewilding. I think the things have to have a pulse, I think, for it. Although they did introduce bison in Kent, I believe.
Did they?
very bold thing to do.
A very bold thing.
But apparently the bison have been sort of charging their way through forests, opening up all these avenues for other animals, and it's a wonderful thing.
It's a rainforest clearance, basically.
It's
bad when it happens in the Amazon, but it's good when it happens in Kent.
I don't know. I'd like a few bison around my way.
Well, they're like the Madonna of cattle. They're trailblazers for other species.
That's a lovely way of putting it. Let's move on now to another question. We've got one from Roger. Where is Roger? Hi, Roger.
Hello. Is it a one-horse race for the SNP leadership?
Oh, so this could get ugly. So I've got two, obviously, Scottish people here.
We have Scottish people in the audience.
We've got Scottish people in the audience.
Oh, I was outed on arrival.
Well, it's because
she was quite vicious.
You can smell each other. She spotted the tartan.
Where are you from? And I thought,
no. Yeah.
Relax.
And it could get quite ugly because, you know, obviously the politics in Scotland, whenever I've been there, I've just avoided the subject because people get very upset either way, wherever they stand. But this is now the SNP leadership, obviously, since Nicola Sturgeon stood down. Now the Deputy First Minister, John Swinney, backing Humza Yousaf. And I thought Swinney was going for it himself, wasn't it? Because, I mean, he used to be leader.
He used to be the leader, but I think the key is in used to be.
Used to be, past tense.
I don't think they want to bring him back from the dead. Where Ash Regan, who's she's the third wheel in this.
Yes.
You know how the fifth character in Sex and the City was Manhattan? That is Ash Regan, because no one's ever heard of her, really. But talking of coming back from the dead, she's worried that dead people are going to be voting. Did you not see that? That
no.
There was an expose to do with something...
Is the health crisis in Scotland that bad that basically zombies are going to be voting?
I think it was something along the lines of something to do with, I don't know, documents that hadn't been shredded.
Well, I imagine it's forgery rather than the idea that the corpses would actually turn up at the ballot box.
I would hope not. That would frighten a lot of people, including my mother.
Not in Scotland.
I mean, it could be hard to tell in certain parts of Glasgow.
Exactly. So what do you... I mean, who do you want to be the leader of the SNP?
I want Humza Yousaf to be the next leader of the SNP because he'd be terrible. He's the continuity candidate that Sturgeon and Swinney want to take over, and he would continue being absolutely dreadful, which would be great for me because I can make fun of it.
Didn't you run against him, Leo?
I did, yeah. I didn't win, thankfully, but yeah, he drafted this authoritarian hate crime bill. He's got an incredibly authoritarian streak. He's always making, beating the sort of race drum, and he accused this nursery of being racist against him because he's, because of his name or whatever.
That's right.
And then it turned out that the nursery was actually run by an Asian person. Yeah. So they probably
that was probably internalised racism or something like that. Right. I mean, Humza Yousaf does terrify me a little bit because his, hate crime bill was one of the most draconian pieces of legislation I've ever seen. I mean, he was talking about how he needs to clamp down on the public performance of a play because neo-Nazis might get together and put on a bit of amateur dramatics to sort of radicalise people.
What was the play?
Well, I want to see it. I mean, sounds fascinating, doesn't it?
Time for Hitler.
Could have been that. So what do you make of that? I mean, he does seem pretty militant and pretty extreme, in some ways.
But in many ways, I think they all seem pretty... They're not as liberal as Nicola was, whatever. And I do feel sorry, I don't know if you've been watching it, but I do feel sorry for Kate Forbes because she's been hauled over the coals because of her religious beliefs, which I don't think are necessarily that relevant. Like, no one has said how they're going to fill a pothole or do anything with the economy and all that kind of thing.
Or tackle the drugs problem.
Well,
that kind of
tackle
thing.
the drugs problem and all that stuff as well. But I don't understand then why they haven't hauled him over the coal, because he's a fairly conservative, religious, believing person.
And he voted against gay marriage?
He didn't vote against, as far as I'm aware. He didn't vote in the bill. And word on the street, and again, I don't know if this is true, was it was pressure from his mosque. Whether that is true or not, I don't know.
That was said by an SNP MP, so Alex Neil, said that. So it's not just a rumour. It's openly stated by an MP.
But isn't the concern with Kate Forbes that she would allow her religious convictions to get in the way when it comes to policy formation, that kind of thing? Now, she's claiming she absolutely wouldn't do that.
Well, she's a Christian. You're allowed to say stuff like that about Christians, whereas Humza, I believe, is a Muslim, so you can't say you'd let your religion get in the way.
Well, you just did.
You'd be being Islamophobic, which is bad. You can say be as mean as you like about Christians.
But isn't it the case that really it shouldn't matter what people's private beliefs are in politics so long as they don't allow it to inform?
No, completely. But I don't understand why. There's a lot of gay people, funnily enough, I know in Scotland. I've no idea why. And
where did you meet them?
Oh, phone box, and I was cut off. And they were saying things like, "Oh, if Kate was in power 7 or 8 years ago, we wouldn't have been able to get married." Well, she wasn't in power 7 or 8 years ago, so you still were able to get married. So let's, she hasn't said that she's going to regress any of what she sees as equal rights, human rights.
Yes.
It's just, I don't think they tickle her fancy.
It's a bit like the Tim Farron debate. We had that when he was leader of the Lib Dems, and he said that he didn't agree with gay marriage and that kind of thing because of his Christian beliefs, but he said, I would never impose that onto the party.
I don't think you can.
And can you fully trust somebody who's got, like, really fervently held beliefs? Like, if you got a haircut from a Nazi, you might be thinking, well, this, he's just going to cut my hair. He's not... But then you get home, there's a swastika carved into the back of your head. These things can happen.
Has that happened to you? It sounds like a personal anecdote.
That is my excuse.
Wouldn't you be aware?
Yeah, you would.
Yeah.
No, sorry.
It was a terrible analogy. I've seen
it's terrible. Especially because at the end they hold the mirror up. They hold the mirror up and say, do you like that?
Are you still breathing?
And you probably said, yes, it looks fine.
But the swastika's the wrong way round because it's in a mirror.
And that means it's the Hindu symbol of love.
Yeah.
So then it's OK. There, getting his excuses in. Let's get a question now. This is our final question from this section, and this is from Rick. Where is Rick? Hi, Rick.
Hello there. Are old white men offensive?
Yes, terrible. There's been an audit into Welsh monuments. This is, well, obviously all of this is in the wake of the Black Lives Matter movement. We've had it in London with the Mayor of London, that kind of thing. And they've decided that statues of historical old white men, such as Lord Nelson, should be removed from public view. And the Welsh government say they want to set right the historical narrative. That's an actual quote. Set right the that sounds like historical revisionism to me. Also, Lord Nelson had one arm. Isn't this a bit ableist?
Yeah, it is.
And one eye. Yeah. He was falling apart. He should be allowed a statue, right?
Yeah, and he should get disability benefits as well. And some of this revisionism, I mean, it's so offensive to sort of judge people from hundreds of years ago by the standards of today and, like, take down their statue because they didn't have pronouns in their Twitter bio. It's like they didn't have Twitter because it was the 1800s.
There is that.
It's ridiculous.
What are they going to do?
Some of these people, they're saying they haven't done anything particularly wrong by modern standards, but they will make they could make people from other cultures feel minimised because there's too many old white men. Even though, if you go back several hundred years, it pretty much was white men running this country.
Isn't this a bit patronising to people of other ethnic groups to suppose that they don't understand that the history of Wales, that predominantly the main figures were white men? I mean...
I just don't understand why you... And I get people feeling comfortable and things moving on and stuff, but I don't understand why everything has to be expunged to the history vaults and started again. Surely can we not... pay credence to... Not credence, but pay attention to it and learn from it so that we don't make the same mistakes again.
So
but
don't wipe out history.
Well, exactly. That seems a bit odd.
But it's odd as well for the Welsh government. I mean, they're always doing this. They're always playing catch-up. Like, everyone else has already been doing this sort of thing, and they're sort of coming in as well and saying they're going to do it. They've specifically said they might even destroy some of the monuments, which seems a bit extreme to me. They're quite extreme there, aren't they?
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is like the Taliban. The Taliban blow up monuments and blow up statues.
Yeah. I don't think the Welsh government is quite as bad as the Taliban, but I take the point that there is a precedent.
They live in valleys. There's a lot of similarity. Nobody can understand what they're saying.
That was a very good show on MTV, The Valleys.
They dress in rags. This is...
Oh, no, they don't. They don't. I've watched the show The Valleys, honestly. Look at Catherine Zeta. Do you see her in rags? I don't think so.
Will they put a statue of Catherine Zeta-Jones up instead of Lord Nelson?
Is she a white man?
No.
No? Well, she can stay.
She can have it. And Shirley Bassey. Why not? Why not? Not Tom Jones, because he's been cancelled, hasn't he? Anyway, after the break on Free Speech Nation, I'm going to be speaking to the feminist campaigner and writer Julie Bindel about the launch of the Lesbian project. See you in a few minutes.
We are GB News, the People's Channel.
And right across the United Kingdom.
You can find us on Sky Channel 512.
Virgin Media Channel 604.
Freesat Channel 216.
Freeview Channel 236.
And YouView Channel 236.
You can also take us with you on DAB Plus Radio.
With the GB News app and at the website gbnews.uk.
We're absolutely everywhere.
Come join us on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Monday to Thursday, 9 p.m. till 11 p.m. Join me, Dan Wootton. I'll bring you the sharpest takes and hottest debates.
Do you not believe in prisons?
I don't believe in prisons.
I'm completely stunned.
I guarantee you there'll be no spin, no bias, no censorship.
I actually was personally quite offended by it.
And no reason to go to bed.
So I guess they've always been quite woke.
That's Dan Wootton tonight on TV, radio and online. Monday to Thursday from 9 p.m. till 11 p.m. on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Hello, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and you can join me every weekday 6 till 7 on Jubes and Kerr.
You're an inspiration to us all.
Click that bit up.
Well, you are.
That's my ringtone. My political ambitions those days are gone, I can tell you.
She's only teasing. Go on.
He's probably going to want to lay down now. I'll give him 2 minutes to have one.
Let's respectfully disagree. That's what we like
Absolutely.
on Jubes and Kerr. Come and join us. GB News, the People's Channel.
Michelle Dewberry, weekday evenings at 6 o'clock.
I'm Simon Evans. Join me on GB News for Headliners at 11 p.m.
What's the scoop?
I'll be joined by 2 of the country's top comedians.
That's right.
As we take a look at tomorrow's newspapers tonight.
We're going to get into trouble.
If it's a big story, we'll be covering it.
Spill some tea on him.
There we go.
But we'll also have some fun.
I wouldn't stick up a bank.
My father didn't love me.
So anyway.
Headliners every night from 11 on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
It's all about family, being in people's living rooms, all the interaction and getting to know who our viewers and listeners are.
When I was young, my dad used to say, Nana, stop arguing. I wanted an outlet that would enable me to give my opinion.
People are going through a really hard time right now, and I know that you don't feel like you're being listened to by the establishment. I came to GB News because it's the People's Channel, and I want the audience to have their say on the events of the day.
We're dynamic. We do something different.
Democracy shows that the wisdom of the nation is in its people.
I get to travel to find out what the story is from a personal perspective.
The British people aren't fools. We know when we're not being told the full story.
We've got to work out how Britain moves forward from this.
It's the best country in the world.
The establishment had their chance. Now we're here to represent your views.
Britain's watching.
Britain's watching.
Britain's watching.
We're proud to be GB News,
The People's Channel,
Britain's news channel.
Welcome back to Free Speech Nation. This week saw the launch of a not-for-profit organisation which is said to be dedicated to the understanding and enhancement of lesbian lives in the UK. The Lesbian Project is the brainchild of tennis great Martina Navratilova, former university lecturer Kathleen Stock, and feminist campaigner and writer Julie Bindel. And I'm delighted to say Julie's here with me now. Welcome to the show.
Thank you. Thank you.
So, the Lesbian Project, what's the genesis of this? Why did it start? What were you thinking?
Well, I was thinking a couple of years ago, why is it that the word lesbian and gay, or the terms lesbian and gay, have become all one word? And then, of course, we'd been subsumed within what has been known as more like a unbreakable Wi-Fi code than a useful acronym of LGBTQIA+. Nobody
you left
knows
that
what...
Two-Spirit, 2S as well, isn't it?
Two-Spirit.
Yes, exactly.
And nobody knows what the extra Q is. Nobody cares, quite frankly. And I thought to myself, well, you know, when I came out as a lesbian in the 1970s, it was a dirty word. It was a word that I had to get used to saying. I would call myself gay or say I was bisexual because lesbian was really terrible. There were no good role models at all for lesbians. There were some for gay men that weren't exactly positive, but they were not grotesque.
Yes.
So we were portrayed as sexual predators, butch as hell, so butch you could donate to a sperm bank. I mean, really grim stuff. And now where are we? Whereas there's more pressure from young women, or rather on young women, to identify as queer, which is their choice. But women have told me that they like the word lesbian, but they've been told in their university LGBTQIA+ groups, usually headed by some man, that the word lesbian is so last season.
That's really interesting that that's now become either a dirty word again or unfashionable in some way, because that long acronym, whatever we want to call it, LGBTQIA+ or whatever, some of the stats coming out of, for instance, America are suggesting that a significant proportion, something up to 40% of young people are identifying into that category.
Yes.
Most of them statistically must be straight.
That's right. And so the problem that I have as a lesbian isn't that other people want to identify as queer, as asexual, as sapiosexual, as aromantic, as all of those other ridiculous, quite frankly, groups that suggest that they have some kind of oppression.
Yes.
I mean, for example, Ruth Hunt from Stonewall took time some years ago, when she was still director, to say that there were groups that weren't being best served within the Rainbow Coalition, and pointed out asexuals and aromantics. Well, who loses their flat? Who loses their family for not actually wanting to fall in love, for example? But what was happening with young women being told that lesbian was a dirty word was that they were, of course, therefore identifying out of that category. And when we have research such as that you've cited, where 40% of all people in a particular age group say that they're part of this big rainbow coalition, obviously that doesn't mean that they're either lesbian or gay. It means that they can be straight people identifying as queer. So what we want to know, and why I went to Kathleen Stock and then Martina Navratilova with the idea, which they were thrilled about, is where are the lesbians? What is the research about lesbian life, of which there's very little and hasn't been since the 1970s or 80s? What happens, for example, when we marry or divorce? What happens to our children when we come out as lesbians? What about inter-violent relationships? What about violence from external forces, in other words, anti-lesbian violence? You'll note that the term homophobia is used to cover us as well.
Yes.
And actually that means anti-gay violence. Where's the research on our employment opportunities, on discrimination, on our health? And we're women, so we can't possibly usefully be lumped in with gay men when it comes to those issues.
So are you saying that the proliferation of these various identity groups has actually muddied the waters and made it harder for lesbians to work together and be activists?
Yes, so I absolutely support the right of anyone to have an identity, whatever they choose. I don't, as a lesbian, want to be lumped in with minor attracted persons,
No,
MAP, which is the latest addition to this Rainbow Coalition, which means child abusers.
Yes.
I don't want to be lumped in with heterosexual kinksters, in other words, men that like strangling women during sex. That isn't an oppression. That is not a sexual identity that has any meaning. So as a lesbian, what I want to know is, how do we navigate our way through lives in a happy way, in a way that's positive for us? And how do we come out? What happens to us when we come out? What about our health issues that's distinct from gay men and other groups, without saying that we don't want those other groups to have their own research and have their own identity.
And that's very interesting, is because obviously the history of lesbianism involves a specific history of a certain type of oppression, and it seems to trivialise it. If you bring in, I mean, Stonewall did a thing about Aromantic Awareness Week, right? And an aromantic is someone who just doesn't like flowers on Valentine's Day or walks by the river.
I must be aromantic.
Right, OK. But that's not an oppressed group.
It really
no one's
isn't.
ever been kicked through the streets for being aromantic.
Exactly. And, as a lesbian, I see very keenly, and I support my gay brothers, and I want to march alongside my gay brothers when there's legislation or issues that faces both groups together, and I'll always do that. And I have many gay male friends, of course. And it's through talking to gay men that we understand that we have very different needs and lifestyle choices. And our health issues are very different. And, of course, we are coerced into heterosexual marriage way more than are gay men. Think about lesbians living within communities such as religious communities, working class communities such as the one that I was from, minority ethnic communities, where it's much harder to say, I'm a lesbian and I don't wish to marry a man and I don't wish to have children with men. Now, of course, for gay men that can be difficult, but there are very few gay men I know of that have been forced into or coerced into marriage.
Yes.
It's much easier for men to come out than it is for lesbians. And that's not to say we don't want it to be easier for gay men. Gay men have an oppression, it's called homophobia. But for lesbians, we are punishment raped. We are told that we are only lesbians because we're too ugly to rape. I mean, I can't tell you the number of times I've been told I'm only a lesbian because no man will have me, that I was thinking I might as well form a rock band called Too Ugly to Rape. I mean, it's absolute misogyny, and that's what lesbians have to put up with on a daily basis.
But they're also now having to put up with this new wave of oppression coming from gender ideologues, because we've had Nancy Kelly say that women who don't want to sleep with individuals who have penises are akin to sexual racists.
Well, you've had Lucy Massoud on the programme before, who is a former firefighter, was part of the Grenfell inquiry. She's a black lesbian who's now a lawyer, and she was on a dating site and saw that there were many men who were identifying as trans women who said they were lesbians. And when she complained and said... Well, in fact, she didn't even complain in the first instance. What she said was she was interested in, you can tick... I mean, I'm too old to have been on online dating. But anyway, she was on it.
Never too old, you.
No, it's true, actually. But anyway, she was on this site and she was asked what her preferences were. And, of course, it's love going to the cinema, like going for walks in the countryside. And she said, actually like female only.
Yes. Same-sex attracted.
Same-sex attracted.
Yeah.
And she was kicked off the dating site for that. And so, for lesbians, we're very, very clear that lesbians are female and that we have, very nicely, of course, rejected sexual relationships and romantic relationships with men, and that we should be able to have our own identity that is a proud identity, where we don't have to apologise to people for it, and we don't have to pretend that we're just making do with women because we couldn't find the right man. All of those old tropes are coming back to haunt us now, and that's why we need research, advocacy, and we need some proper statistics about how many lesbians there are, how many have children, what's happening when we divorce, is there any violence within our own relationships, and what issues do we have to face in the workplace, for example?
People watching will be astonished, and they almost won't believe the idea of a lesbian being kicked off a lesbian dating site for being a lesbian. Sounds so ridiculous, but there is this new kind of shaming people who are attracted exclusively to members of their own sex. I spoke to Dennis Kavanagh of the Gay Men's Network, who said that there have been similar experiences with men. This is a new thing that you're going to have to deal with, but you will get flack from people saying you're being bigoted or something like this.
See, we used to have flack back in the 70s and 80s from very vicious anti-lesbian bigots who would say, you should be locked up, you can't be near our children, there's something wrong with you, you're perverted. And I came through all of that as a feminist, as a lesbian. I got through that with my sisters. I got through that with some help from those gay men that understood. And we went through all of those pain barriers. And here we are today being told that it's bigoted to speak out on behalf of a particular group, which is lesbians. And I refuse to accept that, because we're not taking anything away from anyone else. What we're saying is our needs have been ignored for a long time, that we need proper research on our lives, on our opportunities, on the challenges that we face. And we are not saying to other people that they don't have a right to do exactly the same. But we are the forgotten letter in the long list of LG blah, blah, blah.
Well, we don't have any time left, but could you just quickly let us know where we can find out more information about the Lesbian Project?
Yes, we have a website, and it's project_lesbian, and you'll find us on Twitter, and you'll find us if you search Google for the website, I'm sure. And, of course, you can have a look and see if Kathleen Stock and I have tweeted anything from the website account. And I'm sure you can find us easily.
Fantastic. Judy Bindel, thanks very much for joining me. After the break on Free Speech Nation, we'll be discussing the row of the week. That's Gary Lineker's enforced step back from Match of the Day after tweeting his thoughts on the new asylum policy. See you in a moment.
First and foremost, I am a GB News fan, and I was before I was working here. Just love the fact that we're asking the questions that a lot of establishment media won't ask.
With a bit of a twist, we not only want to inform you, but we want to keep you entertained.
It's worth the drive, because you get in and the team's all ready and waiting, they're itching to go, and it's a proper little family.
GB News is the people's channel.
It's the audience that makes the programme sing.
We're giving our viewers and our listeners a voice. I see the thousands of your letters, tweets, emails, you name it, coming in.
Britain is broken. How on earth did we get into this mess? But more importantly, how do we get out of it?
The establishment had their chance. Now we're here to represent you.
It's time for something different. It's time for GB News. I'm very patriotic. I believe in Britain. Our best days lie ahead.
Britain's watching.
Britain's watching.
Join us here on GB News.
The people's channel.
Britain's news channel.
I'm Andrew Doyle. Join me at 7 o'clock every Sunday night for Free Speech Nation, the show where I tackle the week's biggest stories in politics and current affairs with the help of my 2 comedian panellists and a variety of special guests.
Free Speech Nation, Sunday nights from 7 on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Here on GB News Live, we'll be keeping you in the picture, finding out what's happening across the country and finding out why it matters to you. We'll have the facts fast with our team of reporters and specialist correspondents. Wherever it's happening, we'll be there from 12 noon on TV, radio and online. GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I'm Michael Portillo. Join me on GB News on a Sunday morning for topical discussion, debate, arts and culture, and sometimes even some ethical dilemmas.
I don't always agree with you, Michael.
Michael Portillo, Sundays on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Hello, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and you can join me every weekday 6 till 7 on Jubes and Kerr.
You're an inspiration to us all.
Clip that bit up.
Well, you are.
That's my ringtone. My political ambitions are, those days are gone, I can tell you.
She's only teasing. Go on.
He's probably going to want to lay down now. I'll give him 2 minutes to have one.
Let's respectfully disagree. That's what we like on
Absolutely.
Jubes and Kerr. Come and join us. GB News, the People's Channel.
Michelle Dewberry, weekday evenings at 6 o'clock.
I'm Simon Evans. Join me on GB News for Headliners at 11 p.m.
What's the scoop?
I'll be joined by two of the country's top comedians.
That's right.
As we take a look at tomorrow's newspapers tonight.
We're going to get into trouble.
If it's a big story, we'll be covering it.
Spill some tea on him.
There we go.
But we'll also have some fun.
I wouldn't stick up a bank.
My father didn't love me.
So anyway, Headliners every night from 11 on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Nana Akue, Saturday and Sunday afternoons on GB News. Expect fiery debate and passionate discussion as me and my panel tackle some of the biggest topics hitting the headlines. It's a place for everyone's opinion. No one gets cancelled, but no one gets an easy ride.
Oh, she's on it today.
Be ready for conversations that are fierce, frank, and of course, fun. Every Saturday and Sunday afternoon from 4 p.m. on GB News, the People's Channel.
Welcome back to Free Speech Nation. So later in the show, I'm going to be turning agony uncle with the help of my beautiful panel, Leo Kearse and Bruce Devlin. We're going to help you deal with your unfiltered dilemmas. So if you're sitting at home, weeping on the carpet, you've got problems, just email us at gbviews@gbnews.uk. We will do our level best to answer your issues. So now on to a story that's dominated the headlines all week, the BBC's row with Gary Lineker. Kicking off with a tweet by Lineker in reference to Rishi Sunak's new small boats bill. Lineker wrote, "This is just an immeasurably cruel policy directed at the most vulnerable people in language that is not dissimilar to that used by Germany in the 1930s. And I'm out of order? But is he? Well, to discuss this with me, I have lawyer, writer and legal editor for Spiked Online, Luke Gettos, and historian and journalist Nigel Jones. Thank you both for joining me. So I'm going to come to you first, Nigel. Is this a freedom of speech issue? Should Gary Lineker be able to say whatever he wants on his own private Twitter feed?
Well, freedom of speech is never absolute. You can't say or you can't shout fire in a crowded theatre. But as far as I understand it, Lineker has broken the rules, the guidance rules that the BBC sets to ensure its own impartiality on this occasion, as he has several times in the past.
So this is really a contractual issue. Luke, is that not a fair point that, you know, Gary Lineker is paid an awful lot of money by the BBC. He signed a contract saying he will preserve impartiality on his social media presence. Why is it that people are now saying that free speech absolutists ought to defend him?
Well, I think on the one hand, he was a contractor. He was subject to a contract with our national broadcaster, and what he said was unbelievably stupid. It was a foolish thing to say. But I can understand why the BBC has concerns, and even if you are a free speech absolutist, as I like to think of myself as, we would never argue that free speech is completely without consequence. Indeed, that's why free speech matters. You stand by what you say, and what you say is held up against you. You have to defend it in the public sphere. And the fact is that what Gary Lineker said was indefensible. I think he should be allowed to say it, but he can't be expected to proceed with absolutely no consequences arising from what he's saying. The BBC have taken an unusual decision. I mean, I think it is... I said on Thursday on another podcast that they would never...
I think we're losing Luke there. Let's bring Nigel in here. Can I ask you, Nigel, about this idea of, you know, what he actually said, and why is it so offensive?
It is extremely offensive particularly to the victims of Nazism and the Holocaust, to compare a democratically elected government such as we have in this country with Hitler's government in the 30s. That is just crass, completely ignorant, historically ignorant, and offensive.
But is there a difference? I mean, could it not be the case that what we should do, therefore, is criticise him, Nigel, rather than just try and get him sacked?
I don't think he should be automatically sacked for that. And I did criticise him in an article, and people have criticised him. I'm not going to take a view on whether the BBC should sack him or not, but this isn't a first offence. He has frequently gone out of order and broken BBC rules on impartiality. And whether he's a BBC employee or is just a freelance on a contract, then the BBC must decide for themselves whether he goes or stays.
So let's talk about this idea of the BBC impartiality, clause. Is it right that they should have that? I mean, shouldn't it be the case that the BBC say, obviously on air our presenters should be impartial, but in their own private Twitter...
No, that would be very schizophrenic to be one person on air and completely another person in your social media profiles. That's ridiculous. No, you are an integrated one single person with your views, and we all know now what Lineker's views are.
Yes.
He's welcome to say that to his however many followers, millions of followers he's got, but he is the face or one of the faces of the BBC, and he should be more responsible. And even one of his own close friends, I believe Andrew Castle, said this morning that he knows that Lineker has regretted making this remark about comparing Nazis with our government, but I don't think he will go public and admit that he was wrong.
Well, I suppose a lot of people would say, well, he's a football commentator, so, we don't look to him for political prowess. We're not really worried about what he thinks about politics.
And that would be fine. I would go to him for advice on football, but he shouldn't speak so publicly and so influentially about a subject that he clearly knows nothing about, i.e. the history of the Third Reich.
I mean, that's clear, isn't it, that he doesn't... I mean, this comparison was absolutely ludicrous.
Absolutely absurd, and it's also offensive and insulting to the two politicians who are pushing this measure to try and reduce or control illegal immigration, Rishi Sunak and Home Secretary Suella Braverman, because I'm not sure whether Lineker's noticed, they are both the children of immigrants, albeit legal immigrants.
Yes, he seems not to have made this distinction, which Suella Braverman was very clear in making, in terms of the distinction between the illegal migration and those who were trafficked here, and those who are fleeing war and persecution, which she explicitly said in her statement she wanted to help those people. I don't remember the Nazis ever saying that kind of thing.
No. I mean, there is absolutely no comparison. And Suella Braverman has not called illegal immigrants and compared them to rats like the Nazis did to the Jews, for example.
Yes.
Suella Braverman is also, I believe, married to a Jewish husband, and that just adds to the offence that Lineker caused.
Yes. I believe we've got Luke Gittos back now down the line, so maybe if I could just ask Luke, where do you stand on what Lineker actually said? And, you've said that it was an indefensible thing, but what's so wrong with someone on their own private Twitter saying that kind of thing? Because, as I said to Nigel, this is a football commentator, not a political commentator.
Well, that's true, but he is a football commentator on our national broadcaster, and I think that has to be taken into account. I also think it's a shame that we've spent this week talking about Gary Lineker when we do face a real problem in the channel, and I think it would be useful to talk about the substance of this issue and whether Suella Braverman's plans fix the problem. Because I think, oddly, it fits both sides, the way we deal with this problem at the moment. Both sides are happy for this to be a culture war-y issue that ends up being unresolved. The Tories' legislative plan is not going to solve the problem. Suella Braverman herself said this plan has a 50% chance of being stopped by the courts. This is the second of their legislative proposals that they proceeded with knowing that it's not going to work. Witness, for example, the Rwanda partnership that was held in the European Court on a previous occasion. So neither side want to solve this problem, and both sides are very happy for it to be batted around in this political way. I think really we need to recognise that the small boats are a problem. The Tories' plans are objectionable. Lineker is right to raise the fact that they are wrong. They go against a number of key tenets of our legal system. detaining people without representation, subjecting them to summary deportation. These are things that within our English justice system we are not used to and we should not welcome. But that's not to say that we should adopt the opposite view, which has seen reams of human rights lawyers over the last week getting dangerously close to using things like the Refugee Convention and the European Convention on Human Rights to defend the absolutely appalling trade in human misery, which is the human trafficking which takes place across the Channel. We've got to find a practical solution to the boat problem, and neither side seem interested in doing so.
We're just short on time, so I'm going to bring in Nigel Jones there just to ask, what do you make of Luke Gittos's view there, that this is actually a distraction, and actually all of this conversation about Gary Lineker's tweet has effectively trivialised what is a very significant debate that we need to be having?
Yes, that's true. But that's just a consequence of our celebrity culture, in which we give the views of celebrities, albeit in this case completely ignorant and ill-informed views, perhaps more weight than they deserve.
Very well put. Well, thanks both for joining me, Luke Gittos and Nigel Jones. Really appreciate it. And after the break on Free Speech Nation, I'm going to be speaking with Elnaz Saba Bocek about the suspected poisonings of Iranian schoolgirls. Don't go anywhere.
First and foremost, I'm a GB News fan, and I was before I was working here. Just love the fact that we're asking the questions that a lot of establishment media won't ask.
With a bit of a twist, we not only want to inform you, but we want to keep you entertained.
It's worth the drive because you get in and the team's all ready and waiting, they're itching to go, and it's a proper little family.
GB News is the People's Channel.
It's the audience that makes the programme sing.
We're giving our viewers and our listeners a voice. I see the thousands of your letters, tweets, emails, you name it, coming in.
Britain is broken. How on earth did we get into this mess? But more importantly, how do we get out of it?
The establishment had their chance. Now we're here to represent you.
It's time for something different. It's time for GB News. I'm very patriotic. I believe in Britain. Our best days lie ahead.
Britain's watching.
Britain's watching.
Join us here on GB News.
The People's Channel.
Britain's news channel.
I'm Andrew Doyle. Join me at 7 o'clock every Sunday night for Free Speech Nation, the show where I tackle the week's biggest stories in politics and current affairs with the help of my two comedian panellists and a variety of special guests.
Free Speech Nation, Sunday nights from 7 on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Here on GB News Live, we'll be keeping you in the picture, finding out what's happening across the country and finding out why it matters to you. We'll have the facts fast with our team of reporters and specialist correspondents. Wherever it's happening, we'll be there from 12 noon on TV, radio and online. GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I'm Michael Portillo. Join me on GB News on a Sunday morning for topical discussion, debate, arts and culture, and sometimes even ethical dilemmas.
I don't always agree with you, Michael.
Michael Portillo, Sundays on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Hello, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and you can join me every weekday 6 till 7 on Jubes and Kerr.
You're an inspiration to us all.
Clip that bit up.
Well, you are.
That's my ringtone. My political ambitions those days are gone, I can tell you. She's only teasing. Go on. He's probably going to want to lay down now. I'll give him 2 minutes to have one. Let's respectfully disagree. That's what we like on Jubes and Kerr. Come and join us. GB News, the People's Channel.
Michelle Dewberry, weekday evenings at 6 o'clock.
I'm Simon Evans. Join me on GB News for Headliners at 11 p.m.
What's the scoop?
I'll be joined by two of the country's top comedians.
That's right.
As we take a look at tomorrow's newspapers tonight.
We're going to get into trouble.
If it's a big story, we'll be covering it.
Spill some tea on him.
There we go. But we'll also have some fun.
I wouldn't stick up a bank.
My father didn't love me.
So anyway,
Headliners every night from 11 on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Nana Akue, Saturday and Sunday afternoons on GB News. Expect fiery debate and passionate discussion as me and my panel tackle some of the biggest topics hitting the headlines. It's a place for everyone's opinion. No one gets cancelled, but no one gets an easy ride.
Oh, she's on it today!
Be ready for conversations that are fierce, frank, and of course, fun every Saturday and Sunday afternoon from 4 p.m. on GB News, the People's Channel.
Welcome back to Free Speech Nation with me, Andrew Doyle. While the West celebrated International Women's Day this week, news emerged from Iran that more than 1,000 girls in schools across the country appear to have suffered mild poison attacks since November. Some observers say it could be part of an extremist response, perhaps even state-endorsed, to the protests led by women and girls since the death of Mahsa Amini in September. So to discuss this, I'm joined from California by Elnaz Sabar Bocek, a journalist who lived in Iran for 28 years. Elnaz, thanks very much for joining me today. So I'd like to ask you to begin with, what do you think...
Thanks for having me.
No, thank you for coming on. Now, under the current regime in Iran, women in education is not an unusual thing. Apparently, since 2011, women have outnumbered men on university campuses. So why would they be now seen as a potential target, and by whom?
Well, I honestly don't think they are targeting women in education. I think this is a tactical act by some people in the government to scare people from coming to protest. Because as you might have known, beside the people on the street, we had many students, high school students, middle schoolers, and university students that were in the front line of the protests. They were in the street. There was many videos of these students in their schools taking off their scarves, tearing down the picture of the supreme leader from their books, walking on them, the way Islamic Republic for many years had Iranians walk on the flag of UK and US, and kind of returning and saying, we actually don't want this. And
yes,
you're going to realize that these are the students who grew up under the Islamic Republic. They tried to brainwash these people, and now these same students, some of them as young as 12, coming and saying, we don't want this regime, we don't want this forced hijab, we don't want to be brainwashed, and they want out. So I feel this is more like a tactic to scare the students, to scare their family who let the students do that kind of stuff,
yes,
as opposed to like, oh, we don't want the girls to get more education.
And I think it's really important to reiterate, you know, all of this came about because of what happened to Mahsa Amini, who was killed in custody with the morality police. And we're learning more and more about this, that, you know, that she was beaten, and then the morality police failed to contact the emergency services for 45 minutes. And all of this has obviously sparked out this protest, led largely by young Iranian women. And they obviously put themselves in the firing line, don't they, when they do this against this kind of regime? It's very risky, isn't it?
Oh, it is. Like the people have, so the government shot at people with live ammunitions, mostly in Kurdistan and Balochistan provinces. They shot at people with pellet guns, with lead bullets, and you know, they aimed at their people's faces. So we have many people who have lost their sight because of this. And you know, they did this in the protest, and then they would arrest people who go to the hospitals. So you didn't have a chance to get a medical attention right after you've been attacked by a brutal force. And people have been bitten. The people who have been arrested during these protests have been tortured really badly. The CNN had a detailed report of like rape using as a weapon against these people. And we have seen long sentences to these people. Like some got about Amnesty International said about 28 people were in the risk of execution in November, and 4 people actually have been executed for participating in the protests. One of them, what they did, they had blocked the street, and they had a cold weapon that resulted in a non-fatal accident, and still they were executed. So harsh punishment for all this, and I see that as a continuation of like trying to put a damp on these protests.
And we should say, when it comes to the poisoning, we don't know for sure who is doing this, why they are doing this. But it's not helped, is it, that the Iranian regime really does clamp down on investigative journalism and reporting? To get to the bottom of this is not going to be easy, is it?
No, they have arrested a blogger, they've arrested a journalist, they're trying to control their information as much as they can. And you know what's funny, last week there was a video of 4 or 5 girls dancing with the song Calm Down in a neighborhood in Tehran, and they have already looked at the cameras around this area to try to find these girls who have done nothing except dancing. But these poisoning has been going on for 3 months. They've been happening in 103 cities across 29 provinces, so it's widespread. It's not just a single incident. Some statistics say that about 300 schools or dormitories have been affected by this. So this is a big action. This is not a small thing. And they were quiet for 3 months. First said, oh, this is not happening. Then they said, oh, this is, mass hysteria. This is not a true thing. So they try to do everything as opposed to like looking to investigate this. And then I think a few days ago they said, oh, they arrested about 100 people. They showed, we don't know who these people are. There's no details about how they did this. They showed a forced confession of 2 of these people on TV. And these are, I'm going to explain this confession. This is a girl. So the accused of 5 of these accused are a student, her father, and a couple of her friends. And we are talking about a teenage girl they are blaming this. And they show a confession. She's sitting with her back to the camera with a hair cover. So you pretty much don't know who's talking. And she goes like, yeah, I called my friend and asked, hey, do you have gas? As opposed to like, they're not buying fireworks. This is like a neural gas we're talking about, and so the girl explains like, oh, I called my friend. They called their friend, and oh yeah, they had gas, so we got it. It's such a ridiculous show put on display, and and the interviewer goes like, well, who's this flame? Who was this person you got the gas from? Reza. Who's Reza? There is no qualification, no detail whatsoever about. No real investigative journalism about who did this, and they are trying to already blame some people. The man they blamed works in a hospital. They caught him recording a film about when the girls were taken to the hospital, which is could be used as an evidence against the regime. So they have arrested them, and they're blaming this person about 100 others. But there's no more information about this out yet.
So we don't have transparency. We don't have accountability. Very, very quickly then, do you feel that since the government has tried to ignore all of this, there have been a sharp rise in executions? Are the protests going to quieten down? If you could just answer in it very quickly, because we're out of time.
So there's weekly protests happening in Zahedan. People gather at night and they chant "Death to Dictator" in the middle of the night on the rooftops. And there was some marches during.
I'm sorry, we have to stop there. We are out of time, but it's good to hear that the protests are going onward. Great. Don't go away. A lot more now to come between 9 and the end of the show, including a woman in Germany who is in love with a Boeing 737. See you in a few minutes.
Monday to Thursday nights on GB News. At 6, it's Dubes & Co. 7 o'clock, Farage. At 8, join Jacob Rees-Mogg. And at 9, Dan Wootton Tonight, followed by Headliners. On TV, radio and online. This is GB News.
It's all about family, being in people's living rooms, all the interaction and getting to know who our viewers and listeners are.
When I was young, my dad used to say, Nana, stop arguing. I wanted an outlet that would enable me to give my opinion.
People are going through a really hard time right now, and I know that you don't feel like you're being listened to by the establishment. I came to GB News because it's the People's Channel, and I want the audience to have their say on the events of the day.
We're dynamic. We do something different.
Democracy shows that the wisdom of the nation is in its people.
I get to travel to find out what the story is from a personal perspective.
The British people aren't fools. We know when we're not being told the full story.
We've got to work out how Britain moves forward from this.
It's the best country in the world.
The establishment had their chance. Now we're here to represent your views.
Britain's watching.
Britain's watching.
Britain's watching.
We're proud to be GB News.
The People's Channel.
Britain's news channel.
Westminster is going around in ever-decreasing circles, followed by the media. Britain is broken. How on earth did we get into this mess? But more importantly, how do we get out of it? Join me at 7 p.m, Mondays to Thursdays on Farage, here on GB News. We will have open, rational debate. We've got to work out how Britain moves forward from this. Join us here on GB News, the People's Channel. Britain is watching.
I'm Jacob Rees-Mogg, the Member of Parliament for North East Somerset and a former government minister. For years, I've walked the corridors of power in both Westminster and the City of London. I campaigned in the largest democratic vote in our island's story. I know this country has so much to be proud of. We need to have the arguments, the discussions on how we make it better. The wisdom of the nation is in its people. Vox Populi, Vox Dei. That's why I'm joining the People's Channel. Join me Monday to Thursday at 8 p.m. on GB News, Britain's news channel.
GB News has its own late-night paper preview show, Headliners, where comedians take you through the next day's top news stories. You don't have to bother reading the newspaper, we've got it covered for you. Headliners, every night at 11 p.m. and repeated every morning at 5 a.m. We won't send you to sleep like some of the other paper review shows out there. GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Camilla Tominey, on Sunday mornings from 9:30, taking the politicians to task and breaking out of SW1 to see how their decisions are affecting you across the UK. Bursting the Westminster bubble every Sunday morning, only on GB News, the People's Channel. Britain's watching.
You've probably seen politicians interviewed 1,000 times, but we do it differently. We find out who they really are, we don't shout, we chat, and hopefully we bring a bit of light, not just heat. Did you know Kate Moss?
Apparently.
Do you have a pair of jeans or a pair of jeans?
No, of course I don't. What would I do with them?
My friends are like, oh my God, what's she doing now?
Join me every Sunday at 6 for Gloria Meets, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
There's plenty more still to come on Free Speech Nation this week, but let's get a news update first from Aaron Armstrong.
Hi there, let's get you up to date with the headlines from the GB newsroom. Match of the Day 2 will run for just 14 minutes tonight as fellow presenters continue to show solidarity with Gary Lineker after his suspension by the BBC. Mr. Lineker dodged questions from reporters regarding his future earlier. However, his eldest son says he thinks the presenter will return to Match of the Day, but won't ever back down. The Six Nations coverage went ahead as scheduled earlier, but 5 Live Radio Sport was radically altered for both days of the weekend. And Match of the Day 2 will have no presenter, pundits or commentary. Former BBC executive Roger Bolton says the controversy's diverting attention away from the real issue.
It's this argument about what is impartiality and who must be impartial that is a wider question. Of course, the other thing that's happening here is the political parties, particularly the governing parties, see this as a wonderful opportunity in the culture wars to create trouble and divert attention from the fundamental issue here, which is illegal immigration, which is extraordinarily difficult to deal with.
The Prime Minister's flying to California right now to discuss the AUKUS defence deal between the UK, the US and Australia. It is hoped that a deal to supply British nuclear power submarines to Australia will be confirmed following a meeting between Sunak and his American and Australian counterparts. Mr Sunak's also expected to unveil a new review of defence and foreign policy, which will set out the UK's approach to threats from Moscow and an increasingly assertive China. The startup Bank of London has submitted a formal proposal for the UK arm of the collapsed Silicon Valley Bank. The bank's UK subsidiary will be put into insolvency this evening. The government says it will do everything it can to protect UK tech companies caught up in the collapse of the bank. The companies could start to experience difficulties with cash flow on Monday morning. But the Chancellor, Jeremy Hunt, says the Treasury is working hard to make sure they don't run out of money. It is the biggest failure of a US bank since 2008 and is now under US government control. The health secretaries criticised junior doctors for failing to call off their strike action, which starts on Monday. Writing in the Telegraph, Steve Barclay described the 72-hour walkout as incredibly disappointing. The British Medical Association, though, has dubbed Mr Barclay's recent offer to negotiate as a feeble attempt to stall. They also point out he did not show up to talks on Friday. It's expected to affect many services, including A&E, cancer and maternity care. And Everything, Everywhere, All at Once is the favourite to win the Best Picture at the Oscars, which get underway in Hollywood a little bit later. That film, though, will face stiff competition from the Banshees of Inisherin, which has a record 9 nominations, record for an Irish film, and all quiet on the Western Front. Bill Nighy's up for Best Actor, and Andrea Riseborough is up for the Best Actress for her role in the movie To Leslie. It gets underway at midnight. TV online and DAB Plus Radio, this is GB News. Now, it's back to Andrew and Free Speech Nation.
Welcome back to Free Speech Nation with me, Andrew Doyle. So let's get some questions from our audience. Our first question is from John. Where is John? Hello.
Hi. Have the organisers of the Oscars lost the plot?
Well, yes. So the winner of this year's Oscar for Best Actress could be the last, because the industry is moving towards gender neutrality, and there's lots of pressure on the Oscars now to follow other people like the Grammys. I think the Brits did it because Sam Smith said they should. Do you think this is a wise move?
Yeah, I think it's great because it'll create another car crash. Like the Brits went gender neutral because Sam Smith kicked up fuss. He said, but I'm non-binary, even though he's obviously a bloke. He's like, I'm non-binary because, you know, I like to dress up like a plucked chicken. And so they said, OK, we'll make it non-binary, we'll make you happy, whatever. And they made it non-binary, and then all the nominations were men. And then Owen Jones popped up being like, we need separate categories for women because they're not represented. It's like, that's what you had. When are you people going to be happy? Will you ever stop moaning about stuff?
So, but there is a case here, isn't there, that when it comes to acting, you see, because I understand in sports you need to divide by sex because, you know, men run faster than women and lift things more. That's my sporting knowledge there.
OK.
Yeah, but when it comes to...
Thank you for that.
Yeah. That's my biology
Do I
GCSE,
feel
not
anointed?
wasted. Yeah, you should. But what about when it comes to acting? Because surely there's no real difference between a man acting and a woman acting. Shouldn't they be lumped together?
I think it was Dame Joanna Lumley that had said that she... I don't know if the word she found it to be regrettable was, but she felt that if women were up against men in a category, the men would go to the top, if you see what I mean.
Well, that's what happened in the
Whereas
Brits.
She felt... But then was he not on the one show? Sorry, were they not on the one show? Sam Smith saying that they wanted to be a Fisher them.
A Fisher them, yes.
Yes.
He does talk gibberish. He's known to do that.
And
yes.
it was a highly unusual jumper, but we'll move on. So what Joanna was saying was that she feels that she has more of a chance winning in a female category than she does in a mixed category that includes some men. So it's kind of like, well, if that's how you feel, then what's the point, and why not create new categories?
So we could have multiple categories, couldn't we?
Yes,
we could have categories by height. Couldn't we? I mean, just go the full hog.
Just that every person could be in their own category.
And that way you definitely get a win.
Yeah, which is surely what all this is striving for.
With regard to height, then, would Tom Cruise be in his own category? But he would have the Lifetime Achievement Award.
He would, but he
being that height.
He normally stands on a box, though, so people can't notice.
Does he?
Yeah, I believe so.
Not a soapbox.
Who knows? Anyway, I hope he doesn't sue me for that. We're going to move on to another question now. This one is from Richard. Hi, Richard.
Hello, Andrew. I see you're wearing a Trumpian tie this evening.
I am.
But do you think that Donald is past his sell-by date?
Ah, interesting. No, the tie isn't a reference to Trump. It was the last tie left on my shelf, to be honest. But I need to go shopping.
Why did you have the MAGA hat as well?
Oh, that's true. Well, you told me not to wear that, which was a very good call. Yeah, so this is... Well, it's interesting because we now have Ron DeSantis, who's sort of poised... he's saying he's probably going to run. Well, lots of people are thinking that he's going to run. But this is going to be very interesting because, you know, Donald Trump has such support with the GOP, has such power, such clout. But the truth is, if you get someone like Ron DeSantis, who has so much more energy, and let's face it, he's just younger.
Yeah, he's younger.
Put him up against Biden.
Yeah.
Can you imagine? I mean, that's going to be a car crash.
Yeah, it'd be an absolute landslide for Ron DeSantis. Also, Ron DeSantis has a sort of track record in winning elections, which Trump doesn't. He won one election. And the rest of the time, he's not really done that well. And although
he would say he won 2 elections.
Yeah,
he's been complaining about it ever since.
But then you've got to make it actually happen in real life.
Yes.
But yeah, I mean, Trump really energises the hardcore base.
Yes.
So I think he was talking about. I mean, I love Trump. He's just so funny. He was talking about instituting public guillotines, which I thought, you know, I'd vote for that just to see what happens.
For goodness sake, I mean, look, I'm with you. He is funny, and I do miss him on Twitter.
He can't sort of appeal to the sort of majority, whereas Ron DeSantis could.
Well, this is the point, isn't it? That although Trump does energise a lot of people, he also alienates twice as many, doesn't he? Even from his own side. So really, I mean, if the Republicans are thinking carefully about this, Ron DeSantis, he's got a great track record of turning Florida around. I mean, it's a huge success story there. He can actually govern.
Yeah, and I agree with you. I think his age is a big part of it as well, because they're so used to having, like, their, leaders are so much older than the people that we have here, whether we like them or not. But he is, 47, 46, something like that?
He's a baby.
So he's a young man. He's a child in comparison to Biden.
He's an embryo compared to Biden. I mean,
a grandchild.
But Biden can't talk. I mean, that's also an issue.
Really?
Yeah, he's struggling, isn't he, to sort of string a sentence
And Ron
together.
DeSantis is so young that Biden would actually like to sniff his hair.
Well, let's see what happens. We'll come back to this. I'm not going there. Anyway, let's get another question from Laura. Where's Laura? Hi, Laura.
Yeah. So my question is, does it pay to work when you have kids?
Ah, yes. Jeremy Hunt has vowed to help reduce the cost of childcare at Wednesday's budget as part of a wider drive to help people into work. And this, the Chancellor saying that the high cost is stopping some parents taking a job. He did, however, suggest there's no scope for tax cuts. I mean, Bruce, this is just him trying to win votes, isn't it? It's pretty smart, I think.
Yeah, I think it's a popular thing. I mean, obviously, I can't have children. My insides are all wrong, so it's not necessarily
sorry to hear that.
applicable to me. No, it's fine. I've dealt with it many years ago. But the fact of the matter is, I think it is a smart thing, and I think he's seen being a bit more kind of parental-friendly, because I think it genuinely is. It's a barrier for a lot of people with
It is. I mean, in France, they pay a lot of money to help you look after your kids. I mean, you've got a new baby.
I do have a new baby, and I'm really looking forward to the Tories coming through on this and paying for childcare, because it's very expensive in the UK, and in Germany and France and other European countries, the amount you spend on childcare is much less. But I mean, for a while now, we've had a problem in the UK and other Western countries that people aren't having enough kids to replace the population. I mean, our fertility rate is about 1.5 to 1.7, and it needs to be around 2.1 to maintain a stable population. So politicians have looked at mass immigration to sort of top up the population. But I mean, call me old-fashioned. I think the main route for immigration into the UK should be through women's birth canals. And I think it's good. It's good to encourage. A lot of people aren't having kids because they can't afford childcare, they can't afford a house. And I think if we reset some of that, then we won't need.
Are they not just not having kids because kids are annoying and really expensive?
But I don't know, that sounds kidophobic.
Is that right?
Yeah.
I know, I have loads of kids, I've got loads.
I think other people's kids are very annoying, but when you actually have your own kid, you'd be amazed that they're not that annoying.
Really?
Yeah.
Very interesting. OK, we're going to move on to another question. This is from Pete. Where's Pete? Hi, Pete.
Should junior doctors pour coffee for a living instead?
Oh, yeah. So junior doctor leaders... So they've started this advertising campaign, and this is ahead of another strike. This is a strike over pay, obviously. And they're saying that they are claiming that some NHS staff could earn more serving coffee. And they actually specify at Pret a Manger. I don't know if Pret have particularly good wages. Anyway, there's going to be this 3-day walkout on Monday. The BMA is saying that newly qualified medics are earning just over £14 an hour.
So apparently Pret are paying you $14.10, and as a junior doctor you get $14.9.
OK, so it's not that much of a difference.
No,
but I would imagine being a barista at Pret is easier than being a junior doctor, isn't it? Less stressful.
Think?
I would have thought so.
I don't think so. I think people in coffee shops are very rude.
No, and actually, it is...
I do. I think they are. They're very rude. I mean,
they could be doctors then.
Well, who knows?
And it is difficult to get the foam just right. But I still stand by this, that I think junior doctors deserve more. Because it's a tough job, and we do need them.
That's true, but they did choose to do that job.
They did, yes.
I don't think anyone made them. And I'm not speaking out against them. I'm just,
But it is vocational. It's vocational, But they have a calling to help people, help the sick. No?
Do you think?
Am I just being sentimental?
But also, it's career progression. I mean, if you're working in Pret, what's your progression? Like working in Greggs. Like if you're a junior doctor, you're progressing to being a mature doctor or whatever they're called. And they get paid a lot more.
I think Greggs would be a step down.
I agree.
I've seen that documentary and I've seen what's been swept up.
Well, the thing with Pret is they've got this subscription service where you get like 5 coffees, so they're just rammed, filling these cups of coffee for all these people who are basically getting free coffee.
But you're dead against the strikes anyway, aren't you, Liam?
Oh, yeah, nobody should ever go on strike. I mean, just quit your job.
Or maybe the government should pay the NHS properly.
Or maybe we should replace the NHS with some sort of system that works where people get paid. I mean, you don't see doctors in America complaining they don't get paid enough.
No, but you don't see poor people in America getting decent health care.
Yeah, there's a lot of upsides to it.
We could replace the NHS with the BBC.
We could do that.
Yeah.
Why has no one thought of that before?
I don't know. It's not been in doctors.
No.
Call it BHS.
Very good. OK, we're going to go on now to a question from one of our viewers at home. Neil asks, should sitting MPs be more careful about what they say online? And he's alluding here to a recent tweet by MP Andrew Bridgen, in which he claims, let's have a look, he says, I can confirm that during my visit to Washington, D.C. last Christmas, New Year, I was informed that the US DOD were responsible for both the virus and the vaccines. Fort Detrick was named, also a facility in Canada. Now, so Andrew Bridgen, who had the whip taken away from him, as we all know, we covered that story, he's now making this claim, this massive claim, that both the virus and the vaccine are effectively bioweapons from America. Now, call me old-fashioned, but I'd like to see some evidence for that. What do you think, Liam?
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't look like he's trying to rehabilitate his image as a conspiracy theorist very much. But then, I mean, we don't know. We just saw the lab leak theory. Now the FBI have come out and said, yeah, it probably did come from the coronavirus probably did come from the lab in Wuhan. Previously, that was a far-right conspiracy theory. So maybe next week we'll see that actually, yes, this is true.
But that's dangerous, isn't it? Because, and I take your point that, you know, when things are sort of completely dismissed and turn out to have an element of truth to them, then people start mistrusting everything. But then people become even more credulous and start believing absolutely anything without evidence.
Yeah.
And we need to have, surely, when you make claims that are this big, it is surely irresponsible not to present the evidence that you have.
No,
not just, I heard it from some bloke in America.
No, well, that's a bit like saying I was down the pub last night, you'll never guess what happened.
Yeah,
so,
exactly.
yeah, no, I mean, is that not libelous? Can you not be arrested for that?
What, for saying, well, about some bloke in the pub, probably.
Well, yeah, that's the thing, because we don't know what you did.
But like I say, I'm not the sort of person who wants to dismiss any theories, but I also don't want people to just jump to believing any kind of thing, because on the flimsiest, not even evidence, just hearsay posted on Twitter. I think it's ridiculous.
Previously you'd say, well, he's a member of Parliament. He's you know, he's a man of good standing. And we should trust what he says, but probably not anymore.
What's happening at the moment, though, that this seems to be growing more generally, is that people are, you know, they're fed up of being lied to. Lots of things happen, like you say with Wuhan. That whole thing was dismissed and then turned out probably to be true, and so people are just believing absolutely anything. And I think people need to. Don't we have to think critically about everything? We need to get that skill back again. Don't you think, Bruce?
I think it's because a lot of people are perhaps lazy.
Yeah.
And they want to be seen as saying the right thing in a mix. You know, you've heard that thing, I'm not really that intelligent, but I know enough to get by at a party.
Yes.
So I think a lot of people want to remain smart and look smart and be seen to be, you know, aligning themselves to the right cause. So they'll just go with whatever the populist thing is, whether that's conspiratorial or not.
Is it just Twitter? Is it just that politicians should stay off Twitter, maybe?
I think politicians should maybe have a week off.
Yeah.
And a long, hard think to themselves.
Well, the other one is WhatsApp. You know, politicians always go on WhatsApp and always say these things. They must know that these things are going to come out.
Well, the key thing with WhatsApp is if a journalist who has a track record of exposing things asks for all your WhatsApp records, don't give them your WhatsApp records.
Also, as well, don't pop into the jungle.
Yeah.
Well, that's a separate issue.
There's that, but there's been a lot of politicians over the years that seem to, well, I think Matt's slightly different, but there was a lot of sitting MPs that I think forgot that they were sitting MPs and then ended up in the Versace Hotel and then in the jungle, and you think, oh, right, so you're not
Are you saying you'd like your MPs to be in Parliament doing their job rather than eating bugs?
Kind of, yeah.
I don't know about that. I mean, I quite enjoyed it when George Galloway was on Big Brother. I thought
dressed as a cat.
He did dress as a cat briefly.
Yeah.
No, he didn't dress as a cat. He impersonated a cat.
Right.
And I think that's a lot more dignified.
Yeah, he did ask, would you like me to be the pussycat?
He did. He asked Rula Lenska.
He did.
Yes.
Who's some of the best hair in show business.
Hasn't she just? And on that note, we're going to go to a break now. But after the break on Free Speech Nation, when is saying sorry not enough? I'm going to be asking a royal expert if the palace owes a more formal apology to Ngozi Fulani. See you in 3 minutes.
We are GB News, the People's Channel.
And right across the United Kingdom.
You can find us on Sky Channel 512,
Virgin Media Channel 604,
Freesat Channel 216,
Freeview Channel 236,
and YouView Channel 236.
You can also take us with you on DAB+ radio,
with the GB News app and at the website gbnews.uk.
We're absolutely everywhere.
Come join us on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Monday to Thursday, 9 p.m. till 11 p.m. Join me, Dan Wootton. I'll bring you the sharpest takes and hottest debates. Do you not believe in prison?
I don't believe in prisons.
I'm completely stunned. I guarantee you there'll be no spin, no bias, no censorship.
I actually was personally quite offended by it.
And no reason to go to bed.
So I guess they've always been quite woke.
That's Dan Wootton tonight on TV, radio and online. Monday to Thursday from 9 p.m. till 11 p.m. on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Hello, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and you can join me every weekday 6 till 7 on Jubes and Kerr.
You're an inspiration to us all.
Clip that bit off.
Well, you are.
That's my ringtone. My political ambitions those days are gone, I can tell you.
She's only teasing. Go on.
He's probably going to want to lay down now. I'll give him 2 minutes to have one. Let's respectfully disagree. That's what we like on Jubes and Kerr. Come and join us. GB News, the People's Channel.
Michelle Dewberry, weekday evenings at 6 o'clock.
I'm Simon Evans. Join me on GB News for Headliners at 11 p.m.
What's the scoop?
I'll be joined by 2 of the country's top comedians.
That's right.
As we take a look at tomorrow's newspapers tonight.
We're going to get into trouble.
If it's a big story, we'll be covering it.
Spill some tea on him.
There we go. But we'll also have some fun.
I wouldn't stick up a bank.
My father didn't love me.
So anyway,
Headliners every night from 11 on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
It's all about family, being in people's living rooms, all the interaction and getting to know who our viewers and listeners are.
When I was young, my dad used to say, "Nana, stop arguing." I wanted an outlet that would enable me to give my opinion.
People are going through a really hard time right now, and I know that you don't feel like you're being listened to by the establishment. I came to GB News because it's the People's Channel, and I want the audience to have their say on the events of the day.
We're dynamic. We do something different.
Democracy shows that the wisdom of the nation is in its people.
I get to travel to find out what the story is from a personal perspective.
The British people aren't fools. We know when we're not being told the full story.
We've got to work out how Britain moves forward from this.
It's the best country in the world.
The establishment had their chance. Now we're here to represent your views.
Britain's watching.
Britain's watching.
Britain's watching.
We're proud to be GB News.
The People's Channel.
Britain's news channel.
Welcome back to Free Speech Nation with me, Andrew Doyle. Earlier this week, Ngozi Fulani, remember her, revealed that she is temporarily stepping down as CEO of her charity Sister Space, months after a former lady-in-waiting to Queen Elizabeth made unacceptable comments to her at a Buckingham Palace event. Lady Susan Hussey repeatedly asked Fulani, "Where do you come from?" and touched her hair during the palace reception. In stepping down, Ngozi Fulani asked why it's been so hard for the palace to say sorry, saying an apology isn't an apology when you have to ask for it. So joining me now to discuss this is historian and royal commentator Rafe Hadel-Manku. Lovely to see you.
Lovely to see you, thank you.
So for anyone who's forgotten, could you perhaps give us a précis of what happened with this case?
Yes, so this is rather bizarre. Just when the palace thought that this ridiculous episode was behind them and Fulani had been consigned to last year's chip paper, she stormed back this week with this case. Things seem to be going very badly for her. If she thought that her new high profile would reap benefits, unfortunately it's not coming that way. She's just stepped down, as you say, as CEO of this charity Sister Space that she's created. She is blaming this on online abuse that she's received, and she's blaming the palace for not helping her with this online abuse, even though she's thanked them previously for helping her with this online abuse. And she's blaming them for not apologising properly, to which you have to say, you know, how many apologies do you need, my dear? Because honestly, this woman has had 3 apologies at least. As soon as the Hussey remarks were made, Prince William and the palace condemned them. They removed poor Lady Hussey from her office, unadvisedly, in my opinion. They introduced training for equality and inclusivity in the palace as well. And then they had a meeting at Buckingham Palace between Fulani and Lady Hussey, which was full of warmth and understanding, we're told, where an apology was offered and fully accepted.
So she's had the apology many times?
Apology, yes. And I mean, far from the palace apologising to her, I think most people would think she needs to apologise to the palace. Remember, this is the woman who said that Meghan, Duchess of Sussex, had been a survivor of domestic abuse at the hands of her in-laws, which is a remarkable statement.
It's quite a libelous statement.
Particularly when you're running a domestic violence charity yourself, you know.
Yes.
And, of course, of all people, Lady Hussey. Poor Lady Hussey deserves an apology for having her reputation traduced. A fine, noble lady of 60 years' service, loyally to Crown and country, who has met thousands of people from all cultures over the years without a blemish on her record, not a racist bone in her body, as you can just ask the church she goes to every week, which is majority black. They all love her there. And then we find herself in this situation. And if you went on to, all she did was ask someone where they're from. If you went on to social media last year, it looked as if she'd written the foreword to Mein Kampf or was a warm-up act for Kanye West. You know, this terrible storm around her, completely undeserving.
It does seem like massively overblown, given that Lady Hussey's job was, of course, to find out information from people as they were arriving at the palace, to convey that information to the royal family. That's part of the job, isn't it?
That's a key part of her job, is to go around, find interesting people, find out about their background and who they are, so that should a member of the royal family come, they can be introduced to them. And as I said before, quite frankly, if you arrive at the palace dressed up like an extra from The Lion King, don't be surprised if someone asks you where you're from, because she wasn't wearing any national dress. It was a costume she cobbled together from her wardrobe. No one knew where it was from, and it's, you know, she's made an entire career out of dressing about her identity. And it's very interesting that somebody whose life is devoted to their own identity, who has studied at SOAS African Studies, and who says that Africa is actually her life story, suddenly doesn't want to talk about it when somebody expresses an interest in it.
That's very interesting, because she was obviously very proud of it. She changed her name to have a more African name. I believe she was wearing earrings in the shape of Africa at the event.
Well, she said all sorts. She had a couple of coasters there at one point too. But the thing about her is, she also, I would say, she needs to apologise to the people of Africa. This is a lady born in London. Her parents are from the Caribbean. She doesn't know where in Africa she's from. She's worn Ethiopian garb. She's worn Ugandan garb. She's worn Nigerian garb. She's got a name that's also been culturally appropriated. If you live by the woke sword, I think you should die by the woke sword. And she needs to apologise for all that. If she had arrived wearing a smart two-piece suit from Marks & Spencer with her real name, Marlene Headley, none of this would have come up.
I suppose the counter-argument is that, you know, it can be very, very annoying for people. Is it if someone asks where you're from and you tell them and they keep asking you, there is potentially an implication there that, well, I don't believe what you're telling me. You're really from somewhere else.
Sure, but the fact that this Lady Hussey has existed for 60 years without this being a problem, her misfortune was to bump into Ngozi Fulani, a woman who sees racism wherever she goes, who looks for racism wherever she is. Everything is seen through the prism of racism, so it's understandable that someone like that will misinterpret completely harmless things in a racist way and will also overreact about them.
So why have we reached this point? Because obviously when racism does occur, we need to be robust in challenging it. But when you have a situation like this, where the evidence would all seem to suggest that there was no racist intent here at all, why would the palace then apologise and put in place all these measures to deal with something which doesn't exist? Why not just say, actually, I'm afraid we think you were mistaken here? Why not have the strength to do that?
You might well ask that. I couldn't possibly comment. It's very true. At the time that it happened, you have to remember, of course, Prince William and Catherine were actually in America on a tour, so the timing couldn't have been worse. In fact, some people thought this had been deliberately stage managed to occur for maximum damage, and the incident overshadowed everything that was happening on their tour. So there was a degree of damage limitation, and I think they do realise now they acted too quickly. You know, and I think they now know from this reaction, actually, also, too, that there's no way that you can appease people like this. The cancel culture champions will never be appeased. You know, Churchill famously spoke about appeasers feeding the crocodile. They'll never be satisfied. Rather than apologising, you should just stand your ground, as Jeremy Clarkson found out, talking to, you know, with his apology to Meghan Markle.
But that's right, isn't it? I mean, the apology seems to make things a lot worse, and it sort of disincentivises people from apologising. Sometimes apologising can be a good thing, right?
Yeah, you lose your self-respect. But we live in this era now where as soon as someone makes an accusation, they become not the accuser, they become the victim. And once you're a victim, any attempt to rebut or to challenge that perception turns you into a victim blamer, which is a complete no-no. And also, if race is involved, then those people become elevated almost to the level of being civil rights activists. And you've seen that with Fulani, the way that Radio 4 on the Today programme treated her as if she was Rosa Parks. You saw Meghan Markle going up to, the Duchess of Sussex going to receive this award for racism, again as if she's a civil rights activist. In both cases, they're not Rosa Parks, they're more like Jussie Smollett, I would say.
So what do we do then at this point when, you know, we have a situation where she can just come back into the news, ask for an apology again? Now's the point at which we should just say enough is enough, right?
Enough is enough, yeah.
Surely. But will that happen?
Well, the more coverage we give to it, I don't know. This is a crazy world we're living in. Let's just hope so.
Maybe the royal family should just have an apology on a loop every day for the rest of their lives. That might be the way to do it. Anyway, Rafe, thanks very much for joining us today. Really appreciate it. So, after the break on Free Speech Nation, my panel will be answering questions from viewers at home, including their thoughts on a German woman who's having a sexual relationship with an aeroplane. Don't go anywhere.
I joined GB News because I was sick and tired of not hearing my views being represented, not just mine, but so many people that I knew and spoke to.
I just couldn't get my voice out there. I couldn't say anything. I couldn't do anything. Whatever the narrative was, I kind of had to follow it.
GB News is there to provide a voice for those who have been ignored by the establishment media. We think different things, we've got a different style.
GB News is here to be optimistic and positive about the future.
It's real kind of dynamic and flowing, with the audience very much at the heart of it, like a big family.
Here at GB News, we talk about the things that matter to you.
Hearing the voices from right across our towns and cities, especially our towns.
All sides of the argument represented with a heavy dose of opinion.
We're on a mission here to make a difference.
And the GB News family really is here for you, and whatever time of day you can watch or listen.
Britain's watching.
Britain's watching.
We're proud to be GB News.
The People's Channel.
Britain's news channel.
Westminster is going around in ever-decreasing circles, followed by the media. Britain is broken. How on earth did we get into this mess? But more importantly, how do we get out of it? Join me at 7 p.m, Mondays to Thursdays on Farage, here on GB News. We will have open, rational debate. We've got to work out how Britain moves forward from this. Join us here on GB News, the People's Channel. Britain is watching.
You've probably seen politicians interviewed 1,000 times, but we do it differently. We find out who they really are, we don't shout, we chat, and hopefully we bring a bit of light, not just heat.
Did you know Kate Moss?
Apparently.
Do you have a pair of jeans or a pair of jeans?
No, of course I don't. What would I do with them?
My friends are like, oh my God, what's she doing now?
Join me every Sunday at 6 for Gloria Meets, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I'm Jacob Rees-Mogg, the Member of Parliament for North East Somerset and a former government minister. For years, I've walked the corridors of power in both Westminster and the City of London. I campaigned in the largest democratic vote in our island's story. I know this country has so much to be proud of. We need to have the arguments, the discussions on how we make it better. The wisdom of the nation is in its people. Vox Populi, Vox Dei. That's why I'm joining the People's Channel. Join me Monday to Thursday at 8 p.m. on GB News, Britain's news channel.
I'm Mark White. As GB News Home and Security Editor, I cover those key issues that are so important to you. Our authorities, our communities doing all they can to combat violent crime. With the public services under unbearable strain, why are we still failing to control our borders? Defence, the first priority of any government, has been continually hollowed out. Can we trust our politicians to protect the armed forces? Join me, Mark White, on GB News.
On Mark Dolan tonight, following the fierce debate around Gary Lineker, the message is a clear one. What's the point in having borders if you don't police them? Stop the Boats might be unpopular among millionaire ex-footballers, but for ordinary Brits, it's time to sort this issue out once and for all. It might take at 10 as people borrow money for private operations and pay to tutor their kids at home. The public sector isn't working. Plus, politics legend Anne Widdecombe, my all-star panel, and former Labour MP Simon Danchuk. See you at 9.
Welcome back to Free Speech Nation with me, Andrew Doyle. My panel, Leo and Bruce, are back with me, and it's time to get some more questions, but this time it's from the audience at home. Thanks for emailing in. This first question was sent in by Lewis, and Lewis says, who asks with... No, Oh, yeah, here we go. With Goosebumps now getting the edit treatment, will the assault on children's literature ever stop? So, of course, this is off the back of the Roald Dahl story, but apparently R.L. Stein, who writes these scary children's Goosebumps stories, has revealed that his books have been edited for so-called sensitivity. Now, we've talked about Roald Dahl on this programme before, Leo. Now they're going after the horror books, but the idea of these books is they're meant to be a bit scary, a bit chilling. Like, you know, the old Grimm's fairy tales. They were quite scary stories. Kids loved them.
Oh, they're terrifying, like children being cooked by witches and all sorts. I mean, it's real sort of visceral stuff. Yeah. But yeah, if it's a scary book, I mean, to be honest, if I want to scare a kid, I just tell it I might be its dad. But if it's a scary book, surely it's supposed to be a bit challenging for them.
Well, also, the author has said that he has not been consulted about these changes. That's what's interesting, because most with these sensitivity readers, they come in and they say to the author, well, this is what we'd like to do. They didn't consult Roald Dahl either, because he's dead. So, I mean, this isn't good, is it?
Well, he could be voting in the SNP leadership, for all we know, so who knows? That's what you call a callback. Sorry, who is it that goes around inquiring as to this stuff?
A lot of publishers now have what they call sensitivity readers.
Right.
It all started with children's literature, you know, but it's actually creeping into adult literature as well. So I have a friend who writes crime books. He had a sensitivity reader who kept saying to him, look, your villain keeps saying nasty things. You have to cut that out. He said, yeah, but he's also cutting people up. He's a serial killer. They're not known for being pleasant.
No, and the villain, they're not necessarily light and frothy.
No, but apparently if a serial killer says something that's a bit homophobic, that's worse than him dismembering his friends, apparently.
Has that been on Netflix?
No,
I think I might have watched that in blackout at some point.
Yeah,
Is
a
that
lot
not
of
to do
things-
with Jeffrey Dahmer or something like that? He wasn't nasty, he was just hungry?
I don't know about that.
Was he not a killer? Was he a homo?
I just want to know, like, this sensitivity reader, what are they going to put in that's terrifying for the kids of today? Are they going to have somebody being misgendered?
Well, I mean, it could be something like that. I would say just leave the books alone, and then, you know, if your kids...
I would say leave the books alone, or write new books, or encourage new works, or get, sensitivity is the wrong word, but a genuine person to read Hello and not make it sycophantic.
Oh, well, you'd never succeed.
Well, exactly, that's the whole thing.
That's what it's about. OK, we've got another question now. This is from Beverly, and Beverly says, would you be scared to work with Anneka Rice?
No,
she's a living legend.
Of course not.
So there's going to be this reboot of Challenge Anneka. Can't wait. I mean, I've been looking forward to this for years. Apparently ruffled feathers with the young production staff because sources on the set are saying that Ms. Rice is terse and abrasive in her approach to work. And this has prompted, lots of the young employees working behind the scenes quite upset about that. But what do you expect? She's up there in a helicopter in a tracksuit.
But it's not a tracksuit. It's a very stiff, starched jumpsuit. It's probably a man-made fabric and hellishly uncomfortable.
Right.
She's also a woman a lot older than she was, so, you know, there could be that as well.
Yes.
And
she looks great, though.
She looks fantastic.
Yes.
And a very gifted artist.
Yes.
But I actually remember turning up to do... I was talking to you about that, actually, turning up to do a warm-up job, and I was employed by a friend of mine, and this friend had said, hi, Princess, how are you? As they normally would. And I said, hey, how are you? And all that kind of stuff. And someone ran up to me and went, if you need to speak to HR, I can take you up. And
why?
Why? That's my friend, and that's how they address me. So why is it any of your beeswax?
So they were assuming that...
you pipe down?
Someone calling you princess was misgendering you.
Well, not necessarily misgendering me. Maybe they thought it was homophobic. Maybe they thought it was a slight. I just thought it was funny and thought, good, you really have time on your hands.
Why are people digging for offence, and what's the point? Why?
I think because they don't have a personality. I think that's a big thing. But going back to Anneka, the hair looks fantastic.
Yeah.
She doesn't look as though time's touched her. And it's very tricky. You'll back me up on this. To have a long bob and not have any flyaways, and she has succeeded. So she should be celebrated.
She should be celebrated, and in order to have that kind of immaculate look, you have to be a bit abrasive and terse. I mean, look at Margaret Thatcher. She was always well turned out.
The whole point...
Her hair was fantastic.
Brilliant. The whole point of rising through the ranks in the media and becoming, you know, in a position of power is so that you can throw a Cornish pasty at an underling's head.
Yes.
So
you've done that here.
Yeah. I got above my station. Yeah. I didn't realise I was throwing it at an executive who was much more powerful than me. But
yeah, well,
I think the problem is that Anneka comes from an old school television background where there wasn't a lot of time. It was a yes or no.
Yes.
And she maybe just wants to get in and out and get the job done.
But that's her job. I mean, a Challenge Anneka it's against the clock.
Stop the clock.
Yeah. So I mean, she's going to be a bit uptight, right? Because there's a deadline. Anyway, we've got a question now. This is a bit of an odd one sent in by Jack. Jack says, could you ever imagine falling in love with a plane? Now, You can see the photograph there. That's the German woman who has... This was in the Daily Mail this week. Her name is Sarah Rodo. She's in a sexual relationship with this plane. It's a Boeing 737. I think it's a model of the plane.
It's not a real plane.
It's not a real plane, but she...
Unless she's really big.
She could be really big. But she travelled abroad 30 times last year to spend time with this other plane. So she's obviously got an issue of... She likes planes, generally. That's the thing. So what do you think about...
Planeramorous.
Planeramorous. I think there's probably a word for it, isn't there? Do you judge such people, or do you say live and let live, Bruce?
I say live and let live, but feel free to never come and visit me.
Can the plane consent?
My God, I never even thought
Well,
of
exactly.
that. You really should go for the Nobel Peace Prize, seriously.
I've thought about it.
Well, I don't know, because do you remember there was someone, I think it was on GMTV or GMB, I'm showing my age, and it was about guide dogs, and they were upset because guide dogs hadn't been consented for training to help blind people.
Oh.
Yeah, so you make a good point. Has the plane been consented? How big is this plane? Where does the plane
You get angry guide dogs that are resentful that they've been forced into this life of helping.
I think they always seem
I thought the whole
quite
point of
well
dogs
measured.
is like they're... But I do know that plane, if she's in a sexual relationship with it already, it's an EasyJet.
Right, and on that note, we're going to go to a break. I think I need one. But after the break on Free Speech Nation, social sensations, which this week includes a man who goes everywhere with the crane that he rescued. That's a bird, by the way. Plus, the best of your unfiltered dilemmas. See you in a moment.
We are GB News, the People's Channel.
And right across the United Kingdom.
You can find us on Sky Channel 512.
Virgin Media Channel 604.
Freesat Channel 216.
Freeview Channel 236.
And YouView Channel 236.
You can also take us with you on DAB+ radio.
With the GB News app and at the website gbnews.uk.
We're absolutely everywhere.
Come join us on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Monday to Thursday, 9 p.m. till 11 p.m. Join me, Dan Wootton. I'll bring you the sharpest takes and hottest debates.
Do you not believe in prison?
I don't believe in prisons.
I'm completely stunned.
I guarantee you there'll be no spin, no bias, no censorship.
I actually was personally quite offended by it.
And no reason to go to bed.
So I guess they've always been quite woke.
That's Dan Wootton tonight on TV, radio and online. Monday to Thursday from 9 p.m. till 11 p.m. on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Hello, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and you can join me every weekday 6 till 7 on Jubes and Kerr.
You're an inspiration to us all.
Clip that bit up.
Well, you are.
That's my ringtone. My political ambitions those days are gone, I can tell you. She's only teasing. Go on. He's probably going to want to lay down now. I'll give him 2 minutes to have one. Let's respectfully disagree. That's what we like on Jubes and Kerr. Come and join us. GB News, the People's Channel.
Michelle Dewberry, weekday evenings at 6 o'clock.
I'm Simon Evans. Join me on GB News for Headliners at 11 p.m.
What's the scoop?
I'll be joined by 2 of the country's top comedians.
That's right.
As we take a look at tomorrow's newspapers tonight.
We're going to get into trouble.
If it's a big story, we'll be covering it.
Spill some tea on him.
There we go.
But we'll also have some fun.
I wouldn't stick up a bank.
My father didn't love me.
So anyway...
Headliners every night from 11 on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
It's all about family, being in people's living rooms, all the interaction and getting to know who our viewers and listeners are.
When I was young, my dad used to say, "Nah, stop arguing." I wanted an outlet that would enable me to give my opinion.
People are going through a really hard time right now, and I know that you don't feel like you're being listened to by the establishment. I came to GB News because it's the People's Channel, and I want the audience to have their say on the events of the day.
We're dynamic. We do something different.
Democracy shows that the wisdom of the nation is in its people.
I get to travel to find out what the story is from a personal perspective.
The British people aren't fools. We know when we're not being told the full story.
We've got to work out how Britain moves forward from this.
It's the best country in the world.
The establishment had their chance. Now we're here to represent your views.
Britain's watching.
Britain's watching.
Britain's watching.
We're proud to be GB News,
The People's Channel,
Britain's news channel.
to Free Speech Nation with me, Andrew Doyle. And every week we dedicate this part of the show to the world of social media. But first up, we're going to be having a look at this. An unexpected bond has become unbreakable between a crane and the man who saved its life in rural India. Have a look at this. So last year, Arif Gurjar found this injured, bleeding crane on his farmland, and he brought the crane into his home to help it heal, and that bird now never leaves his side. And you can see there from the footage, it just follow. And they're massive birds. I mean, they're 6-foot wingspan.
Yeah.
You'd be terrified if that was following you on your bike, but they're actually the closest of friends now. It's quite sweet, isn't it?
Yeah, it's really nice. I mean, I don't know, does the crane do anything else for him?
I don't believe so. It doesn't do household chores or anything like that.
Right.
I think it's just a mate.
Just hangs around
Just
with
hangs
him.
around.
Right.
So it could be quite creepy. I think it's quite nice.
Where does the crane sleep?
So I haven't inquired as to the sleeping arrangements of the crane. Are you implying something?
No, I was just asking.
No.
What's wrong with your diseased mind?
I
Stop this.
imagine he's had a thing built for the crane to sleep in.
nest?
Like a large bird cage.
Like an ensuite for the
An
crane.
ensuite for the crane, yeah. I think it's very sweet.
No, I think it's lovely. I genuinely think that's really nice. I think it goes to show that we can overcome so much more.
We can, can't we? There's a lot to be learnt there.
But where does the crane sleep?
Well, I don't know, Bruce.
No.
Right, it's one of those feel-good shows. Let's move up now to Liam Neeson. Liam Neeson was caught showing off his particular set of skills as he enjoyed watching his favourite ice hockey team at Madison Square Gardens. Let's take a look. There is a problem, though, isn't there, when celebrities become known for a particular, like, catchphrase or thing that they do, and then they feel obliged to do it wherever they go. I mean, I remember hearing John Burko on the bus being filmed. He was doing that order thing, because that's his catchphrase now.
Right. Was he driving the bus?
He was not, as it happens.
Right.
People had said, do your thing, do your catchphrase.
Right.
Liam Neeson is constantly going to get this with the, I will find you and I will kill you.
Yeah, and considering he's done so much other stuff that was really good. I mean, there's some bad stuff as well. There was Star Wars, but there's some really good stuff.
Hawk the Slayer, that was good.
Hawk the Slayer, I don't know Hawk the Slayer.
One of his early works.
Is that Hawkeye befriended and now follows him around on a bicycle?
That's what it should be.
Yeah, there's, I mean, some people like Victor Meldrew, well, it's not even his real name, but everybody just knows him as Victor Meldrew.
Yes.
Everybody just comes up to him in the street and says, do the line, I can't believe it.
Yeah.
Or I can't believe it, or however he said it.
There was even a Father Ted sketch about that.
Right, yeah.
Where a Father Ted says, oh, this will be an amazing thing. He's never heard this before.
So it must be an albatross round your neck. I mean,
must be.
Although if the albatross is something that you've healed and then is following you around, that's a good
Where is
thing.
the albatross sleeping? This is the
Obsessed with
question.
the sleeping arrangements of these birds.
Well, I just think it's nice.
Now, what do you think of it? Do you have a catchphrase, Bruce? No.
No, probably that's my catchphrase.
Yeah, no is your catchphrase.
Bruce, do you have any opinions on that? No.
No, that's your catchphrase.
No. Yeah.
But he must get sick of it. I mean, I bet he felt under pressure to do that because he was at Madison Square Gardens. Everyone's watching him. He's got to do his threatening Irish brogue.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Do you think so?
That's what I think so.
Do you think it's the same with the guy that's the father of Peppa Pig?
I don't know about the father of Peppa Pig.
Well, he apparently is, and he was on the Graham Norton show, and there was a guy, is it The Mandalorian? I can't remember what the name of the guy is, and they want him to do the voice, whatever the voice is, and he says that because it's a show that's for children or children watch, it's quite a breathy voice. He doesn't feel it's the best voice to do, and they want voicemails and answer phone messages and all that kind of stuff.
Tiresome.
And then a girl who was on, who was a singer, her father is the voice of Peppa Pig, and apparently he gets harangued all the time anywhere he goes, particularly in the meat aisle of a supermarket. Because do you not remember when, I think it was during lockdown, and these... It's the Peppa Pig puzzle piece, and it was Waitrose Essentials pork medallions or pork cubes. So you put it together and get a pig.
Has Peppa Pig actually done advertising for bacon products and pork products?
No, but apparently she's not very nice, and she's a fattist. She keeps calling her dad fat.
Is that right?
Apparently
Well, then
so.
she deserves to be chopped up into rashers.
Absolutely. Yeah. Show me your crackling.
There we go. So finally, a bizarre boast from the government this week that if you come to the UK illegally, you'll be denied access to the nation's modern slavery system. Surely that's a good thing, isn't it? Let's have a look at this. This was the... there it is, denied access. So if you come to the UK illegally, you'll be denied access to the UK's modern slavery system. What on earth are they thinking? Who on earth has done that?
Well, the trouble is the systems and processes that we put in place to deal with genuine asylum seekers and refugees that can then be gamed and exploited by people who just want to come to the UK.
Yeah, but that's quite a gauche messaging, isn't it? Because, I mean, that's implying that we have an official slavery system here.
Oh, right. If you look at
really
it the other
badly
way.
phrased.
Yeah, we're going to make you a junior doctor and only pay you £14.09 an hour.
Yeah, exactly.
I think the government are getting a lot of flack for having to deal with something that's an absolutely intractable issue, and however you deal with it is going to be horrible.
No, that's true. And I think it is something that does need to be dealt with, but I think they need to think through their advertising campaign about this a little bit more. Because that was just gauche.
Maybe get Gary Lineker to front it.
Maybe.
Who knows?
I mean, he's not doing much at the moment. What's that with him?
Well, according to his son, he will be back.
He will be back, OK.
Yeah, he's just maybe having a wee rest.
Yes. Do you watch Match of the Day?
Yeah.
Are you a big fan?
Oh, clearly. Football is my life. You've no idea. Yes.
They said that when it was on the other night that it was a lot better.
Again, you're speaking to the wrong person, because whether there's punditry,
yeah, of course.
Just, please.
Any thoughts on that, Leo?
Well, the whole thing I've noticed about football,
you don't
watching
like football, though,
yeah,
do you?
it's like I try to tell my mates, it's like you're literally just watching other people play football. It's dead boring. It's like watching somebody doing plastering or something. You're not even playing it yourself. You're watching other people doing it. It's like watching somebody playing a computer game. I know that's actually a form of entertainment now, but that's stupid as well.
You say that, Leo, but we are not the best panel to discuss this because we don't generally like football on this panel, right? But the thing is, people love it. They get obsessed with it.
But if a fight breaks out in the stand, which hopefully it does, if a fight breaks out, everybody turns and watches the fight because fights are better. If you're at a boxing match and people start doing keepy-uppies, nobody turns and watches the keepy-uppies.
That's not true, though, is it?
It's 100%
is
true.
That right?
Fighting is much more interesting than football.
Why don't they just incorporate it like they do with ice hockey, where the fight is actually part of the show, isn't it?
That'd be great.
Yeah.
Yeah, bring that back.
I saw an ice hockey game in Canada.
Did you?
Yeah, it was terrible.
Did you enjoy it?
No, it was awful.
No? Why did you go?
Someone said I should go, but it was just burly men fighting. It's not my sort of thing.
No, of course not. You're above that.
Absolutely.
You have wonky floors.
I do have wonky floors.
Yeah, we were
talking
about that.
Now, the part of the show where we talk through your unfiltered dilemmas. We've got a dilemma here which has been sent in. And by the way, I do thank you. Every week you do send in these problems, and I do appreciate it. This is from Rob, and Rob has said, is it wrong that I preferred Match of the Day without people stating the bleeding obvious? Well, it's not really wrong, is it? But I think a lot of people... Because you were saying, Leo, that this version of Match of the Day got more ratings.
Yeah.
So actually people don't necessarily want to be told what Gary Lineker thinks about
exactly,
someone kicking a ball.
And the BBC can save so much money from their wage bill by not having these overpaid celebrities on it. And also doing that will help close the gender pay gap, because a lot of them seem to be men, like Gary Lineker.
Yes, why are they not getting more women onto this?
Yeah, it's disgusting. They need more women and more ethnic minorities presenting Match of the Day.
I second that. What do you think of that, Bruce? Yeah, let's do it. Never thought you'd say something like that, Leo.
Yeah.
Pushing for the diversity. But I think you make a very good point. If they can run the show without paying over £1 million for a particular presenter...
Well, what's the point?
What's the point in having him?
Exactly.
I mean, what's he good for?
Gogglebox. Get him on Gogglebox.
He should do Gogglebox instead,
Yeah,
yes. And then he can tweet however he likes, because that's not on the BBC. All right. We've got another dilemma now. This is from Rick. Rick in West London. And Rick says, last New Year's Eve, someone hacked my Facebook account and posted a status update claiming I didn't care what anyone said. I will definitely be drink driving tonight. Now I'm struggling to convince friends that I didn't. Can you convince them for me, please? Well, it sounds like the lady doth protest too much. I mean, I think if he's writing into a programme claiming he didn't, he probably did.
Is he? I mean, is he drunk right now?
He might be drunk.
He's writing it.
Yes, I believe that might be the case. I mean, the thing about this, I often hear this when people say something really stupid online, and their default thing is, I've been hacked.
Yeah.
Do you buy that?
No, because most cases they haven't been hacked. It's just an excuse to. It's quite difficult to hack a Member of Parliament's Twitter account. I've tried many times. And, you have two-factor authentication, so, you need to have the phone as well.
Yes, but it's plausible deniability, isn't it?
I mean, they're trying it. But, yeah, people say it all the time, and it doesn't wash.
Well, I mean, but I remember when I was a school teacher, and this one boy sent an email to the headmaster saying, I really want you, big boy, or something like this. And he'd done that, and he claimed he'd been hacked. Unfortunately for him, the library had CCTV cameras that saw him sending it.
And did the headmaster write back saying, "What are you wearing?" I mean, how did this...
No, he did get suspended for that. But what was particularly good about it was that this was one of the best kids in the school, like really diligent, nerdy, like someone you would never expect to have done this. I think it was a great thing to do. But it just goes to show that you can be hacked. It can happen. Has it happened to you, Bruce? Have you been hacked?
No. No.
Is that because no one's interested enough to assume your identity?
Sorry, you were a teacher.
I was a teacher. Did you not know this?
No. What did you teach?
English and drama. I used to wear a tracksuit. Yeah.
Drama. There's a surprise. Now the wonky floors make more sense.
Can't you see me as a drama teacher? I used to do sort of...
In a tracksuit?
Well, yes, because as a drama teacher, you have to be quite limber.
Oh.
Yeah, and you have to be...
Is that so you can be a tree?
A tree is one of the things that you might have to be, but you also... All sorts of things you might
How long were you a teacher for?
I mean, this isn't really the show for this, is it? But,
no, it's just the thing is fascinating.
If you're genuinely interested,
yes.
I was a teacher for about 10 years.
Do you know what? I'm going to Google you.
What, as a teacher?
No, just as a person. I never have.
There are all sorts of things about me that you don't know.
Well, there you go. You are the gift that keeps on giving.
I am the gift. Didn't you used to be a teacher as well? No, you used to work for cybercrime intelligence, is that right?
Yeah.
Which is the same thing.
Intelligence analyst, yeah.
You were actually doing that?
Yeah,
They gave you that job and they allowed you to do it?
And I worked for the Foreign Office. Oh, they were always trying to fire me. But it's really actually really difficult to get fired by if you're working for a corporation or in the public sector. It's really difficult for people to fire you. It's amazing.
Even you?
Yeah.
I can't believe they let you do that job. Anyway, look. We've run out of time. I could talk about this for ages, but we'll do this next week. Anyway, thanks for joining us for Free Speech Nation. This was the week when the BBC wrapped the knuckles of Gary Lineker. More children's books were censored to protect the feelings of, well, who knows. And a German woman fell in love with her aeroplane. Well, live and let live, that's what I say. Thank you to my lovely panel, Leo Kearse and Bruce Devlin. And to my guests, Julie Bindel, Nigel Jones, Luke Gittos, Elnaz Sabah-Bocek and Rafe Hadel-Manku. And if you want to join us live in the studio and be part of our wonderful studio audience, you can easily do that. Just go to www.sroaudiences.com and you can apply there. Stay tuned for the brilliant Mark Dolan tonight. Don't forget Headliners is on every night at 11 o'clock. That's the late night paper preview show where comedians talk you through the next day's top news stories. Thanks ever so much for watching Free Speech Nation. I will see you next week. Farewell. And that's the end of the show.
Hello, I'm Craig Snell and here's your latest forecast from the Met Office. Well, as we look ahead to the new working week, for all of us it's going to stay unsettled and the risk of some further snow at times. So here's the situation as we end Sunday. Got this mild air coming in from the Atlantic, but cold air is always close by across the far north of the UK. And as we go through the next few days, that in fact will sink its way back towards the south. But for the rest of Sunday, we've got this band of rain working its way northwards. As it bumps up into that cold air across the far north, we will see some sleet and snow, especially across the high ground. And to the south of it, increasingly windy, especially along southern counties. Could see some coastal gales here come the end of the night. Temperatures for many mild, 10 to 11 in most towns and cities across the south, a touch of frost across the very far north. And this cold air will sink its way southwards as we go through Monday, so the rain turning increasingly to sleet and snow, even at lower levels at times across Scotland. So there are warnings in force, could see some disruption here throughout the day. Further south, mild but blustery, risk of some rain, especially across northern England, Wales and southwest England, highs reaching 14 to 15 degrees. Into the evening, the cold air continues to transfer its way southwards, so risk of some snow across Northern Ireland, Northern England and eventually into Wales and the Midlands. So again, could see a covering of snow in places, chiefly across the high ground as we go through the course of the night. And then cold behind it, could see some fairly widespread icy stretches come Tuesday morning. So Tuesday morning's commute could be a bit tricky across northern and central parts. Again, expect some disruption here. But all in all, Tuesday is going to be a cold day for all of us once any early rain clears the very far southeast. A mixture of sunny spells and wintry showers, even some sleet and snow possible across the far south, but chiefly across the north as we go through the course of the day. And temperatures struggling compared to recent days, but that cold theme doesn't last for too long in the south. It turns milder but wetter on Wednesday.
Monday to Thursday nights on GB News. At 6, it's Dubes & Co. 7 o'clock, Farage. At 8, join Jacob Rees-Mogg. And at 9, Dan Wootton Tonight, followed by Headliners. On TV, radio and online. This is GB News.
It's all about family, being in people's living rooms, all the interaction and getting to know who our viewers and listeners are.
When I was young, my dad used to say, "Nana, stop arguing." I wanted an outlet that would enable me to give my opinion.
People are going through a really hard time right now, and I know that you don't feel like you're being listened to by the establishment.
I came to GB News because it's the People's Channel, and I want the audience to have their say on the events of the day.
We're dynamic. We do something different.
Democracy shows that the wisdom of the nation is in its people.
I get to travel to find out what the story is from a personal perspective.
The British people aren't fools. We know when we're not being told the full story.
We've got to work out how Britain moves forward from this.
It's the best country in the world.
The establishment had their chance. Now we're here to represent your views.
Britain's watching.
Britain's watching.
Britain's watching.
We're proud to be GB News.
The People's Channel.
Britain's news channel.
We are GB News, the People's Channel.
And right across the United Kingdom.
You can find us on Sky Channel 512.
Virgin Media Channel 604.
Freesat Channel 216.
Freeview Channel 236.
And YouView Channel 236.
You can also take us with you on DAB Plus Radio.
With the GB News app and at the website gbnews.uk.
We're absolutely everywhere.
Come join us on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
GB News has its own late-night paper preview show, Headliners, where comedians take you through the next day's top news stories. You don't have to bother reading the newspaper, we've got it covered for you. Headliners, every night at 11 p.m. and repeated every morning at 5 a.m. We won't send you to sleep like some of the other paper review shows out there. GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Nana Akue, Saturday and Sunday afternoons on GB News. Expect fiery debate and passionate discussion as me and my panel tackle some of the biggest topics hitting the headlines. It's a place for everyone's opinion. No one gets cancelled, but no one gets an easy ride.
Oh, she's on it today!
Be ready for conversations that are fierce, frank, and of course, fun. Every Saturday and Sunday afternoon from 4 p.m. on GB News, the People's Channel.
Join me, Camilla Tominey, on Sunday mornings from 9:30, taking the politicians to task and breaking out of SW1 to see how their decisions are affecting you across the UK. Bursting the Westminster bubble every Sunday morning, only on GB News, the People's Channel. Britain's watching.
Welcome to Gloria Meets. Two Conservative MPs in this evening's show that I've been trying to get for absolutely ages. First up, it's Andrea Jenkins.
It got aggressive, telling me to buy a stab vest, and he just got off with a caution. He said, I was bored and I hit the Tories. You know, and I think that is unacceptable. You can't treat people that way.
Former Conservative Cabinet Minister, now a Liberal Democrat, Stephen Dorrell.
That all politicians should remember that when they write words in electronic media, they are part of the public record that will live forever.
And senior Conservative MP William Wragg opens up about his depression.
The depression sometimes if you imagine this image, that you've fallen through a floor and then you land on the floor below. You think, goodness me, well, I've come through that and it's okay. And then you start to hear the floorboards creak around you. And, no, I'm going to be going down another level.
All that after your news.
Good afternoon, it's just past 6 o'clock. I'm Aaron Armstrong in the GB newsroom. BBC Sport coverage has been affected by last-minute changes for a second day in a row as presenters boycott the broadcaster in solidarity with Gary Lineker. Now, the Match of the Day host was asked if he still worked for the BBC this morning. I can't say anything was his response, although his eldest son says he thinks the presenter will return but will not ever back down. Six Nations coverage has gone ahead as scheduled, but 5 Live Radio Sport has been radically altered on both days of the weekend, and it's understood Match of the Day 2 will be much reduced with no presenter, pundits or commentary. The Prime Minister is flying to California to discuss the AUKUS defence deal between the UK, the US and Australia. Rishi Sunak will meet his American and Australian counterparts, during which a deal to supply British nuclear-powered submarines to Australia is likely to be confirmed. The aim of the AUKUS Pact, signed 2 years ago in 2021, is to counter China's threat in the Indo-Pacific region. The government says it will do everything it can to protect UK tech companies caught up in the collapse of the Silicon Valley Bank. Companies could start to experience difficulties on Monday morning. But the Chancellor, Jeremy Hunt, says the Treasury is working to minimise the damage to what he described as some of our most promising companies in the UK. He also said they're working at pace to make sure those companies don't run out of cash. Last Friday, SVB's American parent company became the biggest failure of a US bank since the 2008 financial crisis. It is now under US government control. The Health Secretaries criticised junior doctors for failing to call off their strike action on Monday. Writing in The Telegraph, Steve Barclay described the 72-hour walkout as incredibly disappointing. The British Medical Association has described Mr Barclay's recent offer to negotiate as a feeble attempt to stall. It is expected to affect many services, including A&E, cancer care and maternity care. And it's one of the biggest nights in Hollywood as celebrities get ready for the 95th Oscar Awards. And there's plenty of British and Irish talent in the mix for a gong. The Banshees of Inisherin has become the most Oscar-nominated Irish film of all time, with 9 nominations. Bill Nye's up for Best Actor for his role in the movie Living, and Andrea Riseborough is up for the Best Actress for her role in the movie To Leslie. And it all gets underway about midnight. TV, online and DAB plus radio, this is GB News. More for you at the top of the next hour.
Andrea Jenkins, I'm so pleased that we are doing this. We've been trying to fix it for ages.
It's great to be here, Gloria.
Now, you were elected in 2015. Yeah. You defeated Ed Balls. You've always been a big Eurosceptic. You were a big supporter of Boris Johnson's premiership.
Yes.
What is your assessment of how your party is doing in a post-Boris world?
I mean, I come from a family of Eurosceptics. My mum was a massive Eurosceptic, so was my dad. I'm a Democrat. People voted for Boris, and this is why I've stridently voted and tried to secure Brexit. So I'm a Democrat, and just the way Boris got ousted within our own party, I thought it left a bad taste in our mouths, really. We've seen the knock-on effect with members not being very happy, and I think it's not a good look at how we've kept changing prime ministers. I mean, I back Liz, and I just think we've got to get on with the job which Rishi's doing. And I think it's also about trying to instill confidence in the public, because it has been, not the easiest time the last few years.
Do you think Boris Johnson might come back?
I hope he will do one day, definitely. I think he's got more to give, definitely.
Great. So you were skills minister. You were a minister in the dying days of that Boris Johnson premiership. You were on your way to that resignation speech in Number 10. A select few of his key supporters were invited to share.
You're going to mention
that
the finger, aren't you, Gloria?
Special moment. I'm going to mention the finger. You gave the middle finger. Yes. Why?
First of all, I didn't expect to become a minister the next day. It's sod's law, really, isn't it? Yeah. But I've had about 8 death threats over the years, and you really get sick of it. And I saw Steve Bray there. I think everybody knows Steve Bray, the anti-Brexit guy. And he's been hounding me since my little one was in his pram. Even when my little one was in his pram, there with a megaphone shouting, and I've pulled him up on that. And he's just got no respect for anybody. And I just thought, these people have got what they want now. There was all shouting. Boris is resigning, is stepping down. Leave him alone. And I just got sick of this double standards. It's okay for one group of people to treat another group a certain way, but not somebody think, sod you. So I just had enough, yeah.
And it doesn't sound like you regret it.
I don't really, no. I mean, I didn't expect to become a minister the next day. That was unexpected. But no, you know, people should treat people better. And when you've had 6 death threats, you have to, nearly 8 death threats, when you've had to get CCTV at your home, you've had people tell you to kill yourself, you just get sick of it, to be honest.
And let's talk about some of those death threats. So in 2019, a person was taken to court for threatening to rip your face off. The year before, you received a threatening and sexually explicit email calling for you to be cut with barbed wire and die.
In my own pool of excrement, yeah.
Last year, a man was arrested for making a threat about you to your local council, I believe.
Yes, I mean, what happened was, it was my niece's wedding the next day, so I was in the local hairdressers on the high street getting my hair done, and my team ran in. We phoned the police, the local security guards at the town hall. A man said he's looking for you, he wants to blow you up. And so that's the only time I've ever wanted to quit, Gloria, because I'm quite a tough cookie, being a northerner. You're a tough cookie yourself, and you don't like being pushed into a corner. But when you've got a little one, when you've got a 5-year-old, I was sat in the hairdressers for those 10 minutes waiting for the police to arrive, and I asked the hairdressers whether they had an exit at the back door in case I needed to run. And then I was thinking, God, how do I keep them safe? And that's the only moment in politics I've ever wanted to quit. And for a good month or 2, actually, I was thinking, do I quit? Is it really worth it?
Have all the people who made those threats that I just listed...
Well, he got let off. He said it was a joke. And there was another chap who I got 70 emails, a constituent, middle-class guy, beautiful home, own business. So it's not just some loner in his bedroom on a laptop. Calling my child the devil child. It got quite sexual. It got aggressive, telling me to buy a stab vest. And he just got off with a caution. He said, I was bored and I hit the Tories. And I think that is unacceptable. You can't treat people that way.
So, with that in mind, in 2020, you provided a character reference.
Yes.
For the court case of a Conservative Party activist who made violent threats to the Labour MP, Shadow Home Secretary Yvette Cooper. He said, she will pay. I'm already organising to hurt her. Given what you've just said about how you felt.
I probably got suckered in by him in a way. I really felt sorry for me. He had an awful childhood. He told me how his father committed suicide when he was young, and I really felt for him. And all I'd seen is this good side, really. And I knew he'd had tremendous mental health issues. So I was just saying, can we make sure that he gets the support with the mental health issues? That was the support. I mean, what he did was not acceptable in any walk of life. But I just wanted to ensure, because he needed support with his mental health.
OK. Something else that I found out when I was doing my research, when you were 18, your dad sent your picture off to a beauty pageant and you made it to the final of Miss UK. What was that like?
Oh my gosh. I mean, I love dressing up like you do, Gloria. I'm very much a girly girl. It was interesting. I remember wearing my bikini with a sarong, walking, and I'm not the most elegant walker, and people was taking it so seriously, and I was just stomping away, on the stage, and I remember one girl was saying she was desperately needing the loo, and she was like, I can't walk out there yet because the judges will see me and I want to make an entrance. I'm like, for God's sake, you need the loo, go to the loo. So it was amazing how people took it so seriously. I just thought it was a bit of a laugh, really.
And we are recording this interview in the week of International Women's Day.
Yeah.
Do you think, with the benefit of hindsight, those things, those beauty pageants, beauty contests, women being judged on their beauty, I mean, they're a relic of the past now, aren't they?
Yeah, but I mean, I don't see any harm in it, to be honest, if that's what people want to do. And I mean, I never celebrate International Women's Day. I mean, with all the trans stuff, I think, you know, we've got to realise what a woman is. But I mean, I remember under Theresa May's time, do you remember when she contacted all MPs and said, find a woman from your constituency and ask her to stand? Well, I tweeted, for true equality, I'm going to bring a bloke. And God, the backlash I got from fellow women colleagues, you're letting women down, all that rubbish. And I thought, you know, sometimes people take themselves too seriously. And I think we're very, very lucky in this country. Yes, there is misogyny around. But I think, look, we've had 3 female prime ministers. Let's focus on the positive in life as well.
Are you a feminist?
No, I'm a meritocrat. I believe whatever, you know, coming from a working class background like yourself as well, I think it's about opportunities for people. And I want the brightest and the best to have the opportunities and to really get somewhere in life and pick the best people for the jobs. I don't care whether the whole cabinet's women, whether the whole men. And I think that, you know, people are people.
And you also have another talent. You are a soprano.
Yes. Give us... what, you want me to sing?
Go
Okay.
Let's have a bit.
Right, okay, what shall I sing? Okay, right. God on high, hear my prayer, in my need, you have always been there.
Gosh, God, that really...
Oh, well, thank you.
It sent a shiver down my spine.
I write songs as well. I've got a song, I released an album myself in the early 2000s, and it's called ELIS. It's an acronym for I Love You in Secret. The name came to me in a dream. I've got a song where I sing backwards. So I like quirky songs as well.
Very talented, gosh. You'd be good on a karaoke night.
Maybe we can do it together, Gloria.
Yeah. I don't think I'd put you through that. You are a mum.
Yes.
You have a son with the Conservative MP Jack Lepresti, who you married in 2017. Yes. I'm always fascinated to know how anyone can date and fall in love in Parliament.
Yeah. Well, it can strike in the most unusual places, can't it? Yeah. But I think anybody who's a mum in any walk of life realises it's a juggle. And living 200 miles apart, now Clifford's school age at 5, you can't go to 2 different schools. That's the juggle, being a mum and trying to be the best mum. I get mummy guilt every day. I adore my little boy. Yeah.
We were supposed to do this interview last year. It had to be delayed. Your mum went to hospital. Your mum died.
Yes.
How are you?
Oh, God. To be honest, Gloria, it was the worst time of my life. My mum was my rock. She was amazing. And we found out in November, she was really bizarre behaviour. She had a benign tumour on the brain. And 3 days after, so she was in hospital, 3 days after that, my sister went into a coma unexpectedly and was in a coma and died, had to be resuscitated and come back. And then she was paralysed and I couldn't tell Mum that. And Mum survived an amazing 8.5-hour operation to remove the tumour, but then she got sepsis. And honestly, I didn't feel in my own body at times. It was horrific. Being with Mum the last 36 hours when I was holding her hand, the medication they gave her, which pumps the blood around the main organs. So it pulled it from the extremities, so she started getting necrosis. Her face was going blue, her tongue was going black, and trying to get that image out of my mum's face, it was horrific. Yeah, I mean, my sister, she still can't walk, it's probably the worst time of my life. But I survived it. And the hardest part really was for my little one, Clifford. He's telling him that his nana's died. And he said to me, Mummy, I know why she died. He said, when I was 4, I got under her feet and she fell over and hit her head. She's died because of me, Mummy. That was the hardest thing ever explaining to a 5-year-old. It's not you, my darling. Yeah.
It's been such a tough time for you.
It's been horrible, yeah. But other people go through bad stuff as well. But both going through at the same time. That was hard. And it was a really tale of two cities, a tale of two hospitals. My sister, she lives in Hay-on-Wye and went to Hereford Hospital. She had amazing treatment. I mean, even the nurse went and got her a KFC a couple of weeks ago because she'd missed it because she'd been in hospital all these months. But my mum, it was awful care. The amount of times I walked in, she was drenched in her own urine, covered in her own food, and I had to change the sheets. And she was covered in sick one time, and it was really a tale of two hospitals. It was horrific, Laurie.
I'm sorry you went through.
Thank you.
I'm sorry you went through that. I could talk to you for so much longer.
I could you as well.
We're almost out of time. Just final question.
Yeah.
It's budget week
Yes.
next week. One call, one thing that you want Jeremy Hunt to say in that budget.
It'd be lower taxes. That affects everybody. And also including corporation tax. You know, post-Brexit Britain, you know, we need to be ready for business, be attractive for investment, which will help the economy.
Andrea Jenkins, I knew you'd be great. I've loved it.
Ditto, thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Coming up, former Conservative Health Secretary Stephen Dorrell.
The ideal outcome is Keir Starmer leading a minority Labour government that then has to deal with the point that our political system is broken.
Coming up, senior Conservative MP William Wragg.
I do take a reasonably mild dose of sertraline each day, which, as your viewers may be familiar, is an antidepressant and also has particular helpful effects with regards to anxiety.
We are GB News, the People's Channel.
And right across the United Kingdom.
You can find us on Sky Channel 512.
Virgin Media Channel 604.
Freesat Channel 216.
Freeview Channel 236.
And YouView Channel 236.
You can also take us with you on DAB+ radio.
With the GB News app and at the website gbnews.uk.
We're absolutely everywhere.
Come join us on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Monday to Thursday, 9 p.m. till 11 p.m. Join me, Dan Wootton. I'll bring you the sharpest takes and hottest debates.
Do you not believe in prison?
I don't believe in prisons.
I'm completely stunned.
I guarantee you there'll be no spin, no bias, no censorship.
I actually was personally quite offended by it.
And no reason to go to bed.
So I guess they've always been quite woke.
That's Dan Wootton tonight on TV, radio and online. Monday to Thursday from 9 p.m. till 11 p.m. on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Hello, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and you can join me every weekday 6 till 7 on Jubes and Kerr.
You're an inspiration to us all.
Clip that bit up.
Well, you are.
That's my ringtone. My political ambitions those days are gone, I can tell you.
She's only teasing. Go on.
He's probably going to want to lay down now. I'll give him 2 minutes to have one. Let's respectfully disagree. That's what we like on Jubes and Kerr. Come and join us. GB News, the People's Channel.
Michelle Dewberry, weekday evenings at 6 o'clock.
I'm Simon Evans. Join me on GB News for Headliners at 11 p.m.
What's the scoop?
I'll be joined by 2 of the country's top comedians.
That's right.
As we take a look at tomorrow's newspapers tonight.
We're going to get into trouble.
If it's a big story, we'll be covering it.
Spill some tea on him.
There we go.
But we'll also have some fun.
I wouldn't stick up a bank.
My father didn't love me.
So anyway.
Headliners every night from 11 on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
It's all about family, being in people's living rooms, all the interaction and getting to know who our viewers and listeners are.
When I was young, my dad used to say, Nana, stop arguing. I wanted an outlet that would enable me to give my opinion.
People are going through a really hard time right now, and I know that you don't feel like you're being listened to by the establishment.
I came to GB News because it's the People's Channel, and I want the audience to have their say on the events of the day.
We're dynamic. We do something different.
Democracy shows that the wisdom of the nation is in its people.
I get to travel to find out what the story is from a personal perspective.
The British people aren't fools. We know when we're not being told the full story.
We've got to work out how Britain moves forward from this.
It's the best country in the world.
The establishment had their chance. Now we're here to represent your views.
Britain's watching.
Britain's watching.
Britain's watching.
We're proud to be GB News,
The People's Channel.
Britain's news channel.
Stephen Dorrell, You were a Conservative MP from 1979 to 2015. You were a big figure in the party, held various cabinet jobs. Why on earth are you now a member of the Liberal Democrats?
Well, I have a simple way of summarising that, which is that I didn't leave my party left me. So I was actually a member of the Conservative Party for 49 years. I joined it when Ted Heath was leading Britain into Europe. I left it when Theresa May was leading Britain out of Europe, and the two things are connected. I was, at the time that I left the Tory party, I was chair of the European movement, because I passionately believe that Brexit is a fundamental mistake, what John Major actually describes as an historic mistake, which, as I often say, is as close as John ever gets to using bad language in public.
But the people voted for it. It's a democracy, right?
Yeah, they didn't vote for the Brexit we've got. They voted, it's absolutely true they voted for Brexit. There were a wide range of Brexits on offer, and we've chosen the most damaging. Or rather, I should be much more precise. The faction that currently controls the Tory party chose the most damaging option of Brexit.
Is there any way back for you to come back to the Conservative Party? Is that remotely possible?
No, is the short answer. Because I do believe that the Tory party is responsible for an extremely damaging version of Brexit. That's the first reason. There's actually a second reason. And on this, I freely acknowledge I've changed my view. I've always been an advocate of the two-party system on the basis that you have two permanent coalitions and invite the voters to choose between them. I'm now opposed to the two-party system because what's actually happened around Brexit's the most egregious example, but actually my own area of particular personal interest in the health service is another victim of the two-party system, in my view. What it does is to reduce political discussion to a binary choice between two structures. And those structures are victims, both of them in the last 10 years, of factional politics where the voters simply aren't involved. The Labour Party, that was true of the Corbyn years. The Tory party has been true of the Brexit argument. And what I therefore believe we now ought to have in this country is a more plural, a more nuanced political system. And for that you need electoral reform, which is why I'm now a Liberal Democrat.
But we don't have electoral reform yet. We won't have it for the next general election. You're going to wake up with Keir Starmer or Rishi Sunak as Prime Minister. Who would you rather see?
My dream outcome is Keir Starmer as Prime Minister, because I think he'd be better placed to do some short-term things than the current Tory party, but with a very important qualification. The ideal outcome is Keir Starmer leading a minority Labour government that then has to deal with the point that our political system is broken.
Do you know, it's remarkable what you've said, because I grew up, when I was getting into politics, you were this big figure that I remember from the Tory party, and it's quite extraordinary to hear you say that when push came to shove, you would prefer to wake up with a Labour Prime Minister.
Because I think Keir Starmer is in better control, and this is a relative measurement, in better control of the dangerous factions in the Labour Party than Rishi Sunak is in control of the dangerous factions of the Tory party. Really
interesting. One of the cabinet jobs that you had, this was under John Major, you were Health Secretary. The NHS is never far from the top of our political debate, discussion, priorities. Imagine you're back behind your desk, you're Health Secretary today. What's the number one thing that you're going to tackle?
That actually is easy today, which is to remember that the health service can't deliver anything unless it's got full engagement from all the staff of the health service and a realistic workforce plan for the health service and also for the social care system. And so I think the highest priority for Steve Barclay, and it, as has been the case since he was appointed, now getting on for 6 months ago, is to sort out the pay issues and to re-engage with the workforce of the NHS and to set out his plan for how the workforce of the NHS is going to be developed over the coming period beyond the end of this Parliament.
Did you have a constructive relationship with the health unions when you were Health Secretary?
Like any Health Secretary, I had a occasionally testy relationship with the trade unions. But what I would like to think is that whether it's the BMA and the representatives of the medical profession, or the RCN and the other nursing unions, and importantly, the other people who work in the health service, is that, first of all, importantly, my door was always open. I was always happy to talk to them. Secondly, I am a believer in the review body system that takes the immediate issues of pay out of day-to-day politics, because I think that creates more space for the dialogue that ought to take place between the person who's politically responsible for the NHS and the social care system. I insist on linking the two together. The person who's politically responsible for them, and the representatives of the people who deliver them. It isn't the health secretary that delivers the healthcare system, blindingly, obviously. But if you're going to deliver your political objectives, you have to have an open line of dialogue with the people who represent the staff of the system.
More from Stephen Dorrell after the break.
You only win in politics if you explain to people who don't agree with you why you should do what you want to do.
I joined GB News because I was sick and tired of not hearing my views being represented, not just mine, but so many people that I knew and spoke to.
I just couldn't get my voice out there. I couldn't say anything, I couldn't do anything. Whatever the narrative was, I kind of had to follow it.
GB News is there to provide a voice for those who have been ignored by the establishment media. We think different things, we've got a different style.
GB News is here to be optimistic and positive about the future.
It's real kind of dynamic and flowing, with the audience very much at the heart of it, like a big family.
Here at GB News, we talk about the things that matter to you.
Hearing the voices from right across our towns and cities, especially our towns.
All sides of the argument represented with a heavy dose of opinion.
We're on a mission here to make a difference.
And the GB News family really is here for you, and whatever time of day you can watch or listen.
Britain's watching.
Britain's watching.
We're proud to be GB News.
The People's Channel.
Britain's news channel.
Westminster is going around in ever-decreasing circles, followed by the media. Britain is broken. How on earth did we get into this mess? But more importantly, how do we get out of it? Join me at 7 p.m, Mondays to Thursdays on Farage, here on GB News. We will have open, rational debate. We've got to work out how Britain moves forward from this. Join us here on GB News, the People's Channel. Britain is watching.
You've probably seen politicians interviewed 1,000 times, but we do it differently. We find out who they really are, we don't shout, we chat, and hopefully we bring a bit of light, not just heat. Did you know Kate Moss?
Apparently.
Do you have a pair of jeans or a pair of jeans?
No, of course I don't. What would I do with them?
My friends are like, oh my God, what's she doing now?
Join me every Sunday at 6 for Gloria Meets, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I'm Jacob Rees-Mogg, the Member of Parliament for North East Somerset and a former government minister. For years, I've walked the corridors of power in both Westminster and the City of London. I campaigned in the largest democratic vote in our island story. I know this country has so much to be proud of. We need to have the arguments, the discussions on how we make it better. The wisdom of the nation is in its people. Vox Populi, Vox Dei. That's why I'm joining the People's Channel. Join me Monday to Thursday at 8 p.m. on GB News, Britain's news channel.
I'm Mark White. As GB News Home and Security Editor, I cover those key issues that are so important to you. Our authorities, our communities doing all they can to combat violent crime. With the public services under unbearable strain, why are we still failing to control our borders? Defence, the first priority of any government, has been continually hollowed out. Can we trust our politicians to protect the armed forces? Join me, Mark White, on GB News.
Let's use the benefit of your experience and those decades of perspective. You were in Parliament for many prime ministers, from Thatcher to May.
I was never actually. I left in 2015. So David
Cameron was your last
prime minister.
Your last prime minister. If you had to single out one or two, I'll let you have three if you insist, as the most impressive figures in those 40 years, who are you going to plump for?
So, well, I think history will be very clear that there are two in that list that left their imprint on the country. And one of whom is obviously Margaret Thatcher. I voted for the Thatcher government, supported the Thatcher government throughout its tenure. I never described myself as a Thatcherite at the time, and I'm certainly not going to describe myself in that language now. But you can't take away from the fact, and this is where today's sort of Thatcherite monkey, I think they misunderstand the nature of Margaret Thatcher. She was a very, very skilled politician. She knew how to build a coalition, including, in my case, people who didn't fundamentally agree with her instincts, but were prepared to empower her to do things that needed to be done. So she's an impressive figure. And the other figure that history will clearly remember is Tony Blair, who made a huge mistake in Iraq. I say that as somebody who voted for Iraq, so I'm not seeking to rewrite history. It was a huge historical error. But nonetheless, Tony, and I've worked with him clearly in the European argument more recently, reasonably closely. I like Tony Blair, and I respect the fact that there's a phrase he uses a lot, which I think is 100% right and is missed by most politicians most of the time, which is that democracy is government by explanation. And that's, ministers have to be prepared to explain what they're doing if they're going to invite people to support them.
And one other issue where I want to get the benefit of your perspective, it's sort of accepted at the moment that politics is incredibly toxic, that there has never been so much abuse directed towards politicians. There must have been toxicity and abuse in your time, though.
Yeah, I'm not sure that there's toxicity levels rise and fall. I mean, the only time I remember walking through Loughborough Market and being personally abused was at the time of the community charge, the poll tax. So there was a high level of toxicity then, deservedly in my view, but that's now all history. So toxicity, I think, rises and falls. What I think is genuinely different today is the willingness of politicians to talk to their echo chamber, I've seen it said multiple times by politicians actually on both sides of the political divide, which is why I don't like the two-party system. People think, the people say. What they actually mean is my Twitter sphere, my Twitter followers say, because they don't actually talk to the people on the other side of the argument. I think, and this is actually one thing that I attribute, both in fairness, Margaret Thatcher and Tony Blair understood you only win in politics if you explain to people who don't agree with you why you should do what you want to do. Today's politicians talk to their supporters. They forget the people whose support they need if they're going to create a majority.
Very well put, if I may say so. Let's come to the current day. Over the last couple of weeks, we've seen the release of lots of WhatsApp messages, the lockdown files, the revelations about decisions that were taken during the pandemic, which we were not aware of how they were formulated. What lessons can we learn from what we now know as a result of those leaked messages?
Well, I suppose there are three things we can learn. The first is the simplest one, which is that all politicians should remember that when they write words in electronic media, they are part of the public record that will live forever. So first point, that's a pretty simple mechanistic point. The second point is, in a sense, the least important, which is that given that we have access to those private messages, I think we should screen out some of the sillier things, the most obviously silly things that are said in those messages, because I actually think there's a third point that's really seriously important, which is that government is a public process, and the decisions that are made by government, when people talk about process, it sounds as though they're kind of boring accountants and, have we ticked the box and have we covered all the bases? Tony Blair, I've already talked about the mistakes of the Iraq War. When the inquiry reported on the Iraq War, it said that one of the key failings was what it called sofa government. Well, what we've got in these WhatsApp messages is exactly the same phenomenon in the middle of the pandemic. There is process in government for a reason. It is a public process. And I think these WhatsApp messages and the mistakes that they led to reinforce again the dangers of sofa government.
Stephen Dorrell, an absolute pleasure. Thank you very much indeed for your time.
Thank you.
Coming up, senior Conservative MP William Wragg.
Some within government that they thought that they could overtly control the voting behaviour of members of Parliament by either directly or implicitly threatening to withdraw projects and funding from their constituencies, which I don't think is acceptable.
We are GB News, the People's Channel.
And right across the United Kingdom.
You can find us on Sky Channel 512.
Virgin Media Channel 604.
Freesat Channel 216.
Freeview Channel 236.
And YouView Channel 236.
You can also take us with you on DAB Plus Radio.
With the GB News app and at the website gbnews.uk.
We're absolutely everywhere.
Come join us on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Monday to Thursday, 9 p.m. till 11 p.m. Join me, Dan Wootton. I'll bring you the sharpest takes and hottest debates.
Do you not believe in prison?
I don't believe in prison.
I'm completely stunned.
I guarantee you there'll be no spin, no bias, no censorship.
I actually was personally quite offended by it.
And no reason to go to bed.
So I guess they've always been quite woke.
That's Dan Wootton tonight on TV, radio and online. Monday to Thursday from 9 p.m. till 11 p.m. on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Hello, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and you can join me every weekday 6 till 7 on Jubes and Kerr.
You're an inspiration to us all.
Clip that bit up.
Well, you are.
That's my ringtone. My political ambitions those days are gone, I can tell you. She's only teasing. Go on. He's probably going to want to lay down now. I'll give him 2 minutes to have one. Let's respectfully disagree. That's what we like on Jubes and Kerr. Come and join us. GB News, the People's Channel.
Michelle Dewberry, weekday evenings at 6 o'clock.
I'm Simon Evans. Join me on GB News for Headliners at 11 p.m.
What's the scoop?
I'll be joined by 2 of the country's top comedians.
That's right.
As we take a look at tomorrow's newspapers tonight.
We're going to get into trouble.
If it's a big story, we'll be covering it.
Spill some tea on him.
There we go.
But we'll also have some fun.
I wouldn't stick up a bank.
My father didn't love me.
So anyway.
Headliners every night from 11 on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
It's all about family, being in people's living rooms, all the interaction and getting to know who our viewers and listeners are.
When I was young, my dad used to say, Nana, stop arguing. I wanted an outlet that would enable me to give my opinion.
People are going through a really hard time right now, and I know that you don't feel like you're being listened to by the establishment.
I came to GB News because it's the People's Channel, and I want the audience to have their say on the events of the day.
We're dynamic. We do something different.
Democracy shows that the wisdom of the nation is in its people.
I get to travel to find out what the story is from a personal perspective.
The British people aren't fools. We know when we're not being told the full story.
We've got to work out how Britain moves forward from this.
It's the best country in the world.
The establishment had their chance. Now we're here to represent your views.
Britain's watching.
Britain's watching.
Britain's watching.
We're proud to be GB News,
The People's Channel.
Britain's news channel.
Conservative MP William Wragg, I have been harassing you for months to try and get this interview, so thank you for finally giving it.
Only in a very polite way.
Very, very polite. This is what you wrote last August. I have lived with depression and anxiety for most of my adult life. At the moment, both are severe. How are you now?
I'm fine, as we always say. In response to that question, I'm certainly not feeling as I did in August, and feeling genuinely much better, much more positive, much happier, dare I say it. And I think, you know, the clouds or the black dog, it comes and goes throughout life. And I think the summer was a particularly acute period of it.
When did you first become aware of your depression?
Probably when I was at university. And I think, therefore, on and off at various stages of my life, it has been there. And I think I class depression and anxiety of the different sides of the same coin. I think they quite often come as a pairing in that way. And you know, certainly through the time that I've been an MP, yeah, there have been some tough spells, but nothing quite as affecting as it was over the course of the last summer.
Can you tell us a little bit, whatever you feel comfortable with, about how it affects you?
Well, depression in my case is a profound numbness to the world and people around me. And it's entirely out of character, because actually, despite the impression I may give to some people, I quite like other people, by and large, and get on with most people, and enjoy the company of others, and generally I'm enthusiastic about the things that I apply myself to. So when that all sort of drains away from you, it's very noticeable, and certainly that was the state that I'd found myself in during the summer. But also, you know, you have heightened anxiety, and everybody has anxiety from time to time, and it's quite natural, frankly, to feel nerves and apprehension, the sorts of things. But when that becomes an anxiety and apprehension about everyday things, from getting up in the morning to going out for a walk, to doing this, that and the other, then you know it's not the everyday run-of-the-mill stuff, and really it's quite serious.
What do you do when you're having an episode? What sort of treatment is available?
Well, for me, I'm much better at identifying it, but I haven't actually, before the summer, spoken publicly of it. You know, close friends knew, and I'm sure people throughout my life have noticed times where that inexplicable disappearances, where I sort of retreat and take time for myself. Long walks in a sort of old romantic sense along, moorlands and headlands and all this, that and the other. But I think really it usually requires me to take a bit of time out and a bit of time away. And it was only on this occasion that I actually explained what it was, rather than people, being curious as to, where's he gone? What's happened to him?
And why did you decide to go public last year for the first time?
Because I wanted to hold myself accountable for getting better. And the only way I could see at that time in doing so was to make it clear what it was, rather than it being some sort of secret that lurked away, and I think would have, the likelihood would be that it would come back more frequently, because it made myself accountable. It took me a while, perhaps, to do everything that I needed to do, because being public about something, you do feel a sense of, well, I've done that, good on me, I can, relax. But no, actually, I liken the depression sometimes to, if you imagine this image, that you've fallen through a floor, and then you land on the floor below, and think, goodness me, well, I've come through that and it's okay. And then you start to hear the floorboards creak around you. And no, I'm going to be going down another level. And so I think it's sort of trying to break out of that cycle. And I think being public about it, that was my means of doing so.
Is there anything you can do to help yourself emerge from that darkness?
Yeah. And a lot of it is yourself. Yes, you can have the support of other people, but I do think you need to have that self-awareness in order to drive yourself, and that can be a very, very, very small step, simple things. But without that, I don't think you can be entirely lifted from that state, from external things.
Do you think the political environment, the nature of our politics, does it exacerbate or amplify your mental health?
Does it not? I don't think well, I don't know, because it's not really a controlled experiment, is it? Because I'm not, if I'm not in a different situation. So all life in different occupations have their challenges, which can, there's nothing unique to politicians. I think there's something quite unique to a certain pressurised environment in the political world, but that can be in other public-facing roles and roles of leadership as well, where the expectation, of course, is that you will remain impermeably strong and set an example to others. So I think you will find it in different walks of life. I wouldn't necessarily say that politics is conducive to having your mind in a happy sense of equilibrium all of the time, though.
This may be too private a question, and you can not answer. Medication, therapy?
Well, I resisted medication for some time, because on previous occasions I think I spent the best part of a few years. When I'd just become an MP, actually, I was on a course of medication for a few years, and I, rather in my unilateral way, decided to come off that without any thought of what the withdrawal might be to it. But that was the way that I dealt with things then. And so it took a bit of time for me on this occasion. But no, I do take a reasonably mild dose of sertraline each day, which, as your viewers may be familiar, is an antidepressant, and also has particular helpful effects with regards to anxiety.
Good. Well, I'm pleased to hear that at the moment you're feeling much more like yourself.
Yes, whatever that is, yeah.
Thank you for describing the nature of your depression and anxiety. You're only 35.
But yeah, I've not weathered well.
You were elected to Parliament in 2015. You're not going to stand at the next election.
No. Well, I wouldn't want people to think it's an immediate follow-on from our previous conversation. I mean, the most shocking thing that seemed to be the case when I announced I wasn't going to stand is people suddenly realised how young I was, because I've been, pretending to be much older than I am for many, many years, and but it's not linked to my bout of mental ill health. Although that did give me a perspective that there may well be more to life, dare I say it, than politics. I'm sure you might attest yourself. So it's much more of a positive choice. I think that when you do something for will be the best part of 10 years or so, and my misspent youth was getting into Westminster. And there's obviously an element of me that thinks that there must be more to life. It's not to say I will miss it terribly, because despite all of the ups and downs, if I can put it that way, I really do enjoy being a member of Parliament. And I think there is something unique in that, which unless you have experienced it, it's hard sometimes for others to quite appreciate what that unique quality is. And so I'll miss it, but I'm certainly made the decision in a positive fashion. I don't want people to get their little violins out for me. And I'm quite looking forward to doing other things in the future.
Yeah, and I can testify that there is sunshine away from those green benches. As you say, it's a wonderful privilege. Nobody else can appreciate just how wonderful it is, but there are limits for everyone. Right, let's talk a little bit about politics, because you caused controversy when you stood up in the House of Commons. This was when Boris Johnson was coming under pressure to stand down, really, as leader of the Conservative Party. And you made the allegation that there was blackmail of a nature of MPs, Conservative MPs, who were threatening to oust Boris Johnson, that if they stepped out of line, they could lose constituency funding. I know you've met with the police about those allegations at their invitation. You told me before we came out. Where are we with that?
Well, that never particularly went further with the police, but I stand by what I said at that committee session, because I witnessed and had testimony from colleagues about the pressures that they were coming under, which I felt was not just unacceptable in a political sense, but I thought wasn't how you should treat people. And in saying so, a number of people came forward with their experiences, and indeed we've seen as recently as this morning in the press an example whereby this kind of tactic had been deployed in a different context. And so I think there was a cultural problem at the time within government that they thought that they could overtly control the voting behaviour of members of Parliament by either directly or implicitly threatening to withdraw projects and funding from their constituencies, which I don't think is acceptable.
What do we do about it? Has it always been a tool for the executive?
Well, lots of things have always happened. Whether they're acceptable is a different question entirely. I think the best way in politics, if you want to get people on board, is to convince members of Parliament of the strength of an argument. And when that argument is relatively flimsy and people are growing tired and wearisome of it, that might be a reflection on the argument. So I don't think strong-arm tactics are the best way. But just because it's always happened doesn't mean it's the right and healthy thing for our democracy.
Do you think we might see the return of Boris Johnson in a leading role at any point?
Well, it wouldn't be for me to say. It might not surprise you that it wouldn't necessarily be at my invitation.
William Wragg, the reason I wanted to do this interview, the reason why I have been pinging those messages to you for so many months, is because I wanted to show that people, leading people in public life, are humans just like the rest of us, with the same strains and stresses that many of the rest of the nation endure. Thank you very much indeed for your time.
Thank you for having me.
Thanks for watching. I'm back next Sunday at 6. Join me.
Hello, I'm Craig Snell and here's your latest forecast from the Met Office. Well, as we look ahead to the new working week, for all of us it's going to stay unsettled and the risk of some further snow at times. So here's the situation as we end Sunday. Got this mild air coming in from the Atlantic, but cold air is always close by across the far north of the UK. And as we go through the next few days, that in fact will sink its way back towards the south. But for the rest of Sunday, we've got this band of rain working its way northwards. As it bumps up into that cold air across the far north, we will see some sleet and snow, especially across the high ground. And to the south of it, increasingly windy, especially along southern counties. Could see some coastal gales here come the end of the night. Temperatures for many mild, 10 to 11 in most towns and cities across the south, a touch of frost across the very far north. And this cold air will sink its way southwards as we go through Monday. So the rain turning increasingly to sleet and snow, even at lower levels at times across Scotland. So there are warnings in force, could see some disruption here throughout the day. Further south, mild but blustery, risk of some rain, especially across northern England, Wales and southwest England, highs reaching 14 to 15 degrees. Into the evening, the cold air continues to transfer its way southwards, so risk of some snow across Northern Ireland, Northern England and eventually into Wales and the Midlands. So again, could see a covering of snow in places, chiefly across the high ground as we go through the course of the night. And then cold behind it, could see some fairly widespread icy stretches come Tuesday morning. So Tuesday morning's commute could be a bit tricky across northern and central parts. Again, expect some disruption here. But all in all, Tuesday is going to be a cold day for all of us once any early rain clears the very far southeast. A mixture of sunny spells and wintry showers, even some sleet and snow possible across the far south, but chiefly across the north as we go through the course of the day. And temperatures struggling compared to recent days. But that cold theme doesn't last for too long in the south. It turns milder but wetter on Wednesday.
On Mark Dolan tonight, following the fierce debate around Gary Lineker, the message is a clear one. What's the point in having borders if you don't police them? Stop the boats might be unpopular among millionaire ex-footballers, but for ordinary Brits, it's time to sort this issue out once and for all. In my take at 10, as people borrow money for private operations and pay to tutor their kids at home, the public sector isn't working. Plus, politics legend Anne Widdecombe, my all-star panel, and former Labour MP Simon Danchuk. See you at 9.
Monday to Thursday nights on GB News. At 6, it's Dubes & Co. 7 o'clock, Farage. At 8, join Jacob Rees-Mogg. And at 9, Dan Wootton Tonight, followed by Headliners. On TV, radio and online. This is GB News.
It's all about family, being in people's living rooms, all the interaction and getting to know who our viewers and listeners are.
When I was young, my dad used to say, Nana, stop arguing. I wanted an outlet that would enable me to give my opinion.
People are going through a really hard time right now, and I know that you don't feel like you're being listened to by the establishment.
I came to GB News because it's the People's Channel, and I want the audience to have their say on the events of the day.
We're dynamic. We do something different.
Democracy shows that the wisdom of the nation is in its people.
I get to travel to find out what the story is from a personal perspective.
The British people aren't fools. We know when we're not being told the full story.
We've got to work out how Britain moves forward from this.
It's the best country in the world.
The establishment had their chance. Now we're here to represent your views.
Britain's watching.
Britain's watching.
Britain's watching.
We're proud to be GB News.
The People's Channel.
Britain's news channel.
We are GB News, the People's Channel.
And right across the United Kingdom.
You can find us on Sky Channel 512.
Virgin Media Channel 604.
Freesat Channel 216.
Freeview Channel 236.
And YouView Channel 236.
You can also take us with you on DAB Plus Radio.
With the GB News app and at the website gbnews.uk.
We're absolutely everywhere.
Come join us on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
GB News has its own late-night paper preview show, Headliners, where comedians take you through the next day's top news stories. You don't have to bother reading the newspaper, we've got it covered for you. Headliners, every night at 11 p.m. and repeated every morning at 5 a.m. We won't send you to sleep like some of the other paper review shows out there. GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Nana Akue, Saturday and Sunday afternoons on GB News. Expect fiery debate and passionate discussion as me and my panel tackle some of the biggest topics hitting the headlines. It's a place for everyone's opinion. No one gets cancelled, but no one gets an easy ride.
Oh, she's on it today!
Be ready for conversations that are fierce, frank, and of course, fun. Every Saturday and Sunday afternoon from 4 p.m. on GB News, the People's Channel.
Join me, Camilla Tominey, on Sunday mornings from 9:30, taking the politicians to task and breaking out of SW1 to see how their decisions are affecting you across the UK. Bursting the Westminster bubble every Sunday morning, only on GB News, the People's Channel. Britain's watching.
Welcome to what will be a very busy Mark Dolan tonight. In my big opinion, following the fierce debate around Gary Lineker, the message is a clear one. What's the point in having borders if you don't police them? It's time to sort out this issue once and for all. In the big question, Anne Widdecombe joins me to discuss whether Jeremy Hunt should splash the cash in next week's budget. Has he got headroom? Should he look after hard-working Brits? Should he cut taxes? All of that with Anne Widdecombe shortly. Plus, in the news agenda, I'm asking, is Keir Starmer right to back Gary Lineker? And in my take at 10, as people borrow money for private operations and pay to tutor their kids at home, the public sector isn't working. Lots to get through. My big opinion next and my last final thoughts on Gary Lineker. But first, the headlines with Aaron Armstrong.
Hi there, very good evening to you. Let's get you up to date with the latest from the GB newsroom. And we do start with Gary Lineker, some breaking news. Talks between the presenter and the BBC are thought to be moving in the right direction following a second day of disrupted sport coverage. The broadcaster says there are hopes of a resolution soon, but that not all issues have been fully resolved. Mr Lineker dodged questions from reporters earlier regarding his future. And we know that Match of the Day 2 will run for just 15 minutes tonight, without pundits or commentary, as fellow presenters continue to show solidarity with Mr Lineker. 5 Live radio sport coverage was radically altered on both days this weekend, and former BBC executive Roger Bolton says the controversy is diverting attention away from the real issue.
It's this argument about what is impartiality and who must be impartial that is a wider question. Of course, the other thing that's happening here is the political parties, particularly the governing parties, see this as a wonderful opportunity in the culture wars to create trouble and divert attention from the fundamental issue here, which is illegal immigration, which is extraordinarily difficult to deal with.
The Prime Minister is currently flying to California to confirm plans to supply Australia with nuclear-powered submarines amid concern about the growing threat from China. Rishi Sunak will meet his Australian counterpart Anthony Albanese and the US President Joe Biden to flesh out a major defence deal as part of the 2021 AUKUS Pact. Mr Sunak's expected to unveil a new review of defence and foreign policy as well, which will set out the UK's approach to threats from Moscow. A consortium of investors led by the startup Bank of London has submitted a formal proposal for the UK arm of the collapsed Silicon Valley Bank. The bank's UK subsidiary will be put into insolvency this evening. The government says it'll do everything it can to protect UK tech firms. Companies, though, could start to experience difficulties on Monday morning. However, the Chancellor, Jeremy Hunt, says the Treasury's working to make sure they don't run out of cash. It is the biggest failure of a US bank since 2008, and it is now under US governmental control. The Health Secretary's criticised junior doctors for failing to call off their strike action tomorrow. Writing in the Telegraph, Steve Barclay described the 72-hour walkout as incredibly disappointing. The British Medical Association's described his his recent offer to negotiate as a feeble attempt to stall proceedings. It is expected to affect many services, including A&E, cancer and maternity care. And Everything, Everywhere, All at Once is the favourite to win Best Picture at the Oscars, which gets underway shortly in Hollywood. It will face, though, stiff competition from The Banshees of Inisherin, which has an Irish record 9 nominations, and All Quiet on the Western Front. Bill Nighy's up for the Best Actor award for his role in the movie Living, and Andrea Riseborough received a Best Actress nomination for the film To Leslie. The ceremony gets underway at midnight. Well, that's it for the moment. TV Online and DAB Plus Radio. This is GB News. Now, back to the great Mark Dolan tonight.
My thanks to Aaron Armstrong, who returns in an hour's time. Welcome to Mark Dolan Tonight. A cracker of a show tonight coming up. In my big opinion, following the fierce debate around Gary Lineker, the message is a clear one. What's the point in having borders if you don't police them? My final thoughts in what has been a sorry affair. In the big question, should Jeremy Hunt splash the cash in next week's budget? I'll be debating that with former Conservative Minister and TV personality Anne Widdecombe. And as Rishi Sunak's local authority has to upgrade the national grid just to accommodate his heated swimming pool, will his wealth lose him the next election? Do you have a problem with rich politicians? My Mark Meets guest is the maverick former Labour MP and Jeremy Corbyn critic, the man who helped expose the Rochdale grooming gangs, Simon Danchuk. He's live in the studio. What does he think of Keir Starmer, and can Starmer win the next election? In my Take a 10, as people borrow money for private operations and pay extra to tutor their kids at home, and with some neighbourhoods now using private policing, the public sector isn't working. It's time that taxpayers got some bang for their buck. We've got tomorrow's papers at exactly 10:30 sharp with full panel reaction, and in the news agenda with Labour councillor Brendan Chilton, I'll be asking, was Keir Starmer right to back Gary Lineker? Reacting to those stories and to many more, my all-star panel of journalist and political consultant Emma Burnell, historian and political commentator David Oldroyd-Bolt, and former Conservative MP and now political commentator and consultant Neil Parish. As always, I want to hear from you throughout the show. mark@gbnews.uk. The best bit of the show is when you get in touch. And look, it's 9 o'clock, so hopefully the kids are in bed. You might want to crack open a bottle of something cold and fizzy or fire up the kettle. Either way, lots to get through. 2 hours of big debates, big guests, and always big opinions. Let's start with this one. What a bonkers week. As a major US bank collapses, provoking fears of another credit crunch, as Brits struggle with a cost of living crisis with inflation through the roof, with a pivotal budget coming up this week which will seal the fate of the economy for the next few years, and with a war continuing to rage in the East having an ongoing impact on Western energy supplies, we're talking about ex-footballer and crisp salesman Gary Lineker. He's had his chips. Now, at first glance, it's a trivial story, but in reality, it's anything but, because it has revealed how fractured the national conversation is on so many issues. And it's a drama which has severely tested the reputation of our state broadcaster, the BBC. Why? Well, for all of its strengths and weaknesses, and I think there are plenty of great radio and TV programmes that it produces, the foundation of the BBC must be impartiality. The Beeb, like Marks and Spencer, Costa Coffee and British Gas, must be a service for all. We can debate the rights and wrongs of Rishi Sunak's migrant policy, but for one of the organisation's biggest stars to create this incredible political row has created a nightmare and a headache and an existential crisis for his employer, the Beeb. And I'm not sure that helps anyone, given the fact that the BBC's revered global footprint and its outstanding legacy of television, radio, online output and film production is peerless. A talented guy though he is, ratings for Match of the Day actually soared by 500,000 last night. And the brilliant Patrick Christys and myself nicked a good few thousand viewers off him as well. Patrick, the team and I put the programme together in an afternoon. It was the alternative Match of the Day, and it was made on a budget of 11p. Here are some highlights. Good evening, it's 10 o'clock, and tonight we make history. This is the alternative Match of the Day, live on GB News, with me, Mark Dolan, and Patrick Christys. Patrick, go easy on those crisps. Ahead tonight, 60 minutes of the best football reaction and the finest analysis from our top commentary team. Eamon, first of all, we're making TV and radio history. It is the alternative Match of the Day. Your reaction as a broadcasting legend?
Aye. Well, aye. Well, keep at it, lads. Yeah, keep at it. Keep at it.
Yes, well, it does appear now that this thing is working. No, it's not. Good stuff. OK, well, I will tell you, Leicester versus Chelsea. I mean, it was absolutely fantastic. Yes, it's back.
Beautiful. I'll see you at the BAFTAs. Let me put it to you straight. I think Gary Lineker is a preening narcissist whose political pronouncements exist only to signal what a lovely guy he is. Except that his participation in the World Cup in Qatar, at stadia built by slaves, 6,000 of whom died in the 40-degree heat, and his battle with HMRC to get his tax bill down by millions of pounds sends quite a different message. And I don't think that Lineker gives two figs about the BBC, which is why he has, time and again, flouted their very important impartiality guidelines. You just can't force people to pay a public tax, which is what the licence fee is, for presenters on the public payroll to then wag their fingers, take sides on a complex and divisive issue like migration, and effectively demonise half the population who want something done as a bunch of heartless racists. It's my view that we must accept people who need refuge. We always have, and we should have a healthy debate about how many. But also, in my view, the illegal crossings are a humanitarian, economic and national security disaster, which cost lives, impact local communities, and enrich unscrupulous international criminals. A knee-jerk reaction and an impulse to do the right thing and be nice in relation to the migrant crisis is really tipping your hat to the idea of an open borders policy, with no thought of the long-term consequences, particularly in relation to infrastructure, housing, school places, and an NHS already on its knees. In the end, democracy will save us, and this difficult issue will be settled at the next election when Sunak goes to the country. Now, Gary Lineker has his supporters, but history is a harsh teacher. And the clamour to do the right thing and be nice during the pandemic saw the country locked down on and off for 2.5 years as we paid perfectly healthy people to stay at home, wrecking the economy, borrowing £500 billion and cranking up the national debt to £2.1 trillion. In my view, people were needlessly locked down, masked and subjected to vaccine tyranny, all in the name of doing the right thing and being nice. Wrecking the economy doesn't feel like the right thing now, does it? And a waiting list of 7 million people in the NHS isn't very nice, is it? On the national radio and television airwaves, I pushed back on what I considered a damaging and hysterical reaction to a potentially dangerous but largely mild seasonal respiratory virus. Well, we're seeing the same emotive clamour now in relation to the migrant crisis. Again, virtue signalling media types and politicians screaming their heads off for a more relaxed border policy, which would have serious implications for this country in the years ahead. Fair play to old Gary Lineker, though. He has at least got us having this important national conversation. But it's one that should be had on this programme and programmes like Question Time, not Match of the Day. What do you think? Do you agree? Do you disagree? Let me know. Many would argue that Gary Lineker has been consistent in his humanitarian views. He has taken in refugees and uses his platform to give a voice to those who have none. In the course of this tumultuous week, he has enjoyed a massive outpouring of public support, as well as from his colleagues and the public. There are plenty of top lawyers also who argue that the new migrant plan is cruel, illegal, unworkable and morally wrong. So what's your view? Mark at gbnews.uk. Reacting to that and the big stories of the day, historian and political commentator David Oldroyd-Bolt, former Conservative MP Neil Parish, and journalist and political consultant Emma Burnell. Emma, can I start with you? What do you think about this issue of being nice, doing the right thing, but not thinking through the consequences?
Necessarily thought through the consequences. He has a different opinion on how we should be treating migrants. That doesn't mean that he hasn't thought that we should be investing more in the systems that manage that. He wrote one tweet and then one response tweet. You're not going to put a whole immigration policy into that, but that doesn't mean that he hasn't, done the reading and actually has a view. You may or may not agree with that view, but that's not to say that he didn't really start this conversation. First of all, the government started it by putting the bill forward, and they wanted to have this conversation. That's why they put the bill forward. Their conversation and the way they wanted to have it has been completely derailed by an argument over the BBC, is a question of their political management. But, that's when the conversation started. Gary Lineker, as a citizen, joined in that conversation. That's his perfect right to do so.
OK, David Oldroyd-Bolt, what are your thoughts about this? I feel there are parallels between the clamour for lockdowns during the pandemic because that was the nice thing to do, and I think we're all suffering now because of that virtue signalling and the masking and all the rest of it. And I think there are parallels now with that and calling for an effective open borders policy in relation to the Channel.
You're right. It's people who take as their mantra, be nice, because they never have to suffer the consequences of what being nice in this instance means, just as those who during the lockdown called for ever stricter lockdowns, ever stricter measures, and by and large did not have to suffer the consequences. I have to disagree with Emma that Mr. Lineker has a right to express his view. He doesn't. He is funded in his career by a poll tax. You have no option but to pay for it, and the trade-off for that he has accepted by signing his contract is that while he is taking the BBC coin, he will not express political views, party political views of this nature. It was in the first instance crass. It was historically illiterate, the comparison he made. So I would suggest that his reading, if it was any reading at all, was rather shallow. But in the second instance, he simply shouldn't have made it. He has not yet, to the best of my knowledge, apologised for what he said, which was, as we say, historically crass. And he should not have made it in the first place. He's paid an enormous amount by you and by all your viewers who have televisions because they are forced by law to pay for him. He should accept this with grace. If he wants to go and campaign, and his instincts may well be laudable, they may well be humanitarian, they may well be moral, but he does not have the right to use his platform to espouse them. He should go into the private sector and into politics if that's what he wants to do, and use the many, many millions he's made from the taxpayer to put to good end in that cause.
Neil Parish, great to have you back on the show. Gary Lineker sends a tweet. He gets to prop up his brand as a really nice guy without any thought for the real-world consequences of illegal migration into this country. I'm talking about towns and villages where there are migrant hotels. It's turned many people's lives upside down.
Yeah, I mean, what offends me, Mark, with his comments is when he relates it back to Nazi Germany and what happened, you know, the Holocaust and everything that happened in Germany. That was just over-egging the pudding. Now, he can have a view. I'm not so worked up in having a view against the policy that the government's bringing in. But, of course, you know, there's many people out there who are, as you say, very concerned about what's happening. Also, you know, I mean, these criminal gangs are putting people in boats and they're drowning on the way over the channel. So we've got to send a very strong message. And yes, the language is quite tough and sometimes one feels uncomfortable with it. But in the end, we have got to try and stop those boats. And I think what we're doing now is helping. I think people are concerned with both their schooling, you know, housing, everything is under pressure at the moment. So I think it's madness to just say that we can't do anything about it, and if you do talk about the migrants, then you are wrong. And I think Gary Lineker, as has been said, is employed by the BBC, albeit on some sort of private contract where he probably reduces his tax bill. But at the end of the day, he is bound by that, and he shouldn't be. And it's a style and the way he tweeted it, and then he doesn't back off, does he? You see, he just keeps going, and when people ask him. Because, you see, he's beyond. He's so popular, he feels, and he's indispensable. Now, many of us in both politics and the media have considered perhaps ourselves indispensable. One thing you can be certain of is we're not indispensable. Okay. And that is, I think, where we're getting very dangerous. And yes, his supporters will definitely say, yes, carry on, Gary, because, of course, you know, they are following the social media, but it doesn't make it right what he's doing, and there's many other people out there that don't agree with him. OK, well, we do have a developing story, which is that sources are suggesting that this issue between the BBC and Gary Lineker will be resolved within the next 24 hours. Amicably is what we're hearing. Therefore, smart money is on Gary Lineker to return as host of Match of the Day next Saturday. Your reaction, Mark at gbnews.uk. It looks like the comeback is on. Lots more to get through. At 10 o'clock in My Take at 10, people are now paying to tutor their kids at home. People are using private security to police the streets, and they're paying for operations privately. The public sector isn't working. We'll debate that at 10. But coming up, as Rishi Sunak's local council has to update its electricity network just to accommodate his heated pool, will his wealth lose him the next election? Do you have a problem with rich politicians? But next up, looking forward to this debate. Should Jeremy Hunt splash the cash in next week's budget? We'll debate that with politics legend Anne Widdecombe. See you in 2.
We are GB News, the People's Channel.
And right across the United Kingdom.
You can find us on Sky Channel 512.
Virgin Media Channel 604.
Freesat Channel 216.
Freeview channel 236.
And YouView channel 236.
You can also take us with you on DAB Plus Radio.
With the GB News app and at the website gbnews.uk.
We're absolutely everywhere.
Come join us on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Monday to Thursday, 9 p.m. till 11 p.m. Join me, Dan Wootton. I'll bring you the sharpest takes and hottest debates.
Do you not believe in prison? I don't believe in prison.
I'm completely stunned. I guarantee you there'll be no spin, no bias, no censorship.
I actually was personally quite offended by it.
And no reason to go to bed.
So I guess they've always been quite woke.
That's Dan Wootton tonight on TV, radio and online. Monday to Thursday from 9 p.m. till 11 p.m. on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Hello, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and you can join me every weekday 6 till 7 on Jubes and Kerr.
You're an inspiration to us all.
Clip that bit up.
Well, you are.
That's my ringtone. My political ambitions those days are gone, I can tell you. She's only teasing. Go on. He's probably going to want to lay down now. I'll give him 2 minutes. Let's respectfully disagree. That's what we like on Jubes and Kerr. Come and join us. GB News, the People's Channel.
Michelle Dewberry, weekday evenings at 6 o'clock.
I'm Simon Evans. Join me on GB News for Headliners at 11 p.m.
What's the scoop?
I'll be joined by 2 of the country's top comedians.
That's right.
As we take a look at tomorrow's newspapers tonight.
We're going to get into trouble.
If it's a big story, we'll be covering it.
Spill some tea on him.
There we go.
But we'll also have some fun.
I wouldn't stick up a bank.
My father didn't love me.
So anyway.
Headliners every night from 11 on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
It's all about family, being in people's living rooms, all the interaction and getting to know who our viewers and listeners are.
When I was young, my dad used to say, "Nah, stop arguing." I wanted an outlet that would enable me to give my opinion.
People are going through a really hard time right now, and I know that you don't feel like you're being listened to by the establishment. I came to GB News because it's the People's Channel, and I want the audience to have their say on the events of the day.
We're dynamic. We do something different.
Democracy shows that the wisdom of the nation is in its people.
I get to travel to find out what the story is from a personal perspective.
The British people aren't fools. We know when we're not being told the full story.
We've got to work out how Britain moves forward from this.
It's the best country in the world.
The establishment had their chance. Now we're here to represent your views.
Britain's watching.
Britain's watching.
Britain's watching.
We're proud to be GB News,
The People's Channel,
Britain's news channel.
A moving email from Jack. Hi, Mark. Ace show as always. Lockdown cost me a heart attack. I will probably die in the next few years as a result of that policy. Jack, I hope that's not the case, and I'm very glad that you're alive and kicking and able to send me that email. Do stay in touch, mark@gbnews.uk, and keep your chin up, big guy. You'll be fine. How about this from Colin? Mark, what is this nonsense about the TV licence being an unavoidable tax? I haven't had a TV for 3 years. Like millions of others, I stream everything, including GB News on YouTube. The Beeb is doomed. Charles says what no one, especially on the left, mentions is that these asylum seekers are fleeing a safe country, namely France. Richard, Mark, regarding your big opinion, when the BBC reinstate Gary Lineker, it will give the Be Nice elite an extra feeling of self-importance and make them even more vicious and bold in their reign of hatred upon all of us that disagree with them. It's a depressing victory for the nasty people, thank goodness for GB News and the People's Channel. Last but not least, Bruce says, hi, Mark, I'm struggling to pay my rent, electric, food, etc. So if illegal immigration is no longer illegal, can I now squat in Comrade Gary's house with no consequences? Well put. Bruce, thank you for that. On a point of order, and we like to make sure that we stick to the facts here on Mark Dolan tonight, Gary Lineker did not talk about Nazis. He said that some of the language in what the Home Secretary, Suella Braverman, said had echoes of Germany in the 1930s, and it's important to make that distinction. Now it's time for this. Wednesday sees a pivotal moment for the near-term fate of the British economy. In other words, your money and mine, or let's be more accurate, your debt and my debt. Yes, it's Jeremy Hunt's March budget. Although the country is still counting the cost of the pandemic response and suffering a stubborn wave of inflation, which is affecting most Western economies, better than expected economic growth at the end of 2022 and into 2023, and the possible avoidance of a technical recession this year, suggests the Chancellor may have some fiscal headroom with which to support hard-up Brits or even deliver tax cuts. So what do we think? That's tonight's big question. Is it safety first next week, or should Jeremy Hunt splash the cash? Let's get the views of the always fiscally prudent former Conservative government minister, best-selling author and television personality Anne Widdecombe. Good evening, Anne.
Good evening, Mark.
Anne, should Jeremy Hunt splash the cash in next week's budget?
Well, he should certainly spend in the interests of future growth. And I think what he should be spending is money on tax cuts. Because without tax cuts, we can't stimulate the economy. And without stimulating the economy, growth is going to remain sluggish. Inflation is going to remain with us. And so we do need to stimulate the economy. We also need to become very competitive as a result of Brexit and take full advantage of Brexit. So I would say that he should reduce taxes, both personal taxes and business taxes, and particularly abandon any plans to raise corporation tax, which will simply drive investment out. I mean, we've already had some driven out to Ireland because, the view is that this is not a business-friendly environment. So he should be prepared to do all those things. Now, I don't think he should go mad. I don't think he should produce a Liz Truss-type budget. I don't think he should go absolutely mad, but I think he should be guided by the principle that Britain will only thrive if it's competitive, and it won't be competitive unless its tax levels are lower than its rivals.
Now, Anne, on this programme, we've both spoken of the need for wage restraint in the public sector, given inflation and the budget deficit. However, is calling for tax cuts not therefore contradictory? The country's either broke or it isn't.
Well, I don't think that it is wise to spend money on wage settlements which fuel inflation. That is the crucial thing, fuel inflation. And if you have above inflation pay rises, then you create the well-known wage price spiral, whereby people can't live faced with the sudden hike in the cost of living, so they want their prices raised, and then people can't live, etc. So that it is not a contradiction to say we can spend money on tax cuts, but we really cannot spend money on fueling inflation. That is the point. I don't begrudge anybody a pay rise. It's when that pay rise fuels inflation that clobbers the entire country.
Although some, and not to interrupt you, but some would suggest that tax cuts are inflationary too, because they stimulate the economy and therefore they create heat in the economy, and that could be inflationary.
No, I don't believe that is the case, because what tax cuts actually do is they provide incentives to enterprise, they provide incentives to business, and yes, of course, I mean, people could just simply spend the money that tax cuts generate, but also it enables them to stay within the inflation that there is at the moment. Now, if you look at Margaret Thatcher, she cut taxes and cut inflation at the same time.
And Anne, what about those junior doctors? And what about those junior doctors, some of whom are, I believe, being paid less now than sandwich makers at Pret a Manger? These are the people who are charged with keeping us alive.
Indeed, but actually doctors' pay is extremely reasonable. Junior doctors' pay has always been a source of argument. But if you actually look at it, junior doctors particularly now, work far less hours than they did only some years ago, and therefore, GPs are mainly part-time these days, and I do mean mainly part-time. Most of them are part-time rather than full-time. That is a statistical fact. So I'm not going to be that sympathetic to putting other people in danger just as a result of their pay rise. But I would say this: I fully understand, that pay has fallen behind prices, and I fully understand that people do expect at some point to get back on at least an even keel. But you can't do it while the country is in the grip of inflation, because if you do, all you end up doing is pushing inflation further up. That is the whole point of large public sector pay rises. Private sector can only give pay rises when the productivity is there, when the money's coming in, then they can give it out. But the public sector is giving it out from our money, from our taxes, and it can't afford to do it at a level that pushes up inflation. I'm terribly sorry, that is just a rather grim fact of economic life.
Well, that's the issue, is that pay rises in the public sector is effectively an arms race with inflation. Anne, can I ask you about this proposed increase in corporation tax from 19% to 25%? Do you think a U-turn is coming? And if not, what could the political consequences be, especially on those Tory backbenches?
Well, first of all, I hope a U-turn is coming. This, after all, is simply not implementing a rise rather than cutting from the base that you are at now. So, it should be manageable. But crucially, if corporation tax goes up like that to about the level that they've got in France, this country will not be competitive. We won't attract inward investment. We won't stimulate enterprise. We won't do any of those things if we put business taxes up. And I can't understand why a Conservative government, of all things, doesn't understand that. So I think if the rise goes ahead, or even if some of the rise goes ahead, which I suspect would be a sort of compromise, even if some of the rise goes ahead, it will make Britain less competitive. And that is what surely the Chancellor understands, that we will only get growth, we'll only hit inflation, we'll only stimulate the economy, people will only be better off if we, the country, are competitive. And at the moment, they're doing their level best to make sure that we're not competitive. And so we lose big industry to other countries.
Anne, we missed you last week. Great to have you back on the show. Anne Widdecombe there. Your reaction to what the former Conservative Government Minister Anne Widdecombe has had to say? She's hoping for a U-turn in relation to that corporation tax rise. What would you like to see from Wednesday's budget? Mark at gbnews.uk. Lots more to come. Let me tell you that we've got my Mark Meets guest looking forward to the maverick former Labour MP and Jeremy Corbyn critic who helped expose the Rochdale grooming gangs, Simon Danchuk. He's live in the studio. We've got the papers at 10:30 with full panel reaction. But next, a fascinating conversation. Rishi Sunak's local council have had to upgrade the electricity network just to accommodate his heated swimming pool. Will his money lose him the next election? Do you have a problem with rich politicians? We'll discuss that next.
I joined GB News because I was sick and tired of not hearing my views being represented, not just mine, but so many people that I knew and spoke to.
I just couldn't get my voice out there. I couldn't say anything. I couldn't do anything. Whatever the narrative was, I kind of had to follow it.
GB News is there to provide a voice for those who have been ignored by the establishment media. We think different things, we've got a different style.
GB News is here to be optimistic and positive about the future.
It's real kind of dynamic and flowing, with the audience very much at the heart of it, like a big family.
Here at GB News, we talk about the things that matter to you.
Hearing the voices from right across our towns and cities, especially our towns.
All sides of the argument represented with a heavy dose of opinion.
We're on a mission here to make a difference. And the GB News family really is here for you, and whatever time of day you can watch or listen.
Britain's watching.
Britain's watching.
We're proud to be GB News.
The People's Channel.
Britain's news channel.
Westminster is going around in ever-decreasing circles, followed by the media. Britain is broken. How on earth did we get into this mess? But more importantly, how do we get out of it? Join me at 7 p.m, Mondays to Thursdays on Farage. Here on GB News, we will have open, rational debate. We've got to work out how Britain moves forward from this. Join us here on GB News, the People's Channel. Britain is watching.
You've probably seen politicians interviewed 1,000 times, but we do it differently. We find out who they really are, we don't shout, we chat, and hopefully we bring a bit of light, not just heat.
Did you know Kate Moss?
Apparently.
Do you have a pair of jeans or a pair of jeans?
No, of course I don't. What would I do with them?
My friends are like, oh my God, what's she doing now?
Join me every Sunday at 6 for Gloria Meets, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I'm Jacob Rees-Mogg, the Member of Parliament for North East Somerset and a former government minister. For years, I've walked the corridors of power in both Westminster and the City of London. I campaigned in the largest democratic vote in our island story. I know this country has so much to be proud of. We need to have the arguments, the discussions on how we make it better. The wisdom of the nation is in its people. Vox Populi, Vox Dei. That's why I'm joining the People's Channel. Join me Monday to Thursday at 8 p.m. on GB News, Britain's news channel.
I'm Mark White. As GB News Home and Security Editor, I cover those key issues that are so important to you. Are authorities, are communities doing all they can to combat violent crime? With the public services under unbearable strain, why are we still failing to control our borders? Defence, the first priority of any government, has been continually hollowed out. Can we trust our politicians to protect the armed forces? Join me, Mark White, on GB News.
Well, a big reaction to my big opinion, which you can now find on Twitter at GB News. This from Robert. Hello, good evening, Mark. In regards to the budget, I can't see the government splashing the cash. Sunak's going to America tomorrow. Who knows how much money he's going to spend there? He keeps giving money away to others. What about the taxpayer and the British people? Gregory says, hi, Mark, great show as ever. Regarding the clarification that Gary Lineker did not use the Nazi word in his tweet, we can only assume he was referring to the Weimar Republic, as that was the only preceding government in 1930s Germany. A fair retort, Greg. Thank you for that. Everyone gets a right of reply on this show. Let's talk about the Prime Minister's wealth. Kath says, hi, Mark, I don't have a problem with the PM being rich, but I do have a problem with his links to the World Economic Forum. No one should be anywhere near the levers of power from that group and have any links with this sinister globalist organisation. Well, I do think that's a conversation that we should be having. Just these organisations, these groups, these global events in which our leaders meet up and discuss our future without us being democratically engaged. That's certainly an important topic. But let's talk about the PM's wealth now. Rishi Sunak's new private heated swimming pool uses so much energy that the local electricity network had to be upgraded by the council to meet its power demands. It costs on average between £20,000 and £40,000 a year to heat a swimming pool, and Sunak has an estimated net worth between him and his missus of £730 million. I would say, by the way, I think the bulk of that is his wife, so he's a lucky man. But it begs the question, is wealth a problem for politicians? Does it mean that, by definition, they are out of touch? Or should rich leaders be celebrated for having made a success of their lives? It cuts both ways, doesn't it? In America, super wealthy men like Donald Trump have used their bank balance as a selling point. But here in Britain, particularly in the midst of a cost of living crisis, could Rishi Sunak's millions lose him millions of votes? Neil?
I don't think it will, because I think at the end of the day, not only he has a wealthy wife, but he's also actually been very good in business and he's made money. And he's a bright man. And that's what we actually need as Prime Minister. We need actually somebody who can make the decisions. And I actually think he has hit the ground running since being Prime Minister. So, yes, people will knock at the wealth, and I understand that, and people are struggling. But basically, lots of people out there are wealthy. So do all politicians... I mean, politicians have to represent everybody. So, therefore, why can't there be some wealthy politicians? There can be some poor politicians. There can be a whole mixture of politicians. And I think that is the issue. And I think that Rishi will actually come through. And I think that, you know, what the issue is to make sure that the taxpayer is not paying for any of the cabling, any of the electric, but provided he is actually paying for it himself, then I think, you know, he's fortunate to be able to do it, but there's many out there that can. I suppose what people will ask is, a man that's that wealthy, can he understand how the poorest in society are living? But I think he can, but I think it is an issue for him. So, yes, people will take notice of that, but I think it's a great shame in a way that we've come to a sort of politics of envy if we're not careful.
Well, you've canvassed in a good couple of elections, including in 2010 when you entered Parliament. You know the mentality of the British public, of the voters. Do you think they have a problem with a rich Prime Minister? Is it a turn-off for voters?
What the British public don't like is money being, wealth being thrown around and flouted.
Right.
I think provided, as a farmer, I always pretend I've got no money at all.
Which is increasingly true.
Increasingly true. But also, people always say, what they don't like, I don't think, is people bragging about their wealth and throwing it around. I think sometimes, perhaps, dare I say it, in some parts of the city of London, it's slightly different. But in the countryside, definitely, people don't like wealth. But I think they accept that there are wealthy people and there are those that are not as wealthy. And I think what Rishi Sunak and the Conservative Party will have to prove is not whether they're wealthy or not, can they look after those that are struggling. And I think as long as he can actually get to do that, I don't think it should matter what his personal wealth is.
I would personally say that I'm quite happy for the Sultan of Brunei to be Prime Minister as long as he or she can fix the country's problems.
Don't think we're ever going to get a female Sultan of Brunei. I hate to break it to you, Mark.
Yeah, I was trying to be a bit PC there. I won't make it happen with that.
Look, of the many, many reasons I think Rishi Sunak is likely to lose the next election, I don't think his wealth is in my top 10.
Although Labour will probably leverage it, won't they?
I suspect they will, but they should learn better, actually, because quite often Labour's tried to do this and it's really rebounded in their faces. I remember a by-election in Crewe when they were going after Edward Timpson, and it was just crass and it didn't work and it completely rebounded. And Edward Timpson's actually a really interesting and very humanitarian MP. He's not of my political beliefs, but the stuff he does, he puts his money where his mouth is, and that's actually what matters. I don't think Rishi's wealth is the problem. I do think he's a bit out of touch, but that can be true of someone with considerably less money when you become cosseted and bubbled into this very, very, very small world. I don't think he understands the people he represents very well. And so that's why when he's talking to us, he can come across as either some sort of weird tech bro or a play school presenter. Or a horrible mixture of the two, and it just feels very patronising. Now, you can be very, very patronising without being very, very rich. When you're both, that can be a bit of an issue.
What do you think? Because the issue, David, is that if we judge the British people to have a problem with this, then that's very patronising to my viewers and listeners. It's the idea that we've all got a chip on our shoulder about someone that's been successful.
Yeah, I'm not sure that is the case. We've had rich prime ministers, we've had poor prime ministers. At this point, I do think that Labour could be led by a man in a Captain Pugwash uniform and still win the next election, because the Tories are so consistently behind in the polls, 20% behind for months and months and months now. I'm not sure that Mr Sunak's wealth is the reason that he appears out of touch. That, I'm afraid, is down to his schooling. He went to a school where you were brought along to believe that you're the cleverest man in every room, and he is unfortunately unable to suppress that instinct and that belief. He comes across as though the rest of us are incredibly thick, and he has to explain everything in the simplest possible terms, using the most basic language, and it just makes people's backs go up and their shackles rise. I think there is perhaps a slight animus against people who are very rich in the country, but that's always been the case. There's a sort of tall poppy syndrome. But then you look at some of our great prime ministers, like Stanley Baldwin in the 1920s and 30s, who famously gave a proportion of his own wealth after the First World War, a proportion of his personal wealth to the nation to help with reparations after the war, and wrote a letter to the Times suggesting that others did the same. Margaret Thatcher was pretty well off because of her husband, Dennis Thatcher's business career. Tony Blair did perfectly well. I think that the trend is, because of the social class from which most politicians are drawn, or have been until recently, that they'll be richer than the average person. to have someone of Mr Sunak's incalculable, by most standards, wealth is quite unusual, but I don't think it's why he's unpopular. I think that's because he comes across as a preening and arrogant man who doesn't like the people he represents.
Well, you're going to have to get off that fence at some point. Neil, quick
I don't think that's the case at all. I think he represents the people in his Yorkshire constituency very well, and I think they actually very much like him. I think Labour would be very unwise to target his wealth because, there are some Labour politicians that are quite wealthy too. So, one has to be careful with this.
Including Keir Starmer, who I understand to be, on paper, a millionaire.
Well, it'd be surprising if he weren't.
If he owns a house in North London, he's almost certainly...
And he was a top lawyer, top
surely he's
barrister
also
for
a barrister, isn't he?
Yes,
he didn't...
I haven't seen too many poor barristers in my time.
Spend some time at the criminal bar and you will.
There you go.
Or a solicitor, because they're not paid that much, actually.
No, that's a very fair point. They're looking for a pay rise, like everyone. Listen, I should add, by the way, that although the local authority had to do this work in relation to Mr Sunak's property, Mr Sunak is fronting the full cost. So there you go. He's paying his way, folks. But let's not get out the small violins. Lots more to come at 10 o'clock in My Take at 10. People are now paying to have their children privately tutored. They're borrowing money for operations because the NHS waiting list is so long, and some communities are using private police forces. The public sector isn't working. We'll talk about that in My Take at 10. My Mark Meets guest is maverick former Labour MP and Jeremy Corbyn critic, a man who helped expose the Rochdale grooming gangs, Simon Danchuk, live in the studio. What does he think about Keir Starmer, and can he win the next election? Lots to get through, folks. But next up, we'll talk to another well-known voice from Labour about whether Keir Starmer was right to support Gary Lineker this week. We'll discuss that next.
We are GB News, the People's Channel.
And right across the United Kingdom.
You can find us on Sky Channel 512.
Virgin Media Channel 604.
Freesat Channel 216.
Freeview Channel 236.
And YouView Channel 236.
You can also take us with you on DAB Plus Radio.
With the GB News app and at the website gbnews.uk.
We're absolutely everywhere.
Come join us on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Monday to Thursday, 9 p.m. till 11 p.m. Join me, Dan Wootton. I'll bring you the sharpest takes and hottest debates.
Do you not believe in prison?
I don't believe in prisons.
I'm completely stunned.
I guarantee you there'll be no spin, no bias, no censorship.
I actually was personally quite offended by it.
And no reason to go to bed.
So I guess they've always been quite woke.
That's Dan Wootton tonight on TV, radio and online. Monday to Thursday from 9 p.m. till 11 p.m. on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Hello, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and you can join me every weekday 6 till 7 on Jubes and Kerr.
You're an inspiration to us all.
Clip that bit off.
Well, you are.
That's my ringtone. My political ambitions those days are gone, I can tell you.
She's only teasing. Go on.
He's probably going to want to lay down now. I'll give him 2 minutes to have one. Let's respectfully disagree. That's what we like on Jubes and Kerr. Come and join us. GB News, the People's Channel.
Michelle Dewberry, weekday evenings at 6 o'clock.
I'm Simon Evans. Join me on GB News for Headliners at 11 p.m.
What's the scoop?
I'll be joined by two of the country's top comedians.
That's right.
As we take a look at tomorrow's newspapers tonight.
We're going to get into trouble.
If it's a big story, we'll be covering it.
Spill some tea on him.
There we go.
But we'll also have some fun.
I wouldn't stick up a bank.
My father didn't love me.
So anyway.
Headliners every night from 11 on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
It's all about family, being in people's living rooms, all the interaction and getting to know who our viewers and listeners are.
When I was young, my dad used to say, Nana, stop arguing. I wanted an outlet that would enable me to give my opinion.
People are going through a really hard time right now, and I know that you don't feel like you're being listened to by the establishment. I came to GB News because it's the People's Channel, and I want the audience to have their say on the events of the day.
We're dynamic. We do something different.
Democracy shows that the wisdom of the nation is in its people.
I get to travel to find out what the story is from a personal perspective.
The British people aren't fools. We know when we're not being told the full story.
We've got to work out how Britain moves forward from this.
It's the best country in the world.
The establishment had their chance. Now we're here to represent your views.
Britain's watching.
Britain's watching.
Britain's watching.
We're proud to be GB News,
the People's Channel,
Britain's news channel.
Alan has said it's not Rishi Sunak's wealth that's the issue. It's envy. Love to know Blair and Brown's wealth made from politics at the expense of working men. Let's return to that conversation after 10 o'clock. Sir Keir Starmer this week defended Gary Lineker's right to make comments about the government's new asylum shake-up. The Labour leader claimed that ministers were looking for other people to blame. Starmer said that although he wouldn't have chosen Lineker's words referencing Germany in the 1930s, he defended Lineker's right to say them and has argued that this is a crisis of the government's making. So is Starmer right to back Gary Lineker's intervention on this issue? To discuss this, I'm delighted to welcome a good friend of the show, Labour Borough Councillor, former head of Brexit group Labour Leave and the CEO of the Independent Business Network, Brendan Chilton. Hi, Brendan.
Good evening, Mark. Good to see you.
Good to have you on the show. It's been a divisive issue. Was Keir Starmer right to take sides?
Well, I've come at this from the starting point that I believe in total free speech. And so the idea that someone should be dismissed for expressing a view, whether you agree with it or not, I don't agree with. So I think Keir Starmer was right to defend Gary Lineker. Again, I think comparisons with 1930s Germany are far too common and they're never very helpful. But I don't think he should have been dismissed for just simply expressing a view.
And what about the political aspect of this? I mean, Keir Starmer's playing to the base, isn't he, by supporting the spirit of what Gary Lineker has said? Because, you know, he's used these remarks by Lineker to say that this is a crisis of the government's making. So he has leveraged it to his own political ends.
I think the majority of Labour members, MPs and activists would have great sympathy with what Gary Lineker said. I also think actually Keir Starmer's right to point out that this is a problem of the government's making. The government have been in power now for 13 years. The migration crisis, and we all know this bill that's been put to Parliament, the idea is to deal with the problem in the Channel specifically. It's not going to go away. This bill is not going to stop people trying to make that crossing across the Channel. And we all know that even if the bill passes, the chances that its intentions going through to their ultimate conclusion, namely flying people to a third party, the chances of that happening are about as equal as aliens landing from the moon, because you've got to get the consent of the third country, and no one's going to agree to that.
It's clearly complex, Brendan, and it seems that Sunak's approach is multi-pronged. There's no one silver bullet. I mean, you could argue they're all rubber bullets. But what would you say to many of my viewers and listeners to Mark Dolan tonight who are ex-Labour voters in the Red Wall who want to stop the boats? And as far as they can see, that's what Rishi Sunak's trying to do. And as far as they can see, Keir Starmer's trying to block this policy by backing Gary Lineker.
Well, I think first thing to say is, of course, Rishi Sunak's been Prime Minister for a few months. We've had successive Tory Prime Ministers that have claimed they're going to stop the boats and have failed. I think the way we need to deal with this, I think both parties, frankly, need to stop using this as a political football and say, where is this problem starting? And it's starting in North Africa and in the Horn of Africa. People are fleeing from that region and coming to the